You are now tuned into Then Radio. If you enjoy our videos, we ask that you consider joining our Patreon to support our channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe so that you never miss a new video. We hope you enjoyed today's episode, and as always, thank you for watching.
Wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed adventure, we find Buzz and Happy in a relay communication station in space, at the mercy of Jim Colmar, who is in league with a strange alien power. Using some mysterious crystals, Colmar is forcing Buzz and Happy to obey him against their will.
Follow me into the generator room.
Commander, the crystals are getting brighter. That's all I can see or think about. Just the crystal.
Try to look away. Keep walking up to the generator. Closer. Closer.
Fight it, Happy.
Touch the connection. Reach out your hand.
Happy, don't touch it. I can't hold back.
You've got to. If you touch it, you're finished.
We'll be back in just a moment with today's Space Patrol story, The Seed Crystals of Zeldabran. This is Space Patroller Dick Tufeld, gang, and boy, am I excited. We have a new machine here at Space Patrol headquarters, and it's terrific. It's called the Flavor Meter. It's used for testing the flavor of food. Now, I have a plain, ordinary cereal right here, so let's test it. The better it tastes, the louder it'll ring the bell. All I do is put the cereal in this slot and push the button. Not much flavor there, is there? I suppose we put in some other ordinary cereals. Well, not even a tinkle. Now, here's a couple of super cereals I'd like to test. I'll put them both in. Wow, that did it. Those cereals really ring the bell for flavor, you bet. They were Rice Chex and Wheat Chex. Chex, the cereals with that modern bite-sized design. Chex, the super cereals that help to supercharge you. Test them yourself, gang, in your own cereal bowl. Believe me, they'll really ring the bell for flavor. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Seed Crystals of Zeldabran. Swinging in a wide orbit around the planet Saturn is the artificial satellite Com Relay 4, the powerful communications relay center. Serious trouble between two men assigned to duty at the space station has brought Commander Corry and Cadet Happy to investigate. With their ship, Terra 5, joined to the airlock of Com Relay 4, Buzz and Happy are now opening the inner lock of the huge disc-shaped relay station.
Go ahead, Happy.
Yes, sir. Welcome aboard, Commander.
Oh, Ma, you look as though you haven't had any sleep for 2 days.
Oh, it's been nearer 3, sir. I've been working both shifts.
Why didn't you report this dispute between Siler and yourself immediately?
I should be able to handle my own assistant. I don't like to yell to the top brass for help.
Where is Siler?
He took a swing at me, so I had to lock him up. He's back here.
All right, let's find out what this is all about. Come on, Happy.
Yes, sir. He's in here.
All right, Kumar. If you'll wait for us in the control room, Happy and I will have a talk with Siler.
Yes, Commander. I hope you can straighten him out.
All right, Happy, open the door.
Yes, sir.
Well, Siler, let's hear your version of the story.
Didn't Colmar tell you I swung at him?
Yes.
Okay. I assaulted the superior. Why go into it any further?
Close the door, Happy. Siler, I know your record. You've worked these two-man teams for years. I find it hard to believe you suddenly went space happy and struck Jim Colmar. Let's have the whole story.
We got along all right at the beginning, but lately Colmar's been unreasonable. He races his rockets over every little thing.
And you don't feel that you've done anything to antagonize him?
No, sir.
When was the first blow-up?
A couple of days after the meteor hit us.
Meteor?
It was just a little one, about the size of a marble. We patched up the hole in the hull and everything was okay. Then one day I walked into the control room to relieve him a little early. It was a favor, see, and he jumped down my throat.
What did he say to you?
Said he was tired of my sneaking up behind him. He kept his hand clutched around something as though he were afraid I'd steal it. He acted like a spoiled kid.
Was that when you swung at him?
No, that was later. He kept finding fault with everything I did. Well, I finally blew up. I swung wild, and he connected. I was a little surprised. I didn't think Colmar had it in him.
Now, Siler, you're relieved from duty. I'm taking you back to Terra. But first, I want a written report from Jim Colmar.
Commander, I just put Bob Siler aboard the spaceship for Venus.
Oh, a few weeks in the rest camp at Lake Azure will fix him up all right.
He certainly was grateful to you for not entering that row with Colmar as a black mark on his record.
I'm putting it down as a flare-up of temperament due to confinement and strain. Actually, beginning to think Colmar could do with the rest at Lake Azure, too.
Oh, by the way, sir, the applicant for duty at Com Relay is waiting to see you. His name is Jack Perkins.
All right, Happy, show me.
The commander will see you now, Mr. Perkins.
Thanks, Cadet. Good morning, Commander.
Oh, sit down, Perkins.
Thank you, sir.
So you want to be assigned to duty at Saturn Com Relay 4, huh?
That's right.
You know who's in charge there?
Sure, Jim Colmar. Best spacephone engineer in the solar system.
I won't argue with you there. But you had a serious dispute with him about 4 years ago. And he had you court-martialed.
Oh, I had it coming. I've learned a lot since then, Commander. There won't be any more trouble.
You'll be notified of my decision.
Thank you, sir. Believe me, I want this assignment more than I wanted anything before in my life. Well, goodbye, sir. I'll wait until I hear from you. Oh. Commander.
Yes, Robbie?
May I see a minute, sir?
Certainly.
I've been getting more complaints about Saturn Com Relay 4.
Well, what is it now?
Saturn and Neptune channels are weak, but Colmar is feeding a wild beam out into space 40 degrees west of Pluto. He's sending gibberish where there aren't any planets or space lanes.
He's probably groggy from lack of sleep. You've got to get him an assistant right away.
He's put in a request for a specific man. Came through the private channel about an hour ago.
Oh, who does he want?
Guy who just left here? Jack Perkins.
Well, I'm either putting a lion and a tiger into a cage together, or I'm helping to restore a beautiful friendship.
You mean you're going to okay Perkins' appointment?
We need a man out there quickly, and I feel we should send a man of Colmar's choice.
Yes, sir.
See that Jack Perkins gets in the next space patrol transport.
Thanks for asking for me, Colmar. Strange, isn't it? Am I getting a hunch to apply for the assignment just at this time?
Oh, it may not be as strange as you think, Jack. We'll get along fine, I'm sure of that.
Sure we will. There I was wasting my time on Mars when all of a sudden I thought of you.
Here's the control room.
Wow. Say, you sure got this thing fixed up. Where'd you promote all this extra equipment?
I'll tell you someday. For the time being, I'd just say this isn't standard for a com relay station of this size.
I'll say not. Jim, you got something in this room. Something strange, magnetic. Something behind the amplifier. I knew it. The crystal.
Yes. You have one too, haven't you?
Yes, I've got it with me. But yours is a much larger crystal. Where'd you get it?
It crashed through the hull of a station a few weeks ago. For a time being, I was afraid my assistant would examine. I told him it was a meteorite, and he seemed satisfied.
This one fell at my feet when I was hiking across a plain on Mars.
Mysterious, isn't it?
Yeah. It even seems to be trying to tell me something. To tell me where it's from. From a world far away. Beyond the solar system.
Zeldabran, perhaps?
Yes, Zeldabran. What does it mean, then?
It means we have been selected from all the people of the solar system to guide the invaders. The liberators from Zeldabran.
I don't quite understand.
You will. Probably millions of these crystals were fired out into space, in all directions from Zeldabran. Just on the chance that one or two might come to rest on an inhabited planet.
But, Jim, are the crystals alive?
No, not in the usual sense. But they vibrate in sympathy with the life force of the men of Zeldabran. That's how they communicate with us. Project the thoughts of these men.
You've learned all this from the crystal?
Yes. And we must keep these crystals a secret from everyone. Those are the orders.
Yes, I know.
All who have the crystal will be brought together, as we were. Only by working in secret can we guide our masters here, the conquerors from Zeldabran. Come, we got work to do.
Commander.
Oh, yes, Robbie?
Something's got to be done about Com Relay 4.
Isn't that mess straightened out yet?
Well, it's improved a little since Perkins arrived, but our message center is still 4 hours behind schedule in clearing communications to Pluto.
Due to Com Relay 4, Major?
Yeah. Pluto reports signal strength is weak from relay center. We've run the code tape through twice.
Have Colma or Perkins given any explanation?
None that makes any sense.
Well, I'll get some sense out of them. Robbie, beam all outer-planet spaceophone signals through Jupiter Com Relay 3.
Right.
Happy and I are blasting off for Com Relay 4 to find out what Perkins and Colma...
The crystals are gleaming brighter, Kumar.
Yes. I'm using their pulsations to modulate the spaceophone signal.
It's amazing that a crystal can absorb the thoughts and feelings of a human being and then emit those vibrations to make us understand.
Yes. If the crystals hadn't sensed that we were friendly, they probably would have remained cold lumps of mineral.
They know they're friends, these crystals.
And they know their enemies. Look, their light is fading. The crystals are warning us. Quick, disconnect them from the modulator while I check the spaceophone.
Right, Kumar.
Someone must be coming. And just when I felt that we were about to contact Zeldabran. Look, there on the view scope.
A spaceship.
It's a Space Patrol battle cruiser, terrified. It's Commander Corry, and he's heading right for the station.
Those messages. We should have diverted more power to the regular signals instead of pouring it all towards Zeldabran. They may be suspicious.
The crystal will protect us. We'll let Corry aboard the space station, if that's what he wants. But hold on to your crystal. Let it guide you. And whatever the crystal tells you... They're in the airlock. Hold your crystal firmly. And don't be afraid. We'll get out of this.
I'm not afraid, Kumar.
Well, I hardly expected you back so soon, Commander.
Hello, Colma. I'm surprised to see you looking so well.
I feel much better since Tyler left and Perkins is here.
Well, that's fine. But what about your relay transmitters? Pluto can barely pick you up. You've got a beam 40 degrees west of Pluto that nearly burned out our meters.
Yeah, we tested it when we came in.
I want an explanation, Colma.
Very well. We are diverting the power of the space relay station to more important matters.
What's more important than your duty, relaying official messages?
I'm afraid you'll never know. Come with me, Commander.
You're a little confused, aren't you? You take orders from me, remember?
I said come with me. Follow me.
They must be space happy, Commander. And what are those little bottles they're holding?
Colma, Perkins, what's in those bottles?
They are crystals. Crystals from another universe. Now come. Come, Commander.
Commander, something funny is happening. I can't take my eyes off those crystals.
Follow me into the generator room.
Happy, try to look away. They've got our reactions controlled somehow.
Crystals are getting brighter. That's about all I can see.
Walk up to the generator. Touch the connections. Then you will know what we are doing with all the power.
Happy, don't touch it.
I can't hold back.
Reach out your hand. It is not I, but our masters of Zeldabran who command you. Reach out your hand. Take the power connections in your hand.
We'll be back with Space Patrol in just a moment. But first,
This is Commander Corry,
and Captain Dick Tufeld
reminding you that pulling up to your breakfast table
is like pulling up to a filling station.
Give them our example, Dick.
Right. A jet cycle has just pulled into a filling station to get its tank filled.
The man has it filled with ordinary fuel. Listen. Not much go in that jet cycle, is there?
But now listen to that same jet cycle filled with super fuel. Man, And that cycle's roaring like a rocket now because it's supercharged with super fuel.
Same thing is true of you, gang. To get going in the morning, you need super fuel, too.
So get supercharged the way Buzz, Corry, and all us space patrollers do.
Eat a power breakfast with Instant Ralston, the hot super cereal made of rich whole wheat.
Instant Ralston helps you to think fast.
And act fast.
So remember, gang, when you pull up to your breakfast table, it's just like pulling up to a filling station. You're there for fuel.
Super fuel, so you can get supercharged. Take a tip. Eat a power breakfast with Instant Ralston and get supercharged. Get it today in the red and white checkerboard package. Good, hot Ralston.
And now, back to our Space Patrol adventure, the seed crystals of Zeldabran. Two mysterious crystals have found their way into the solar system from outer space. One crashed through the hull of a communications relay station in the Saturn orbit. The other landed on a Martian plain. Discovered millions of miles apart by two men who once were enemies, the crystals have brought the two men together in the space station, united in a weird project. Buzz and Happy, investigating failure of the relay station to operate properly, are under the strange power of the crystals. And the two space patrolmen seem powerless to resist their orders.
One more step, Cadet.
Fight it off, Happy.
I'm trying, sir.
Follow the crystals. Reach out your hand and feel the surge of power you never felt before. You can leave this universe in a blinding blue-green flash of glory. Another inch, Cadet.
No, Happy.
No! My crystal! And there's yours!
Perkins. Get away from the generator, Happy, quickly.
All right, Commander. Get your hands out. Don't reach for your ray gun. Don't try anything, Cadet. Good work, Perkins. Watch him. Don't let him get up.
Right. Hold on. Where did those crystals come from?
From Zeldabran. And they're the guiding force that will bring the United Planets conquerors here from the planets of our masters.
Oh, Ma, you've been out in space too long. You almost had us touching those generators. But put up that gun. I'll see that you get medical attention, and I won't bring any charges against you.
That's mighty big of you, Commander.
What happened to the crystals? When the containers broke, the crystals faded. They're just like ordinary lumps of quartz. Corry, I ought to fix you good.
Hold on, Pattern. Let's wait and see what the crystals say. They may have other orders. Lock Corry and the Cadet in the empty compartment. We'll try to revive the crystals.
Commander, how are we going to get out of here? Colmar and Perkins are completely out of their minds.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Put your ear close to this ventilator. Listen to me.
They revived quickly in this resolution.
The compartment, the other end of this bed.
I see the crystals are giving off light again.
In a few hours, we can put them back in the modulator. This time, maybe we can get through the Zeldabran. I think the beam is weakened by the cosmic rays from the sun. If we could take this relay station out beyond the Pluto orbit, how can we do that? There is one other person in the solar system who has found one of the crystals. He has helped me already by bringing the equipment I needed. Who is he? A very wealthy man on Terra, Zoltan Cephalu. If he comes here with a powerful spaceship, we could quickly accelerate the relay station out beyond the Pluto orbit.
Come away from the vent, Happy.
Yes, sir.
Sounds crazy, but those crystals just might be a contact from some other system.
At any rate, I've never seen crystals behaving like that before.
Whether or not they're from another universe, they're dangerous in the hands of Colmar and Perkins. Have you got your miniature spaceophone?
Yes, sir.
Good. We'll try to reach Major Robertson and have him pick up Zoltan Cephalu. If Colmar tries to contact Cephalu, we'll at least have evidence.
The crystals have revived enough to handle Corry and the Cadet.
And this time, we'll be more careful.
Unlock the door.
That's right, Robbie. Hold Cephalu. You've got a peculiar crystal that gives out a violet light. Take that, too. Hurry up.
They got a spaceophone in there, a miniature. Quickly.
All right, Corry. We'll just take that little spaceophone.
Spaceophone? What spaceophone?
Come on, hand it over. You'll get a worse clout than you did before.
All right. Here you are.
I'll take this little device. There. Now let's see you contact anybody. Soon we will be carrying out the will of our masters, the rulers of Zeldabran.
You really believe that stuff, don't you?
If you were fortunate enough to sense the vibration of the crystals, you would believe it too.
Colmar and I know things you'll never know. about a superior race of men, far out among the stars.
These crystals are seeds they have scattered throughout space. When they find fertile ground and receptive life, they bloom and glow.
With our spaceophone equipment, we can transmit their pulsations back to Zeldabran. Then our masters will know they can come here to a new home.
Commander, what do you think?
It makes no difference what the commander thinks. He's going to help us.
How?
We've got to move the space station before someone investigates. The commander's ship is connected to our era. We'll have him move Tom Relay 4 to a better location. Now let's plug these two in here until we get our crystals. This time there must be no slip-up.
What are we going to do, sir?
They're going to try to put us under the power of those crystals. If the crystals don't work, Colmar and Perkins still have our weapons. But if they think we're under the spell of the crystals, we may be able to catch them off guard after we're in the ship. Now, don't look directly at the crystals. And keep your eyes partly closed.
Yes, sir.
And pretend to be resisting with all your...
Come on. Follow the crystal into your ship. After me. That's it.
Try to stall them, Happy. Hold back.
I can't. My feet keep moving in spite of all I do.
Come on. Don't fight it. It's no use.
That's it. Now close the inner hatch. Take your usual position at the control panel. Quickly now. Now watch the crystals and listen. You will start this ship gently at first so as not to pull away from the relay station. Is that clear?
Yes.
Now go ahead. Your usual procedure.
Just a minute, Commander. That's the spaceophone you just turned on.
Major Robertson,
Don't
calling
try to
Commander
answer him.
Corry.
If I could only move my hand.
Look at him. He's straining every muscle to turn on the microphone.
Major Robertson to Commander Corry. I've tried to reach you for 20 minutes. Here's the message in case you can't acknowledge. Zoltan Cephalou has been captured.
Oh.
Cephalou had us completely in his power until I found the crystal. Then we grabbed Cephalou without any trouble. Repeat, Major Robertson.
Turn that off. We've got to get away from here quickly. Corey, start the ship.
Stand by to fire rockets. Half G acceleration.
Standing by, sir. 1/2 G.
Fire rockets.
Perkins, is the space station holding to the ship?
Seems to be, from what I can tell through the viewport.
Corey, increase our velocity gradually. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
Set a course 40 degrees west of Pluto.
40 degrees west of Pluto.
That's it.
They're like automatons. Look at them.
We're completely under the power of the crystals. It'll take us several hours to get beyond Pluto's orbit, but by then we should be able to send signals to Zeldabran.
Then what about Corry and the cadet?
Their usefulness will be over. We will dispose of them.
How will we get back?
Don't worry about that. There are supplies for weeks in the space station. We will calmly await the arrival of our masters from Zeldabran.
Correct course. 1.5 degrees west.
1.5 degrees west.
3 degrees high.
3 degrees high.
Happy, are you under control?
Under control, Commander.
When I give the word, move quickly, Rushton. As steady as you go.
Yes, sir.
Now,
Get back to your control.
give me that crystal, Colmar.
Let go of that crystal, Perkins. I got one of them, Commander.
Here's Colmar's. Hold it. All right, Colmar, stand back. I've got this ray gun on you.
Corey, you fool. You've only temporarily broken the power of the crystal. Give them back.
You know, that's an idea. We will give them back, but not to you. We'll fire those crystals out of the ship. That's the only way to break their control. Happy, quickly. Open the breach for the cosmic torpedo gun.
Right. Breach open, sir.
Put them in and close it. All right, Happy. Fire the torpedo.
You shot the crystals out into space.
Yes. Out towards Zeldabran. Or wherever they came from.
Hey, I feel different now. I can move my hands easily.
Homer. What happened?
Commander Corey and the cadet shot the crystals out into space.
Out where they'll never be found. At least by anybody in the solar system.
Thank goodness. But that's wonderful.
What are you so happy about, Colmar? I thought you wanted the crystals.
They had some terrible power over me. Now it's broken. I'm free again.
So am I. Commander, if you hadn't fought us, Colmar and I would have brought something horrible into the solar system. I don't know just what, but it wouldn't have been good.
Snap out space upon Robbie and give orders to blast that third crystal out of the solar system.
Commander, Perkins and I are traitors, and we deserve whatever is coming to us. But I'm glad it's over.
A brainograph test will show whether you were acting under the influence of the crystals or your own free will.
Well, I'm glad it's over. But I've got something to settle with you, Colmar.
Oh, you have?
Yeah. I'm going to punch you in the jaw for getting me court-martialed 4 years ago.
I'd like to see you try.
No,
Hey, wait, break it up, break it up. Now, let's not have any more of that.
Hey, Commander, it was the crystals. See? See, with the crystals gone, they're enemies again.
And so, once again, Commander Corry's quick thinking and daring have prevented a disaster in the United Planets. But even now, events are taking place that may mean more danger for Commander Corry. And now, an exciting preview of next week's Space Patrol adventure. Oz and Happy have landed on a small planetoid. At this moment, wearing their spacesuits, they're approaching the airlock of a prospector's cave, where a criminal is believed to be hiding.
Have your ray gun ready, Hap. I'll see if I can open the airlock. Right, Commander. Now, where did that come from? Someone's firing at us. That one came from the other direction. The airlock won't open. We have no protection. Whoever's controlling those weapons can just keep firing till they get us.
Be sure to be with us next Saturday for the exciting story of Magic Space Pictures, when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again bring you Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! Space Patrol, an original Mike Moser production starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston and directed by Larry Robertson. Other players were Bela Kovach, Ken Mayer, and Norman Jolly. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again present the new exciting Space Patrol! And be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol story on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. And now, a word to mothers about the salad of the year.
Peach coronation salad. A brand new idea inspired by the crowning of England's lovely new queen. A salad that looks like a queen's crown, studded with jewels.
But the kind of a salad a man can go for. It's made with creamy cottage cheese and luscious canned cling peaches from California.
Give your peach coronation salad that perfect touch. Serve with delicious rye crisp. Those toasty wafers with a hearty rye flavor.
Boy, what a way Rye Crisp has of making other foods taste their best. Mm-mm.
You will see the coronation salad featured in magazines and newspapers, and in special displays at your grocer's all during the month of March.
And when you serve this colorful new salad, be sure to serve it with delicious Rye Crisp.
For your figure's sake, make Rye Crisp your bread all the time. Only 21 calories in a double square.
No waiting for the famous Rye Crisp reducing plan when you buy Rye Crisp. It's printed right on the package.
Remember, it's smart to make your bread Rye Crisp.
Space Patrol comes to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
Wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol!
In today's transcribed adventure, Buzz and Happy have landed on a small planetoid. At this moment, wearing their spacesuits, they're approaching the airlock of a prospector's cave, where a criminal is believed to be hiding.
Where did that come from? Someone's firing at us. Doesn't seem to be in the direction. The airlock won't open. There's a protection out here. Whoever's controlling those weapons can just keep firing till they get us.
We'll be back in just a moment with today's Space Patrol story, The Magic Space Pictures. Hi, gang. It's nighttime here on the planet Terra. All is quiet. But in just a second, you'll hear news that'll rock this planet like an explosion. Watch out. Here it comes. Yes, sir. The news is out, and here it is. Rice checks and wheat checks now come to you in a brand new package with a big picture of Commander Corry or Cadet Happy on the front. Gang, you can cut these pictures out and paste them in your scrapbook or pin them in your room or clubhouse. And listen, inside of these wonderful new packages of checks, you now get the Magic Space Patrol Space Picture. Here's how it works. Stare at the Magic Space Picture. Who is it? What is it? It's hard to tell. But when you look into the sky or at a wall, presto! That's where the magic comes in. You suddenly see a giant picture that looks like Buzz Corry himself, or a real flying saucer, or a real rocket ship. Now, gang, there's 24 of these pictures, all different, and you get one in every new package of checks. So start collecting the whole set of 24 today. Just look for the new packages of rice checks and wheat checks with Buzz Corry or Cadet Happy on the front, and the Magic Space Pictures on the inside. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, a Magic Space Pictures. Excitement is high at the Terra spaceport today. Rumor has spread that Commander Corry himself is to blast off for a test flight in the XR-51, the new experimental rocket ship which has been under top security guard for weeks, while technicians installed secret equipment. In his central office at Space Patrol headquarters, Commander Corry is now making a last-minute check of charts and technical data as Cadet Happy bursts in.
Commander, somebody's made a terrible mistake. Oh, excuse me, sir.
That's all right, Happy. What's the problem?
Well, I just received special orders from the Technical Training Command.
Let me see them. You'll report to Recognition School for a special briefing course at 1100 hours Universal Start Time today.
No, I thought I'd better report the mistake to you right away, sir, so I wouldn't be marked AWL.
There's no mistake, Happy.
But, sir, I thought that...
You thought what?
Well, you are taking the experimental rocket ship up today, aren't you, sir?
Yes, in about an hour. Why?
Well, I figured you'd be meeting me, and well, if I have to be at Recognition School...
I put those orders through, Happy.
Then I don't make the test flight?
Not this one. I'm taking Lieutenant Jeff Fisher. He's been working on the project since it started. Anyway, the whole flight won't take more than an hour or two.
I see. Sorry I bothered you, sir.
In a few days, I'll be starting a whole series of flights in the XR-51. You're going to Recognition School, so you'll be able to help me.
Oh, well, that's different.
Here, look at this.
It's just a negative picture of the planet Saturn. Anybody'd recognize that.
It's a special kind of negative picture, Happy. Look at that tiny spot in the center. Keep gazing at it.
Yes, sir. I still don't see anything unusual.
Don't take your eyes off that center dot.
Well, if this is a sample of what the course is like, it's going to be a cinch.
All right, Happy, now look out the window at the sky. What do you see?
Nothing. Just... I must be going crazy.
What's the matter?
Why, Saturn's right out there in space, just the way it looks from a spaceship. You see it, sir?
I can't see it, because I haven't been looking at the magic space picture.
I don't understand.
This is only one of 24 magic space pictures you'll get in the basic training course, Happy. You're going to see a lot of images in space.
But how does it work?
You'll learn that at the school. Uh-oh, look at the time. Got to run over to the spaceport now to check with one of the technicians. Well, good luck, Happy. See you when you get out of class.
Oh, Commander Corry, may I help you?
Oh, yes, Vanek. I just dropped in to see if Lieutenant Fisher picked up all the equipment we need for the test.
It's all in the ship, sir. I checked it myself.
Fine. I want every bit of extra image reactor equipment removed from this building and returned to the security lab. That includes diagrams, check sheets, everything. Is that clear?
Yes, Commander.
Good. Then I'll go over to the ship. I want full security measures observed. Tell your men that, Vanek.
All right, Commander. Good luck. Bureau Vanek at Station 4, calling Station 6. Station 4, calling Station 6. Acknowledged with Code Y. Code Y received. Send 3 men and a surface truck to Station 4 to pick up some special equipment. Get it aboard my private spaceship before the security lab starts checking. I got Corry fooled. With a little luck, I can blast off for planetoid
Oh, what a day.
How'd you get along in class, Happy?
Okay, sir, I guess. But I can still see planets and spaceships and special equipment floating in space.
Oh, you'll get used to it.
They had us look at pictures, and, well, the way I did here in the office. Only we were in front of a sort of brainograph machine.
That's right. You've seen how our brainograph screen shows an image of a person's thoughts.
Yes, sir.
Well, our scientists have found a way to make those images send electric impulses to relays and motors and instruments.
Oh, just the way our brain sends impulses through the nerves to the muscles.
Exactly. Only the image reactor is much faster. Ordinarily, when you think of an action you want to perform, your hand throws a switch or moves the control. With this new device, your thought throws the switch.
And the purpose of these magic space pictures is to train us to project the correct image at the right time.
That's right. After you've mastered the technique, Happy, you can maneuver the XR-51 from blast off to landing with your hands tied behind your back.
Wow. So that's the big secret of the XR-51.
There are a lot of bugs to get out of it before we can equip all Space Patrol ships with it, but we want a supply of trained pilots ready to take over.
Your private spaceophone, sir.
Space Patrol headquarters, Corry here. Oh, yes, Robbie. What? When was this discovered? I see. Spaceophone and all planets alarm. I'll blast off right away. Corry out. Come on, Happy, let's get to Terra 5.
What's wrong, sir?
Some of the image reactor equipment and the key designs have been stolen from the security lab.
How?
All we know is that a technician named Bureau Vanek has disappeared. Major Robertson says Vanek blasted off from here about 20 minutes ago. Come on, Hap, we're going after him.
Bureau Vanek's ship the patrol sighted, he could be going either to Mars or Jupiter.
But in the meantime, he could have changed vector, and probably has.
Well, Commander, what could Vanek gain by stealing that equipment?
He may be planning to sell it, which would be pretty risky, but more likely he's working for someone who doesn't want to see the Space Patrol become too efficient.
Yeah, with those image reactors, our ship could outmaneuver anything in space.
Vanek has been with the project ever since it started. He's probably been waiting for months for a chance to make this break.
I hope we catch him right away. I don't want to miss any of that course.
If we don't catch him, the training program might as well be suspended. According to that last report from Major Robertson, Vanek got away with most of the reactor cells, the heart of the whole device.
Space Control Terra calling Commander Corry aboard Terra 5. Space Control Terra to Commander Corry.
Corry here. Go ahead, Space Control.
Commander, Space Patrol Ship T-523 reports an unidentified private cruiser heading for the planetoid belt. Patrol ship gave chase, but the cruiser got away.
Do you have the vector for the cruiser?
An approximate one, sir. 23 degrees, Sun-Mars orientation, 300,000 DUs outside the Mars orbit.
He's way off the Jupiter lanes. Space Control, inform Major Robertson now proceed toward the planetoid belt in Sector J. Corry out. So Vanek isn't going to Jupiter.
Well, he can't hide out in the planetoids very long. They're just chunks of rock with no atmosphere and no food.
How about all the prospectors who live on the planetoid?
Well, even they have to make trips to the nearest planet 2 or 3 times a year for supplies. Vanek is probably just trying to throw off pursuit.
Well, we'll see.
Well, Juro, welcome to Planetoid 94.
Here, Barrett. Take some of this stuff. Let's get out of this area.
Why, you have got a load, haven't you? Here, I'll give you a hand.
Just set it down. And close it in a door.
Sure. Oh, you get out of that space suit, and I'll give you some nice hot Venus coffee. Well, this business of being a Space Patrol agent must be tiring.
It is. I got to blast off again right away. But I will have some coffee.
Hey, that's, real interesting-looking equipment there, Joe.
A special secret lock for the outer hatch to your cave.
A lock? Well, Joe, I never had a lock on the place at all. Well, you started coming and storing your Space Patrol stuff here. In fact, last time I went out, I nearly forgot the key.
No, with all this secret Space Patrol equipment here, it's got to be locked up. Suppose some enemy of the Space Patrol tried to steal it.
Didn't have that happen, of course.
And with this new lock, you don't need any key. You just think of a certain image, and the outer door opens.
I do what? Think of an image?
Yes, an image that only you and I know.
All right. That's too steep for old Frog Bear.
Not only that, but I got some special weapons I'm going to install on the rocks, all around your cave. They work on the same principle.
Weapons? What in the name of purple comets do I need weapons for?
Why, in case space bandits try to steal the Space Patrol equipment, I'll install a view scope outside. And if anybody lands on this planetoid, we just think of the certain image and a controlled weapon fire at the criminals.
You talk like you plan to stay here, Joe.
I will, after I get back from my next mission. But I'm going to install these weapons in the secret log before I blast off.
Well, this image business, that's worse than a key. Suppose I forget what the image is.
Good point. It ought to be something you couldn't forget. I got it. Your face.
Huh?
Just think of your own face. Think real hard, and the outer air door will open. I'll turn off the image reactor lights now and show you.
Zero Vanek must be in another part of the planetoid belt, sir. All we've seen in the viewscope are those chunks of rock. Hundreds of them.
Happy, look at the viewscope to starboard.
The spaceship. It was hidden by that
He
planetoid.
must have seen us. He swerved toward Jupiter.
He's really kicked down the power.
Let's get him, Happy.
We're gaining on him, sir.
He'll crash into one of those planetoids if he isn't careful.
Yeah, or we will. Hey, he's gonna... Wow, that was close. You see him veer away just in time?
Yes.
I'll say this for him. He's some pilot. Hey, where'd he go?
Change vector again. He's trying to keep a planetoid between him and us.
I can't locate him, sir. We've lost him. Hey, what was that?
The rear viewscope, look, Happy.
There he is. Circled around behind us. He's on our tail.
He's firing cosmic torpedoes.
Yeah, now we'll have to use evasive action.
Brace yourself, Happy.
That ought to throw him off. Wow, that was closer than ever. Vanek's nearly as quick as lightning at those controls.
He is, Happy. Vanek's ship is equipped with an image reactor. Unless a miracle happens, his next shot will blast us to bits.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Say, gang, here's big news. Big news. Remember that picture of Saturn, the one Commander Corry told Cadet Happy to look at? Remember what took place after Hap looked at it? Hap thought he saw the planet Saturn in the sky. Well, gang, how would you like to have some magic pictures that work just like that? Here's where you'll find them. Inside the new Rice Chex and Wheat Chex packages. The new packages with a picture of Buzz Corry or Cadet Happy on the front. Now, there's 24 of these magic space pictures, and they're all different. And you get one in every new package of Chex. Saturn, Commander Corry, Cadet Happy, rocket ships. These and 20 other fascinating pictures appear on the magic space pictures. You'll want all 24. Here's how they work. You stare at the mysterious picture. What is it? Who is it? You can't tell for sure. Not till you look at the sky or at a wall. That's when the magic goes to work. Floating in space is a giant picture that looks like a real rocket or a real planet. Man, oh man, it's lots of fun. So, gang, hurry. Get the new packages of Rice Chex and Wheat Chex with Buzz Corry or Cadet Happy on the front and the magic space pictures inside. And now back to Space Patrol and the magic space pictures. Space Patrol scientists have developed a spaceship control device that reacts directly to the pilot's thought commands. Juro Vanek, a disloyal Space Patrol technician, has stolen several of these image reactor units and hidden them in a prospector's cave on a small planetoid. The prospector, Trog Barrett, innocently believes he's assisting an honest Space Patrol agent. Buzz and Happy suddenly came upon Vanek's ship in the planetoid belt and gave chase. But Vanek, with his image reactor control, executed a series of rapid maneuvers that enabled him to attack Buzz and Happy from the rear with cosmic torpedoes.
He's laying those torpedoes closer every time he fires.
It's like he knows what we're going to do before we do it.
Stand by to fire rear torpedoes.
Standing by, sir.
We can't use automatic aim and fire because these planetoids will confuse the selector. Fire when you get him in your sight.
Oh, I missed him a mile. He swerved just as I fired.
He certainly didn't miss us by much.
I'll try again, sir.
Hap, you can hit a big target easier than a small one. This time, aim at one of those planetoids just when Vanek passes near it.
I get it, sir. What an idea.
I'll hold the ship steady for a few seconds. It'll make us an easy target, but you'll have a chance to aim.
Vanek's moving toward one now, sir. Here goes.
Nice going, Hap.
At least I hit the planetoid.
You got Vanek's ship with some of the planetoid fragments. He's in trouble. Good shooting, Hap.
It was just luck, sir.
You'll circle back and pick him up. There's a chance he's alive. I'll board his ship. Get my spacesuit while I join airlock.
Happy calling Commander Corry.
Go ahead, Happy.
Are you all right, sir?
I'm just entering Vannick's ship now. No sign of him so far. He's got an image reactor control, all right, both on his rockets and torpedo fire control.
The way he handled his ship, he must have been giving himself private lessons.
It looks like he got away.
Got away? Where could he have gone?
He probably jumped out in a spacesuit right after his ship was hit.
He could be hundreds of DUs from here by now.
I'm coming back, Happy. Notify Space Patrol Jupiter to pick up this wreck. We'll search for Vannick.
Vannick calling Buck Barrett on Planetoid 94. Vannick to Barrett.
Hello, Joe. There's nobody on Planetoid 94. I'm not there.
Barrett, is this Buck Barrett?
Yep, who'd you think it was?
Barrett, listen, I'm in trouble. You've got to help me.
Trouble? What happened?
I'm in a space drift in the Planetoid belt.
Now, what in the name of Jupiter's moons are you doing out there?
Don't ask questions, just listen. I was attacked by space bandits. They went after my ship and it was damaged. They don't know I got away. Got to find me and pick me up before they come back.
Space bandits? In the Planetoid belt?
Yes. Where are you?
In my ship. I'm heading for Planetoid 867. I'll pick you up, Joe.
Hurry, please. Here are my coordinates as close as I can do.
Just a second, I'll be with you. Here, let me help you open that helmet face piece here. There you are, Joe.
Get back to the control truck. Let's get away from here quickly.
Sure.
Oh, thanks for picking me up.
Oh, that's all right. After all, it's the only neighborly thing to do. You all right, Joe?
Yeah, I'm okay. Now, let's see. You better take me to Mars.
To Mars?
Yeah, I'm going to have to pick up another ship and some special supplies. And I'll come back to Planetoid 94.
Well, I was going prospecting, but I guess the Space Patrol comes first.
I admire your attitude, Barrett. Drop me off at Lowell City, and then you can go prospecting. Remember one thing, though.
Yeah?
If anyone contacts you, remember you haven't seen me or my ship. Now get me to Mars as quickly as you can. Wow, Juro really disappeared. I'll swear we've covered every cubic yard of space he could possibly be in.
We must have miscalculated, Happy. Happy, look at that planetoid.
Hey, there's a spaceship there.
I'll head for it. You turn up the viewscope sensitivity control.
Yes, sir. There's a man in a spacesuit near the ship, sir. See? Crawling up that hump of rock.
Judging by the type of ship, he may be a prospector. When we land, we'll get the man aboard ship and see what we can find out. How do you do? As you probably know, we're space patrolmen. I'm Commander Corry.
Well, I'm glad to know you, Commander. I'm Rod Barrett.
I asked what you were doing on this planetoid.
Oh, doing a little prospecting. Thought I detected a deposit of Illurium over there. Anything wrong in that?
Not a thing. Have you seen any other spaceships in this area recently?
Oh, No, I haven't. I don't have much company in the planetoid belt, you know.
You haven't seen anyone at all or picked up any signals from anyone?
No, Commander.
I see. So where do you live, Barrett?
On Planetoid 94. Got me a cozy cave with my own air supply equipment.
I see. Oh, thanks, Barrett. We won't keep you from your work any longer, but if you sight any ships, notify Space Patrol Mars or Jupiter, will you?
Oh, you bet, Commander. It's been nice chatting with you.
I hope you'll find that Illurium.
Thanks. So long.
Close the inner hatch, Happy.
Yes, sir. Commander, did you see what I saw?
The back of the spacesuit?
Yes, sir.
Fairly recent Space Patrol issue with the insignia almost rubbed out.
Well, what would a prospector be doing with Space Patrol equipment?
He might have stolen it. Still, he seems to be an honest old fellow. Let's blast off. We'll check on Barrett by spaceophone at both Mars and Jupiter Space Patrol headquarters. And if we find anything suspicious, we can pay a surprise visit.
Everything's in good shape back aft, Commander. I made a thorough instrument check on the power and air control.
Good. I just got a report from Mars headquarters on Barrett. He's got a clean record. But early this morning, his ship landed at Lowell City Spaceport. A man got out, and then Barrett blasted off again.
But he told us he hadn't seen anybody.
I'd like to know who that man was that Barrett dropped off on Mars. We're going to circle back to Planetoid 94 and find the answer to that question.
Howdy, Joe. Oh, what a trip I've had. When did you get back from Mars?
A couple of hours ago.
Hey, that's a dandy new ship you got.
Barrett, what are you doing in that spacesuit?
Why, I had to put it on to get to the cave from a ship. You know that.
But that's my suit. The one I was wearing when you picked me up in space.
So it is. Same size as mine. Oh, almost forgot. Some Space Patrol fellows landed on number 867 and asked me some questions.
What?
Oh, well, I didn't tell them anything. I said I hadn't seen anybody or any ships. You'd have been proud of me, Joe.
What did they want to know?
Oh, what I was doing. So I told them prospecting. Then when I told them I hadn't seen anybody, they blasted off. Real nice fellas. Commander Corry was the one I talked to.
Corry? And he saw you in that spacesuit?
Sure.
What's wrong with blundering fool?
Sure. What are you getting all upset about here?
Get out of the way. Let me turn on the fuse scope.
Look, Gerald, this is my home. I don't like being pushed around even by my friends.
Get away and shut up. Look at that. A spaceship. And it's headed for a landing right near the cave. See what you've done?
I haven't done anything. I don't see what you're so steamed up about.
You don't, eh? That's Commander Corry. You let him here. You bungling old fool.
Now, you see here. He's your commander. You can explain I was helping you there.
Shut up. Just wait till Corry gets out of that ship. I'll fix him. I'll blast him off that planetoid.
Girl, what are you talking about?
Those weapons. I rigged to cover the cave entrance from every angle.
You're no space patrolman.
You learn fast, Barrett. Get your hands off of me.
You're not going to harm the commander. I won't let you.
Let go. Now, keep out of my way. After I get Corry, I'll finish with you. And don't try anything else if you value your...
Have your ray gun ready, Hap. I'll see if I can open the cave airlock.
Yes, sir. Hey, where did that come from?
Someone's firing at us.
Hey, that one came from the other direction.
Quickly, run for the cave.
They're getting closer. One chunk of rock nearly hit me.
The airlock won't open. Whoever's controlling those weapons can keep on firing till they get us. We've no protection out here.
We're trapped.
Hap, there's an image reactor unit here.
Then Vanic's inside.
Yes, watching us through a view scope.
If we only knew what image would unlock this hatch.
He's got us bracketed now, Hap. If you don't get in the cave, the next one will get us sure.
Who's that?
Someone's on our suit spaceophone frequency.
This is Frog Barrett. Think of me. What's he talking about? Hey, Barrett, what do you mean?
Happy, he's telling us how to open the airlock. Think of what Barrett looks like. Think hard.
Oh, gee, I only saw him once. I don't remember, except that he had a beard.
Let me in front of that reactor, Happy. See, gray beard, blue eyes, space tan face.
It worked. The airlock's open.
Get in quickly. Close it behind you. Hurry.
This was close.
Through the inner door.
They were right in the line of fire when I... Corry.
That's right, Vanek. Drop that ray gun.
Stand back, Corry. Hey, nice going, Commander.
Vanek, you don't seem to do so well when you have to depend on your own reactions. All right, get up.
Commander, you made it.
Yes, Barrett, thanks to you.
I tried to stop him from firing at you.
Thanks, Barrett. We'll take care of you from now on, Vanek. Get up.
Okay. How did you get into the cave, Corry?
Barrett spaceophoned us the right image to use.
You worked the image reactor after seeing Barrett only once?
That's right, Vanek. I wouldn't expect you to know this, but a person can get in most anywhere with an honest face.
That's my commander.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. But first...
Commander, look at how fast that boy is running.
Hap, that's the fastest running I ever saw.
That boy's running to the grocery store, Commander. He just heard the big news.
You mean the big news that rice checks and wheat checks now have a brand new package with a big picture of the commander and me on the front?
Yes, sir. Plus the news that inside of each of these brand new packages, you now get a magic space picture.
Hope you'll follow that boy to the grocery store, gang. I'm mighty proud of those new packages of checks with my picture on the front.
Hope you'll cut my picture out and paste it in your scrapbook.
And hey, gang, you can also get rice checks and wheat checks now with my picture on the front. You can cut out my picture, too, and hang it in your room or clubhouse. That sure would make me happy.
Don't forget, inside every one of those new packages of checks, there's a magic space picture.
You stare at them, look in the sky, and wowee, you see a big rocket ship floating in space, or a speeding jet car, or whatever the subject of your magic space picture happens to be. There's 24 of them all together, and they're all different.
And you get one in every new package of checks. So start collecting the whole set of 24 magic space pictures today.
Just bring home the new packages of rice checks and wheat checks with Buzz Corry or Cadet Happy on the front and the magic space pictures inside. And now, an action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are in a magnetic tunnel car in a mine shaft deep below the surface of the planet Venus. As they rise toward ground level, Happy prepares the weapons they hope will enable them to rescue Tonga from two criminals.
Hey, what was that?
Explosion. Treacher has blown up the entrance to the tunnel.
We're sealed in.
Oh, brace yourself. Our tunnel car is going to crash right into the debris.
Be sure to be with us next Saturday for the exciting story, The Caverns of Venus, when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again bring you Space Patrol! Space Patrol, an original Mike Moser production starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston and directed by Larry Robertson. Other players were Norman Jolly and Bela Kovach. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again present the new exciting Space Patrol! And be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC TV station. Consult your newspaper for time and channel. Mothers, an invitation from your grocer. See his special peach coronation salad display, 1953's most beautiful salad. Canned cling peaches from California, creamy cottage cheese, served with rye crisp. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. Wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed adventure, Buzz and Happy are in a magnetic tunnel car. A tunnel car in a mine shaft deep below the surface of the planet Venus. As they rise toward ground level, Happy prepares the weapons they hope will enable them to rescue Tonga from two criminals.
2 ray guns each. That ought to be enough.
We'll have to be careful. We can't give them a chance to harm Tonga.
It'll be dark in an hour or so. Then we can sneak up on them.
What was that? An explosion. Treacher's blown up the entrance to the tunnel.
We're sealed in.
Oh, brace yourself. Our tunnel car is going to crash.
We'll be back in just a moment with today's Space Patrol story, The Caverns of Venus.
Space Patrol!
A cyclone? Just Johnny Jones rushing out the door to the grocery. Gang, he just heard there's a swell surprise inside of every new package of checks.
Man, oh man, oh man.
Johnny's found the surprise.
A magic space picture. Wowee.
Wowee is right. Gang, with a magic space picture, you can have the time of your life. First, you stare at the mysterious picture. What is it? Who is it? It's hard to tell. But then you look up at the sky or at a wall, and suddenly...
Jumping Jupiter. I can see a flying saucer in the sky. Gosh,
This picture really is magic.
Magic and how? Why, with Magic Space Pictures, you can see all kinds of objects floating in space. Objects so big and clear, you'll think they're real. Flying saucer, rocket ship, planet Saturn, Buzz, Corry, Cadet, Happy. These are just a few of the Magic Space Pictures. Altogether, there are 24, all different. And you get one inside of every new package of checks. So start collecting the whole set of 24 Magic Space Pictures today. Look for the packages of rice checks and wheat checks with Buzz, Corry, or Cadet Happy on the outside and the Magic Space Picture on the inside. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Caverns of Venus. Buzz, Corry, and Cadet Happy, aboard their space battle cruiser Terra 5, are en route to the planet Mars to see Tonga, who's been in the Mars capital, Lowell City, for several weeks. Under orders from Major Robertson, he's been investigating repeated disappearances of critical materials from government and private manufacturing plants. At this moment, the commander is briefing Happy on their procedure for contacting Tonga.
Tonga's code message didn't give us much information, Happy. However, she seems to have uncovered a clue on how the robberies are being committed.
Where do we meet her, Commander?
There's a small science library on a side street in Lowell City, used by engineers and other technical workers. At 1700 hours Universal Star Time, Tonga will be in the number 4 microfilm projection room.
It sounds like a nice, quiet place. I'm really anxious to hear what Tonga's found.
We'll know in an hour or so, Happy. Contact Lowell City Space Control for landing procedure.
Right, sir. Cadet Happy aboard Terra 5 calling Space Control, Lowell City, Mars. Cadet Happy aboard Terra 5 calling Space Control, Lowell.
Yeah, Doctor. This is their apartment.
Try the door.
It's locked.
Yeah. This electronic key will open it. We'll have to work fast. She may come back any minute. Close the door. Okay, Wharton, get busy. Go through the desk. I'll search the built-in drawer. Open it.
Well, personally, I don't think the girl's a Space Patrol agent at all.
Oh, you don't, huh? Well, she's only been working at the electronics plant for 3 weeks, and she wanders all over the factory, into every section.
That's just a gadabout. You know how some women are. Maybe she's just ambitious. Wants to advance.
Well, she's too ambitious to suit me. Yeah. Look at this.
What is it?
Notes on various employees at the plant. Just listen to this. Hastings frequently left to leave his section after work. Drives expensive surface car.
Maybe she's got a crush on Hastings.
Yeah.
Anyway, let her watch him. Hastings isn't one of our men.
Here's a sketch of the shipping room and a schedule of the departure time.
Well, there still isn't much to worry about. She can't find out how we operate.
Maybe not. But I will have to watch her from now on. Come on, let's get out of here.
All right.
Hey, wait a minute. Look at this.
It's just a pill.
Yeah? Look at it closely.
There's an amnesia dream pill.
That's right.
We'd better take it before she has it analyzed.
How do we know this is the only one she has? If she finds out there is chemical in these tablets which will give a person a partial lapse of memory.
You know how we smuggle things out of the factory?
We can't take any more chances. Find her, trail her. And the first chance we get, we'll fix her so she won't cause any.
Yeah. Here's projection room 4, Doctor. The microfilm projector's running.
Yeah, here. She must have the lights off if she's running the machine.
I know where the switch is.
Good. Open the door and turn the lights on quickly.
Come in, come... Oh, I'm sorry. This room is unused.
Yeah, we know. Shut the door, Wharton. I'll turn off this projector.
What's the meaning of this? Get out of here right away or I'll call the attendant.
The attendant is locked in the cloakroom. There is no one else in the library.
I don't know who you are, but I've seen this other man at the factory. I'll report him to the superintendent.
You won't report anything to anybody. You've done your last bit of spying.
What are you talking about?
What are you holding behind your back? Come on. Let's have a look. Here, hold it.
Let go of me.
It's an envelope. Addressed to Commander Corry of the Space Patrol.
What's in it, Doctor?
A copy of the papers we found in her apartment. In the security department, chemist's report on the anti-radiation pills. She's listed 2 grains of amnesia dream among the ingredients. Its comment is enough to cause temporary and partial lapse of memory for a period of 1 hour.
Lucky you followed it here.
Come on. We'll take her out to the back door to our surface car.
Why not finish her off here?
Not a bad idea. There's nobody in the building.
Take your hands off me.
There's no use struggling, sister. All right, let go of her. It's Corry. Get him. Get his leg on, Morton. I'll get him with this chair.
Commander, look out!
Got pulled. Now let's finish the boat.
No. Corry may have somebody outside. Get those papers and let's get out of here through the back door.
Right.
Commander.
We've got to stop them.
Commander, somebody locked the attendant in. Tonga, what's happened?
2 men knocked the commander out. They ran out the rear door.
Are you all right, Commander?
Yeah.
They took the evidence I had for you.
We'll get more. Meanwhile, we know who we're after. Let's get to Lowell City headquarters and send out an alarm. We'll put guards at the station. And this fellow Wharton worked at the electronics plant. Huh?
That's right, Commander. Thatcher I'd never seen before. Oh, it's the intercom.
I'll get him. Colonel Carter's office. Commander Corry here. Oh, I'll take the message. I see. Well, good work, Major. Thanks. This is Major Blake, making a complete check of the electronics plant. The employees you mentioned will be brought in for questioning.
I'm afraid that won't do much good, Commander.
Oh, yes, the amnesidrin. As Dr. Ryan explained it to me, the amnesidrin doesn't interfere with a person's ability to carry out routine tasks. If he's told to do some apparently harmless act, he'll do it. An hour or so later, he'll have forgotten it.
Oh, then it's no wonder Dratcher and Wharton's gang could get away with thousands of credits worth of equipment and materials. They had perfectly honest people doing their dirty work.
What made you suspect the pills in the first place, Tom?
It took a lot of little incidents before I really got to wondering. Once I misplaced a test meter. One of the girls said I put her on a bench.
Mm-hmm.
I was certain I hadn't. But there it was. I had no recollection of putting it there. Later, I noticed other people forgetting things. All of a sudden, it occurred to me that in every case, they'd been given an anti-radiation tablet.
Commander.
Oh, yes, Happy.
The duty officer just got a report from the captain of the spaceport guard.
About Dratcher and Wharton?
Well, no, sir, at least not directly. But they've traced some stolen equipment to a small robot cargo ship at the port.
Have the guards removed the equipment?
No, sir, they're standing by for orders.
Oh, that's a break. Now maybe we can find out how Dratcher and Wharton dispose of these stolen supplies.
How, Commander?
We're going to put a miniature spaceophone tracer transmitter in that ship. By keeping spaceophone fixes on it, you'll know where it is from the minute it blasts off till it lands. Come on, Happy, let's get to the space.
There's no one around the ship, sir.
Okay, Happy, let's get aboard quickly.
It's dark enough at this part of the field.
Don't flash your atomo light, Happy. One of Dratcher's gang may be watching. Got the transmitter?
Right here, sir.
Come on.
Maybe they won't take a chance of blasting off this robot ship, Commander.
I think they will. I want to get this evidence out of the way. Open the hatch, Happy. Wait till I close the hatch before you turn on your atomo light.
Yes, sir. Where we put the tracer transmitter, sir?
Up in the control compartment. We'll conceal it just in case someone comes aboard before blast-off.
They must not be planning to blast off right away. Space Control Tower hasn't been notified.
Let's take a look at this cargo section, Happy. I'd like to see what's in here so we can identify it later.
All right, Commander.
Shine your light around.
Wow. This hold is really loaded.
Look at this stuff. There's a fortune of equipment in here.
And stolen by people who didn't even realize what they were doing.
Whoever loaded this robot ship knew what they were doing all right.
Hey, how did that passageway door close?
Slam shut. Open it, Happy, and prop it open until we finish inspecting this hold.
It's stuck.
Here, I'll give you a hand. It's locked.
Somebody slammed it on us. I didn't hear anybody out there.
Yeah, it tripped an automatic mechanism. Electronic beam.
Well, how are we going to get out? Hey, Commander, hang on. The ship's blasting off.
So we'll find out where the ship's going sooner than we expected. We're lucky we got that tracer transmitter.
Yeah.
You can send it the stress signal. Turn it on, Happy.
Sir, I haven't got the transmitter.
What?
I left it in the forward compartment, and it isn't even turned on.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. How does he do it, gang? He sees flying saucers in the sky. He sees a robot man on the wall. He sees the planet Saturn floating in the clouds.
You bet I do. And sometimes, up there in space, I see a rocket ship or a speeding jet car.
Gang, how does he do it? What magic power does this boy have?
No magic power to it. Magic space pictures. That's my secret.
Yes, sir, gang. That's the secret. Magic space pictures. And with these wonderful pictures, you can see flying saucers and robot men in the sky, too. You can even see pictures of Tonga in the sky and Major Robertson and Peril. Pictures so big and clear, they practically look real.
It's fun, gang, and it's easy. You just stare at the magic space picture. Look up into the sky and zowie! The magic goes to work. There in the sky, you see the magic space picture, real big and real clear.
There are 24 different magic space pictures, and you get one inside of every new package of checks. So start collecting these wonderful magic space pictures now.
Swap them with your pals. Be the first one in your gang to have the whole set of 24.
Just get the new packages of rice checks and wheat checks with Buzz Corry and Cadet Happy on the outside and the amazing magic space picture on the inside. And now back to our Space Patrol adventure, the Caverns of Venus. Buzz and Happy entered a robot spaceship at a Lowell City spaceport on the planet Mars to install a tracer spaceophone transmitter. In this way, Buzz hoped to learn the destination of the ship being used by a gang of thieves to transport stolen equipment. But Happy left the transmitter outside a cargo hold. While they were inspecting the stolen loot, the door slammed shut, locking them in the hold. Then the robot ship blasted off, leaving the unwilling passengers with no way to summon help. For hours now, Buzz and Happy have been trying vainly to force open the heavy metal door.
Happy, notice the deceleration?
Yes. We're going to land. It's about time. We must be nearly to Pluto.
It hasn't been as long as it seems, Happy.
That was a bad break, my leaving the transmitter outside the hold. I've got us into a fine mess.
Oh, it wasn't your fault the door slammed shut.
But, sir, nobody knows where we are. We don't even know.
Well, we know this much. When that door opens, we're going to be in for a nice battle with whoever's going to unload this stuff.
Commander, I just thought of something. What if we land on a moon without air? The men will be wearing spacesuits. We'll be finished.
If there is an atmosphere, we stand a fighting chance. Get your ray gun ready, Hap. The ship's landing.
Commander, aren't they going to open that door? We've been sitting here for an hour.
Maybe they just wanted to get the ship off Mars.
Yeah, and just leave it sit here on, well, wherever we are.
Not a very cheerful thought, but it's a possibility.
Sure, we can't stand this much longer. The oxygen must be just about all gone as it is. I'll get kind of sleepy.
Try to stay awake, Hap. When that door opens, you've got to be ready to give a good account of yourself.
Sure. I'll do my best. I have to sleep either. I don't...
Happy. Happy, wake up. Hap, don't go to...
Isn't that touching? Both of them sound asleep.
The ray guns in their hands. It's lucky I forced the sleeping gas under the door.
Now, what are we doing?
We'll take them to the stone house and lock them up. And they wait. We'll find out how much the Space Patrol knows about us.
Then what?
We'll wait to see if this robot ship has been trailed. If not, we'll know we're safe here on Venus.
If the ship were being followed, whoever it was would be here by now.
Let's play it safe. We're cut. I want to produce Corry alive. I'll carry Corry. You take the cadet.
Okay, Doctor.
Cadet's heavier than he looks. Corry's no lightweight either. All right, let's get going. What was that?
I guess I kicked one of their lights rolled over there somewhere in the dark.
Take it easy going down that ladder. Come on. Come on, Corry. Wake up.
Yes, you cadets have had a nice long nap. Snap out of it.
Hey, what's the big idea?
Leave him alone.
So Corry's awake. Now we can talk.
Treacher and what?
That's right. Our meeting in the library on Mars was somewhat brief, but I see you managed to catch our names.
Too bad that girl Spie of yours isn't along, Corry. We can make a nice reunion.
She's back in Lowell City getting information on you guys that'll fix your rockets for good.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. Now tell us, what information does she have? Come on, let's have it.
So you and the cadet better speak up. You're a long way from help. Where are we? We're on Venus. A very rugged, remote part of Venus. That tells us a lot.
Well, it doesn't matter. But since you're so curious, do you know the Gorbeton Mountain region?
Yes.
You're right in the heart of that range, near the old tungsten mine.
This is your chief hideout, I suppose. Now, it's more than that. This rock house is only a part of our merchandising venture.
Yeah, quite a bit of it is underground. We got thousands upon thousands of credits worth of equipment stored away in the lower levels of the mine shaft.
Enough food and water to last us for years, along with a supply of weapons. All set to stand a siege, huh?
It's necessary. However, I don't think that situation will arise. You see, Wharton and I are the only ones who know you're here.
How did you get off Mars? You weren't in the robot ship, were you?
No. We managed to get a ship belonging to a member of my organization. We controlled the robot ship from there.
One of our men saw you get aboard and space phoned us the information.
Mm-hmm. Now that we've been so free with our information, suppose you tell us what...
Listen.
What?
Thought I heard a spaceship.
I don't hear anything.
Guess I'm getting jumpy.
Yeah. All right, Corry. Just what information does the Space Patrol have about Wharton and me?
You're wasting your time, Thatcher.
I have plenty of time. Sorry I can't say the same for you. Perhaps a few hours or days without food and water will loosen your tongue. Come on, Wharton. Let's leave our guests alone for a while.
I'm sure hungry.
Try not to think about it, Happy.
Yes. I wish there was some way to break out of this place. The walls are a foot thick.
If I could be sure where Thatcher and Wharton are, we might try the window.
We better do it before we get too weak.
Our glass won't break.
We could pry the lock loose, but there's nothing to pry with. I've looked. There's not even anything under the bed, if you can call that hunk of junk a bed.
The bed. That's it.
Huh? Well, how can we pry it with a bed?
It's got a steel frame, Happy. We can work the bolts loose. We can use one side of the frame as a crowbar.
That's great, Commander.
Let's get to work. It's going to be a tight squeeze getting through the window, but as soon as you hit the ground, head for Dratcher's spaceship.
Right, sir. Well, at least we've got one break. Hey, these bolts are loose. Looks like we won't have any trouble with it.
Well, Corry may not be ready to talk yet, but I'll bet that Cadet's getting mighty hungry.
What you ought to do is separate them. We could probably work on the Cadet if the commander wasn't there to bolster his courage.
You may have something, Wharton. It's worth a try. We'll go to the stone house and take the Cadet out to our shack.
Gotcha. Look, they're out. They're running for your ship.
Quick, cut them off.
Hurry, Happy. Into the ship.
They're cutting us off. They've got ray guns, too, sir.
Head the other way toward the mountain.
Yes, sir.
We'll hide till it's dark.
Let him go. Why waste our breath running? What are they going to do out there in the mountains? There's no food or water.
Yeah, you're right, Doctor. They'll come crawling back in a few hours.
Well, if they don't, we just saved ourselves a nasty job.
We've got to keep watching those spaceships out.
Yeah, we'll take turns. Wharton, just keep walking and don't turn your head.
What's the matter?
You did hear his spaceship after all. That fool Bill has come here.
Huh?
He's hiding around the corner of the shack. Yeah, ray gun. Pretend we're going to walk right past the shack. Okay. So, why should we take 10,000 credits now when we can get twice that much by waiting a few weeks?
Oh, yeah, Doctor. But on the other hand, we could use a little ready cash.
Well, I'm not saying we can, but... Take the ray gun, man.
Oh,
We said drop it. Hold still and you won't get hurt.
Made a very bad mistake by coming here, Tonga.
What have you done with Commander Corry and Happy?
They aren't around right now. But I think they'll be back before long. And they get a look at our new...
Guess they aren't coming after us.
No. We'll wait till dark, then try to surprise them. Let's rest a minute.
They're standing down there by the shack. I can... Hey, Commander, looks like there's somebody with me. Smoking rockets, Commander. It's Tonga. How did she get here? You just pop out of the ground?
Wharton did hear a spaceship after all. Must have landed on the other side of the mountain.
We can't leave Tonga with those two rats. What'll we do now?
Wait a minute. Thatcher said there were food and weapons down in the mine shafts.
Hey, that's right.
There must be an opening up there. 200 yards. Come on.
We're unlocked. A tunnel car. But it looks like there's no power.
Magnetic car, self-contained power unit. You can zip down the shaft and come back with food and ray guns. Get in, Hap.
Hey, this thing's just like a miniature spaceship.
Only much simpler to operate. Shut the door and shove off. Here we go.
Lock the controls of the robot ship and my space cruiser, Tunga, in case Corry and the cadet try to pull a fast one.
They'll find a way to get you.
Yeah? Well, I found something, too, in the robot ship. This miniature spaceophone transmitter. So that's how you traced us here.
Not entirely. When the commander and Happy didn't come back from the Lowell City spaceport, I blasted off on the trajectory that Space Control said the robot ship was on. I didn't hear the tracer signal until the robot ship had landed.
What? Wharton must have kicked it down when he dragged the cadet out of the ship.
Sergeant, we got a problem.
Wharton, I told you to go over the mountains and smash the controls of Tunga's ship so Corry can blast off.
He's not going over the mountains. He's going under. Corry and the cadet have gone down in the mines.
What?
They've taken the tunnel car. They'll be back up here in a few minutes with weapons of their own.
We got to stop them.
How can we?
Get some cosmic detonators and close out the opening.
No, you can't do that.
I'll watch the girl. Hurry. Let's the tunnel.
Two ray guns apiece. That ought to be enough.
We'll wait till dark and sneak up on them.
There's the entrance up ahead. What was that? Commander, look out, up ahead. Stop!
The tunnel's caved in. Brace yourself. We're going to crash.
Wow.
Are you all right, Happy?
I just bumped my head a little, but I'm okay.
They've blown up the tunnel entrance. There are tons of rock between us and the surface.
How are we going to get out?
Get out of the tunnel car, Happy. Bring your Tom alive. Hey, shine your light over there. Seems to be a small side passage this side of the cave in.
It's funny. I didn't notice that passageway when we came in.
Let's have a look.
You can't leave them down there in that shaft. You can't.
And just how would you suggest we go about getting them out?
For this,
Watch the girl.
No, you don't.
I'll take both of you.
Oh, you will, huh?
Tie her up. We can't watch her all the time.
All right, right here, Wharton.
Hold him up.
Look out, Commander.
Take care of Wharton, Happy.
Well, Wharton won't bother us for a while, Commander.
That's enough time.
Get up. Have the guns, Happy?
Yes, sir.
Oh, Commander and Happy, I thought they had you sealed in the mine.
Now, we found a passage leading to a small opening several hundred yards up the slope.
Another opening. I didn't know there was one.
The explosion must have opened up an old passageway in the mine.
Yeah, that just shows you, Dratcher. You don't know your own mind.
We'll be back in just a moment with a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Yes, sir, gang, there's 24 different Magic Space pictures. And Buzz Corry wants you to have all of them, just like real Space Patrollers do.
There's 3 of Buzz Corry, and they're all different.
There's 2 of Cadet Happy.
And 2 of Tonga.
There's a Magic Space picture of Buzz Corry's insignia.
And the Space Patrol badge.
There's a Space Liner pilot.
A picture of Major Robertson.
A jet car.
A flying saucer.
A rocket ship.
A planet Saturn.
A space pirate.
The Deadly Iron Fist.
And all kinds of other Magic Space pictures.
They work real easy, gang. First, you stare at the mysterious picture.
What is it? Who is it? You can't tell.
Then, you look up at the sky or at a wall.
And hocus pocus, the magic goes to work. You see a giant space picture floating in the sky.
And it's so big and clear, it almost looks like a real object or person. Fun, man oh man.
So, gang, start now. Collect all 24 of the Magic Space pictures. There's only one place to get them, and that's inside of every new package of checks. So look for the new packages of rice checks and wheat checks, with Buzz Corry or Cadet Happy on the outside and the swell Magic Space picture on the inside. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are exploring a deserted city on the planet Saturn. As they enter a room filled with precious gems, a stealthy figure slinks to the door and aims a ray gun at them.
Look out, Commander. He's got a ray gun. He's firing.
Quick, Hap, run down that passage. Keep going. He's right behind us. It's dark in here. He won't be able to see us.
Uh-oh. Commander, it's a dead-end passage. We're trapped.
Be sure to be with us next Saturday for the exciting story, A Forgotten City, when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again bring you Space Patrol!
Boys and girls, this is your commander with a vital message. Answer the call of the helpless by giving like a real space patroller to the 1953 American Red Cross Fund.
Space Patrol, an original Mike Moser production starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Glenn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston and directed by Larry Robertson. Other players were Nina Berra, Bela Kovac, Ken Mayer, and Stephen Robertson. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and Good Hot Roastin' again present the new, exciting Space Patrol! Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol story on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. This transcribed program came to you from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and Good Hot Roastin' present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed adventure, Buzz and Happy are exploring a deserted city on the planet Saturn. As they enter a room filled with precious gems, a stealthy figure slinks to the door and aims a ray gun at them.
Look out, Commander. He's got a ray gun. He's firing.
Quick, Hap, run down that passage. Keep going, Happy. He's right behind us.
It's dark in here. He won't be able to see us. Commander, it's a dead-end passage. We're trapped.
We'll be back in just a moment with today's Space Patrol story, The Forgotten City. It's the cereal of the future, the real space cereal. The cereal that's different from any other cereal in the universe. The cereal you see on Commander Corry's own breakfast table. Delicious Rice Chex, the cereal with a flavor like no other flavor in all the universe. Delicious Rice Chex, crisp shredded rice, spun in that modern bite-sized design for easy eating. Delicious Rice Chex, a real space cereal. Gang, those bite-sized biscuits have space inside so they can fill up with milk or cream. Try Rice Chex today, the only bite-sized rice cereal in the universe. Rice Chex, the only official Space Patrol rice cereal, Rice Chex. The super cereal that helps to supercharge you. Rice Chex, at your grocers in the brand new red and white checkerboard package, with Buzz Corry or Cadet Happy on the outside and the magic space picture on the inside. Rice Chex, Rice Chex, Rice Chex. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Forgotten City. Buzz and Happy are flying low over the Cinder Mountains on the planet Saturn, searching for a trace of a meteorology specialist, believed to have crashed in his atmosphere ship in the rugged region. So far, their spaceophone receiver has failed to pick up a signal from the automatic transmitter carried by the scientist, Byron Stern.
Professor Stern's transmitter must have finally conked out, Commander.
According to Space Patrol Saturn, they're very close to the point from which the signal came. Watch the viewscope, Hap, we may be able to spot the wreckage.
Must have been a pretty rugged crash to knock out that automatic transmitter.
Let's hope Stern's had time to get into a spacesuit. If his ship's hull was smashed, he couldn't survive very long in this part of Saturn.
Well, what was it he was trying to tell Space Control just before the emergency transmitter cut out?
Well, there's a lot of interference, Happy, almost like a jamming signal, according to Space Control. The operator thought Stearns was telling him about sighting another atmosphere ship making close passes at him.
Stunting? They're on a lab ship?
Well, if we can prove Stunting was responsible for whatever happened to Professor Stearns, some pilot will be grounded permanently.
And if he saw Professor Stearns was in trouble, he probably got away from this area as fast as he could. We may not be able to trail him.
Well, we'll see. If that was the case, the pilot was further negligent in not notifying Space Control if the lab ship was in trouble. We'll just keep searching. The last signal from the professor's emergency transmitter tells us that his ship was grounded.
I hope he didn't end up in one of those narrow ravines.
There's a chance he might have landed on the other side of the mountain range. We'll round that peak and circle back.
Commander, am I having hallucinations?
What do you mean?
Well, I was sure we were hundreds of degrees from the nearest city, but isn't that an atmosphere shell way up there on that mountain?
Well, it certainly is. It's no hallucination. That's the dome of Rubeck.
Rubeck?
Yes, Rubeck, the forgotten city of Saturn.
Well, what's it doing up there in the Sindar range?
It was built centuries ago by one of Saturn's first space pioneers, a man named Lucian Rubeck, the last remaining privately owned city in the solar system.
It doesn't look very big by modern standards. Still, it's pretty impressive, stuck way up there in the mountains.
It's been deserted for nearly 100 years, Hopper. Lucian Rubeck's descendants lived there for several generations, and they gradually drifted away to the larger cities on the planet.
The forgotten city. I'd like to visit it someday.
It's pretty interesting. I understand it may be reopened by the government as a museum or put to some other use. That is, if none of the surviving Rubeck family object.
Well, why should they object? They are using the place.
Technically, it's still their property. The government's legal staff has been trying to locate the Rubeck heirs. Plenty are still alive.
Control Saturn calling Commander Corry aboard Terra 5. Control Saturn calling Commander Corry.
Corry here, go ahead.
Commander, a space patrol ship is located near Professor Stern.
Is he all right?
Oh, yes, sir. He's wearing a spacesuit and wandering around in the Vulcan ring.
The Vulcan range? That's 100 DU from the Sendar region.
Yes, sir. The automatic transmitter could have been out of adjustment.
I'm glad he's been found. Did he say how he crashed?
He wasn't able to give much information, Commander. And we haven't found the wreck of the ship.
Where is he now?
Being brought to Saturn City Hospital. Send the care of a space surgeon.
Withdraw all patrols except the squadron in the Vulcan range. Let's proceed with the search till Stern's ship is found.
Yes, ma'am.
Corry out.
That's rather strange, isn't it, sir?
About Stern showing up in the Vulcan range?
Yes, sir.
I'm a bit confused about his exact location. The important thing is he's safe.
Yeah, and very lucky. His best bet would have been to stay with the wrecked ship instead of wandering through the mountains.
It gives Stern a chance to recover from his ordeal before we question him. In the meantime, are you still curious about the forgotten city?
Yes, sir.
Then get out of spacesuit. We'll land outside the dome and do a little investigating.
Here's a lock control switch. It doesn't look so ancient. It's Endurium. It's as shiny as it was installed yesterday. Hope the power's still on. You'll know in a minute. I'll open the switch housing. Let's see. Here's the inside. Oh, here we are. Well, so far, so good. Now let's try the inner lock and go into Rubeck City. Once you get inside the dome, the city really looks big. 100 years ago, Rubeck City was one of the most important settlements in Saturn, I think. And now it's completely deserted. Check your atmosphere indicator. Yes. That's supposed to be going to indicate that the city's air has been depleted after 100 years. I think can open the faceplate for our helmets.
Oh, the air is really fresh. How do you account for that, Commander?
Well, there are two explanations. The dome is so well constructed that none of the poisonous Saturn air is leaked in, or else the atmosphere washing plant is still in operation.
After 100 years?
It wouldn't have to work very often. Nothing inside the city shell to use up the air.
Yeah, that's right. Smoking rockets, this is some city. Look at that tower up there.
Rubeck Tower. Lucian Rubeck designed it himself. He had his headquarters in the top floor.
And now Rubeck is a ghost city, completely deserted.
Makes you realize how impermanent human beings are. Uh-oh.
What is it, sir? What'd you find?
A small bottle on the sidewalk.
Oh, probably thrown there by one of the last people to leave Rubeck.
It's a medicine bottle. Space sickness formula. CH-12.
And whoever threw it there hasn't been troubled with space sickness for 100 years.
That's a sure. This is a new formula. Hasn't been on the market more than 6 months.
What?
Your eyes open, Hank. Evidently, Rubeck City isn't as deserted as we thought.
Come in.
There are visitors in the city.
I know, Shepard. I've been watching them from the tower room. They're space patrolmen.
What are they doing here? We've got to get rid of them.
Don't get excited, Shepard. By their casual attitude, they must think the city's deserted.
But no one ever comes here. They must know something.
If they suspected what we're using the city for, they'd have brought more men with them. Let them snoop around. It isn't likely they'll come up here.
Suppose Grayson comes back while they're here.
I've contacted Reagan by spaceophone. He'll keep away from the city until the space patrolmen leave.
It'll get rid of the lab ship pilot.
Yes. Turn him loose in the Vulcan Mountains. Pilot's already been picked up.
Suppose he tells them he was shut down near Rubac.
He's in a very dazed, confused condition. Grayson said all right. Space Patrol will assume the pilot was mistaken. Besides, you removed all trace of the wreckage of the ship.
Yes, and I destroyed the automatic transmitter.
Then there's nothing to worry about.
But old Hannah, the Space Patrolmen in the
I
city...
know why they're here. The government's getting ready to take over Rubac.
We have to leave before they find the stolen jewels and space credits we hidden here.
They won't search the city when they find out I'm the great-great-granddaughter of Lucy and Rubac.
What? You are a descendant of Lucy and Rubac?
No, of course not. But I can convince the government I am. I'm having special documents forged in Saturn City right now. I'll be able to convince the most skeptical attorney that I'm really the only living legal heir to Rubac City.
Oh, I hope so. But I still don't like the idea of those space patrolmen snooping around.
Let them snoop. And don't interfere.
Oh, this is some building, Commander.
Yes, Captain. Rubac spent a fortune on this one building alone.
The elevator's there. Shall we go up to the tower? We could get a real good look at the city from there.
Just a minute, Happy. Look at the carvings on this door. I bet anything Lucy and Rubac had this imported from the planet Earth.
Mm-hmm.
The looks of it, the door was taken from an ancient Oriental temple.
From a deserted city on Earth to a deserted city on Saturn.
A massive handle. You don't see metalwork of this kind anymore, Happy. Where this door leads.
Commander, there's a light on in there.
It flashed on automatically when I opened the door. Let's have a look. We'll go up to the tower later.
Yes, sir. Oh, this must have been Lucy and Rubac's treasure room.
That's amazing. Look at those gold and silver gauntlets. Old-fashioned candlesticks.
Oh, look, an ancient platinum electric lamp stand.
I thought Rubac's descendants had cleaned out everything of value from this land, apparently underground.
Imagine all this stuff sitting there for hundreds of years and with no lock on the door.
Wait a minute, Happy. This object isn't 100 years old.
Oh, it's a model spaceship, studded with jewels.
It's a very recent model, too.
Diamonds and rubies.
Happy, listen. Hear the sound of the door.
Uh-oh. Look out, Commander. There's a man with a ray gun.
Hold your fire. We're space patrolmen.
That's why I am shooting.
Quick, Happy, down this passage.
You aren't going to escape that way.
Keep going, Happy's right behind us. Yes, sir. It's dark in here. He won't be able to see us.
Commander, it's a dead-end passage. We're trapped.
That's right. You're trapped. And I'm going to wait right here and pick you off. One at a time.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Hi, gang. Captain Dick Tupel speaking from the planet Earth. Doing a man-on-the-street broadcast this morning to see what some of these kids here on Earth think about the 3 official Space Patrol breakfast cereals. Now, here's a sharp-looking lad. Say there, what'd you say the very first time you tried bite-sized wheat Chex?
I said, mmm.
And here's another fine-looking chap. Son, what did you say the very first time you tried bite-sized rice Chex?
I said,
And here's still another youngster. Tell me, what's your opinion of Instant Ralston, a hot super cereal made of rich whole wheat?
man, oh, man, oh, man, oh, man.
Try 'em yourself, gang. You'll say the very same thing.
Mm-hmm. Man, oh, man, oh, man.
Yes, get 'em today, boys and girls. Rice Chex, wheat Chex, good hot Ralston.
And remember, checks now have a brand new package with Buzz Corry or Cadet Happy on the outside and the Magic Space Picture on the inside.
And now back to Space Patrol and the adventure of the Forgotten City. Buzz and Happy were searching for an atmosphere ship crashed in the Cinder Mountains of Saturn near the deserted city of Rubac. After learning from Space Control that the missing pilot has been found 100 VUs away, Buzz and Happy decided to visit the deserted city. They entered the atmosphere shell without any trouble. But, unknown to the space patrolman, Rubac is being used by a woman named Orlana as a hideout for stolen jewels. While Buzz and Happy were examining a treasure room in the base of a tower, they were fired upon by Orlana's henchman, Shefka. Now, Shefka has them cornered in a darkened passage and is waiting to shoot them with his ray gun.
Don't try to sneak up on me.
I can hear every move you make. I warned you.
I'll take that ray gun. Have you got him, sir? No, stay down, Happy. He broke loose after him, Hap. Yes, sir. There he goes through that door. He's locked that door on us. We're in the spot. It's opening, sir. After him, quickly. He's in the elevator, Commander. Come out of there. Oh, he's going up to the tower. We'll take the stairs. Come on, Happy.
Oh, you fool. You blundering fool.
But they were in the treasure room at the base of the tower.
What if they were? I could have explained everything that's there. I have a difficult time now after idiotic interference.
I'm sorry, Orlana. I only did what I thought was best.
Catching space betrayed me. They'd never have known anyone was in the city if he obeyed my orders.
What are we going to do now?
I'll have to face them and make an explanation. They're probably searching the tower now.
If you get me another gun, I could still fight them off.
No. Get my next room in contact later. Tell him to come in with his space patrol ships outside the shell and nothing.
I thought that...
You've done all the thinking you're going to do. And now I'll just do what I tell you. If I can explain our presence here, I can explain Brayton. If the space patrol is skeptical, well, Brayton's a good man to have around.
Yes. Brayton can handle that.
If you keep your mouth shut, we won't need Brayton. Now go on, make that space patrol close.
Yes, all right.
I'll go out and look out.
This is the top floor of the tower, sir. I'll be careful, Happy. I'll search every room. Where do I get my hands on the capture? Somewhere on the side of that door.
Oh, there you are. I was hoping I'd find you.
We're looking for someone, too.
Oh, you mean Schefter, my assistant. He told me what happened. I'm terribly sorry.
Where is he? I want to talk to him.
Please step in here. He'll be right out.
Thanks. Come on, Happy.
Yes, sir.
I'm Commander Corry of the Space Patrol.
And I'm Orlana Rupert.
Rubeck. And you're related to the Lucian Rubeck who built this city.
Yes, that's right. He was my great-great-grandfather.
I was under the impression that the city was deserted.
Well, I came here a few months ago with a couple of servants. Schefter, the man who fired at you, has been with the family for years.
Does he always treat visitors so cordially?
Oh, really, I'm awfully sorry about that. Schefter has a great sense of loyalty. He thinks his chief duty is to protect me.
So why do you live here in this deserted city?
I'm not surprised that you're curious, but the explanation's very simple. I'm writing a book about my family.
You like to work in solitude, huh?
Yes, it's a great inspiration to work right here in Lubeck City, where so much of Saturn's history is now. And, too, there are many ancient records and family documents right at hand.
I see. I suppose that you can prove that you're a member of the Rubeck family.
Oh, naturally. I can refer you to some influential people in Saturn City.
Now, would you bring your servant out here, please?
Yes, I'll be only a moment.
Well, sir, what do you think? I don't know. I guess writing a book is as good an explanation for being here as any. Matter of fact, a book about the Rubecks would no doubt be very popular. We'll see.
Commander, look at this plastic folder. It was on the desk.
What's that?
Looks like a official identification folder.
Okay, this is Baron Stern's ID folder.
Hmm? The lab ship file?
Yeah. It was found in the Vulcan Mountains. The identification folder is here in Rubeck City.
Oh. How could his...
Like as though nothing happened.
Here he is, Commander. This is Schefter.
Commander Corry, please accept my apology. I was greatly in the wrong. I acted from a mistaken sense of duty.
If you thought we were intruders, there'd be some excuse, but have you forgotten that you seemed to accept the fact that we were space patrolmen at the time?
Well, I acted on impulse, Commander. Again, I'm sorry.
All right, Chester. And Miss Rubeck,
Yes, Commander.
I was just telling Cadet Happy that a book on the Rubeck family ought to be very popular.
Well, I hope so, Commander.
I'd like to look over the first few chapters of your manuscript.
Well, as a matter of fact, I'm merely in the note-gathering stage right now. There's really nothing down in manuscript form that anyone could read but myself.
I see. And would you show me around the tower? I imagine you must have a lot of family curios.
Well, is this an official search, Commander?
No, I don't have a warrant, but if you object to an informal tour...
Oh, no, not at all. Schefter and I'll be delighted to show you around.
Judging by a few items Happy and I saw down below, this ought to be very interesting.
But I think you've seen just about every room in the tower, Commander.
How about that room over there?
Oh, that's just a closet for cleaning supplies.
Would you mind opening it?
Well, really, Commander,
Or I could come back with a warrant and squad a patrol.
Very well, if you insist. But there's really nothing in there. Unlock it, Schefter.
Joanna.
Open it, Schefter.
space clothes. And brand new. All that money in a closet for cleaning supplies?
I suppose it is rather odd. But then here in this deserted city, one place is as good as another.
I'd like to ask you something, Miss Rita. How do you happen to have an identification holder belonging to a space patrol scientist named Byron Stearns?
Byron Stearns? Oh, I don't understand.
Stearns is reported in trouble in this area and was rescued in the Vulcan Mountain region. I'm waiting for an explanation, Miss Rita.
Draken, get them!
Hold on. Look out, Commander!
That takes care of the big one. Now for you, my smaller friend.
Take your big mitts off me.
Quit struggling or I'll break your arm.
Ow!
I'll help you, Draken.
Get away, Captain. I can handle it.
We got here just in time, Draken.
What are they doing?
We just wandered in. They know about that lab ship pilot. They found his identification card.
Better take care of them for good.
I don't want any slip-ups this time, Draken.
You better let me take care of it. He fumbled the last one.
Don't listen to him, Alana. I can fix it. Hold still, Cadet.
Ow! Oh, my shoulder.
Better hurry, Squirrel. Draken's capable of breaking you in two.
Yeah. And Chef got two if he doesn't keep his mouth shut.
That's enough of that, Draken. I need both of them.
You see, you big Venus buffalo.
Chef, I'll
Stop
break...
that bickering.
Draken's fault we're in this mess. He left the lab ship's pilot folder in your office.
That's enough of that shit. If it hadn't been for your stupid behavior, these men would never known we were here.
Well, what did he do, Alana?
Doesn't matter. Just hold on to that.
Hold still, Cadet, or I'll fix you like I did the other fellow.
The other fellow is Commander Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol.
Oh. Oh, what do you think of that? I have knocked out the great Commander Corry.
That's just fine, Draken. I've got more work for you to do.
Yes.
You and Chester get rid of the commander's ship. Chester take the ship far away from here and hide it securely. Draken, you'll take my ship and bring Chester back.
Very well.
First, we've got to dispose of Corry and the Cadet. There are only trace items. Case Lubeck City searched by the Space Patrol. There's a room in the sub-basement of the tower. Seal them in there, Draken. The room behind the stairs.
Yeah.
And make sure you seal the door up completely. I don't want anyone to suspect that we're using a room door.
You leave it to me, Orla.
Chester, you help Draken take those two down to sub-basement.
Yes, all right. Go ahead, Draken.
Orla, what did Shefka do while I was gone? You were to bring the space patrol in there, huh?
Just follow my orders, Draken. And Chester, just stand near that small on your face. Both of you report to me on the way to hide.
Commander. We've got to do something quick. In a room in the sub-basement of the tower. Atlanta has one of the men sealing us up in here. Then they're going to get rid of our spaceship so nobody will come looking for it. That big bruiser is out there. See, you can see him through the window.
I think this room could use a weapon.
No, sir, I checked. All there is some old books and filing cases. There's Draken grinning in here at us. He's getting ready to seal over the window. He certainly is. He carried me down here under one arm. What are we going to do, sir?
I'm going to get him to open the door for me. Whatever we do, we've got to do it quickly.
Let's see what we can do, sir. The door is locked and practically sealed. And when Draken and Chester get rid of Terra 5, nobody will ever even come down here looking for it.
Where is Chester?
Up on the surface level, I think. Waiting for Draken. I don't think those two like each other. They both seem to go out of their way to make the other look stupid in front of Orlando.
They do.
Draken kept asking questions about what went on while he was away. I got the impression he wasn't very smart, but he's awfully inquisitive.
And suspicious, perhaps. Let's see how curious he really is. Let's go to work on those books and filing cabinets, Happy.
Huh?
You take the files, act as though you found something about Drake and point out and pretend you found some information about him.
I get it. As though Orlando had a secret file on their henchman here at Lubeck.
The idea. You can arouse Draken's curiosity.
Did you watch this happen? Sure is. He stops the minute up the door and he's gawking in through the window.
Point at it again, right? So the great joker. It doesn't matter what you say. Point at the files, too.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Hey, what a dope this Draken is. You know, he's just about dumb enough to tear down that concrete and open the door and find out what we're doing in here.
Get up, Happy.
Yeah. Hey, look at that big, dumb face. He's just aching to know what we found in here in the files, Commander. I think you can open the door.
I'm very interested in this.
Here he comes.
Hey, what have you got in there?
Nothing.
Oh, don't try to fool me. I've been watching you through the door. What does it say about me in those files?
Would there be anything about you in here, Draken?
There's something in there. I know it. Some lies Shefka told Alana. That's it. Detector's up there now laughing at me. He figures he's tricked me into sealing up evidence against myself, right where he can get his hands on him when he needs it.
Draken, there's nothing in these files about you.
Get out of the way. You can't fool me, Corry.
Well, I guess that's right.
Corry, you can't.
I've got him, Commander.
Yeah.
Oh!
Yeah, right. Oh, with me, will you? Now, Corry.
No, now, you Draken.
Yes, sir. Hey, Commander, you're not breaking cold.
Yeah. Let's get out of here before he comes to.
Chester, hasn't Draken finished sealing up that room yet?
No, Orlana. But I could have done it in half the time.
Clumsy oaf. We've got to get Corry's ship away from New York City right away.
While Draken and I are gone, you might hide the stolen money and jewels just in case the Space Patrol squad comes here.
It's a good idea. We won't take any chances. Go down to sub-basement and see what's taking Draken so long.
I'm afraid that Draken got a little too curious, Alana.
Corry! Shifka, do something!
Come back here, Shifka boy.
Get him, Happy.
Let go of me.
Come on, Shifka. I've got him, Commander.
Take Shefka's ray gun. Go down and bring Draken up here.
Yes, sir. Oh, Commander, while I'm down there, shall I bring up some of those files?
What for?
Well, sir, I just thought that Orlana might really decide to write a book about Rubeck, because, well, after all, now she's going to have plenty of time on her hands. Ah!
A preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure follows in just a moment. It's a fire, a 4-alarm blaze on Terra. But, hey, what's the matter with that atomic fire-controlled jet car? Oh, too bad. It's trying to get along on ordinary fuel. That fire control officer's filling the tank up with super fuel. Wow! Listen to that fire-controlled jet car go now. It's supercharged, that's what. Supercharged with super fuel. Yes, sir, boys and girls. To really get going, the answer is super fuel. That's why Buzz Corry eats a good breakfast with the super cereals that help to supercharge you. Rice Chex and Wheat Chex. Ah, there's a couple of really swell-tasting cereals. And both of them have that modern, bite-sized design for easy eating. So, gang, get a quick start in the morning like Buzz Corry does. Eat a good breakfast with a checkerboard super cereal and get supercharged. Get them today. Rice Chex and Wheat Chex in the grand new packages with Buzz Corry or Cadet Happy on the outside and the magic space picture on the inside. And now, an exciting action preview of next week's Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are searching for a saboteur in the vat room of a plastics factory on Jupiter. Cautiously, they duck under pipes of hot gas feeding into the vats.
All right, keep your ray gun ready.
Yes, sir. Ow. Wilbur was right about these pipes being hot.
Be careful. He's not behind this one. Let's try number 2.
Wow. What was that?
The pipes has exploded. Blew a valve, probably.
Can rockets feel that heat?
Happy, come on. We got to get out of here.
My throat, I can't breathe.
It's the gas from the broken pipe. That gas is poison.
Be sure to be with us next Saturday for the exciting story of Vanishing Lake, when Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and good hot Ralston again bring you Space Patrol! Special bulletin for boys and girls in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, and Knoxville, Tennessee. Buzz Corry's own space battle cruiser, the Ralston Rocket, will be in your area next week. Don't miss it. The Ralston Rocket. Space Patrol, an original Mike Moser production starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Glenn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston and directed by Larry Robertson. Other players were Bela Kovac, Ken Mayer, Virginia Hewitt, and Stephen Robertson. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and Good Hot Ralston again present the new exciting Space Patrol. Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. Space Patrol comes to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and good hot Ralston present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed adventure, Buzz and Happy are being held in a cave on Pluto by two criminals who plan to dispose of them. Now the Commander and Happy have managed to get to a spaceophone in the cave.
All the meters check, Happy. There's nothing wrong with the spaceophone after all.
That's great. We can have a whole squadron of Space Patrol ships out here in a few minutes.
This is an emergency call from Commander Corry to Pluto City Space Patrol Unit. Send ships to Sector G-18. Look for my ship, Terra 5, grounded near a steep bluff. Professor Walker, Cadet Happy, and myself are being held by...
Foreman, use the radar quickly! I want to get Corry permanently!
We'll return in just a moment with today's Space Patrol adventure, The Prisoners of Pluto. Hiya, gang. This is Captain Dick Tufeld speaking. I'm just having myself a stroll down the street before I turn in for the night. Uh-oh, what's that light blinking in the window of that house across the street? Say, I'm going to investigate. That light's a signal, and it's a Space Patrol code system. It says, be sure to tell the boys and girls how to get a Space Patrol pocket projectoscope. Hey, that's a real projectoscope that boy's signaling with. Gang, I'm going to get him to tell you all about his projectoscope because you can have one, too.
I thought that'd bring you running, Captain Tufeld. Come on in. Boy, am I glad I sent for this projectoscope. It's really something.
Tell the gang all about it, Space Patroller.
Well, kids, it's not only a keen signal light. You can use it as a film projector in a dark room. Watch me flash pictures with it on the wall, Captain. There. See that picture? That's a picture from a Space Patrol adventure called Mighty Meteor. And it comes with your projectoscope on a strip of film with 3 other swell stories called Space Pirates, Men from Mars, and Robot Invasion. And Buzz Corry and Cadet Happy are in them, too.
And, gang, on this one film, there are 24 different pictures.
The projectoscope's a real flashlight, too. A flashlight in the shape of Buzz Corry's rocket ship.
And it's a winner for looks. A neat 6 inches long, made of smooth, tough plastic, with 4 big tail fins and a 1-inch radar antenna.
Just think, a signal light, flashlight, film projector, and model rocket, all in one.
Gang, to get an official Space Patrol projectoscope, complete with bulb, battery, and film, do this. Buy a box of Rice Chex or Wheat Chex, the cereals with a wonderful magic space picture on the inside. And then with your name and address, send 35 cents in coin and a Rice Chex or Wheat Chex box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 35 cents. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Prisoner of Pluto. Commander Corry and Cadet Happy have been in Pluto City awaiting the arrival of Professor Malcolm Walker, who's from another city on this outer planet. Deeply concerned over the professor's failure to arrive, Buzz has ordered patrol ships to search the dark, constantly frozen surface of Pluto. Several hours later, Buzz and Happy join in the search, scanning rocky crags and valleys of frozen air with infrared probe rays from their ship Terra 5. Finally, Buzz sees the wreckage of a small lab ship at the base of a long slope. Now, in their spacesuits, Buzz and Happy are climbing the slope in order to investigate the wreckage.
The ship doesn't look too badly damaged, Commander. Even a tiny hole in the hull would be serious damage here on Pluto, Happy. Unless Professor Walker managed to get into a spacesuit, the intense cold and lack of air would finish him in a few seconds.
There doesn't seem to be any sign of life, sir. I don't see any lights in the ship.
Let's get the hatch open. Focus your atomo light over here, Hap.
Yes, Commander.
I'll go in first, Happy. You ready to open that first aid kit? If the professor's still alive, we'll have to work fast.
It's ready, sir.
Secure the outer hatch.
Hatch secured, sir.
Well, he's not in the control section.
Want me to check the aft compartment, sir?
All right. He may have sealed himself in after the crash. Hey, wait. What's this on the control panel?
It looks like a note, Commander.
Hold your light on it. Ship crashed due to instrument failure. Spacephone equipment damaged by crash. I am not hurt. 2 hours after crash, I thought I saw a flash of light due west. Since rescue at this position is unlikely, I've gone to investigate source of light. I shall appreciate finder of this note relaying this information to Commander Corry of the Space Patrol, who is now in Pluto City. I'm carrying a projectoscope and an atomo light. Professor Malcolm Walker.
Professor Walker should have stayed with the ship.
Well, it's good to know he wasn't hurt. But I wonder what caused that flash of light he saw.
There's nothing out here in this part of Pluto, unless another search ship has landed here.
I believe the light was probably a reflection in the frozen air that covers the ground. A reflection from a ship far above this planet.
Well, if Professor Walker took an atomo light with him, it shouldn't be too hard to find.
Let's get back to our ship, Happy. We can head due west, low altitude, and see if we can locate him.
Right, sir.
First, just to prevent any further wild chases all over Pluto, I'll add to this note in the event he returns here. I'll ask him to remain.
Just a minute.
There he is on the sled, just like I told you on the space phone. Found him unconscious, almost tripped over him in the dark.
All right. Let's lift him out of this airlock. Say, didn't you chop any more frozen air, Orman?
Oh, that first load will hold us until we find out who this guy is.
Just set him down here. Well, anyway, he isn't with the Space Patrol.
His suit says United Planets Research Foundation.
What kind of a research would he be doing out here?
His eyes are open now, Hegel. Open his face, please. We'll find out who he is.
Wait, Orman. Chances are he's just lost. If we don't arouse his suspicion, we can keep him here until our supply ship arrives next week without any trouble.
Well, then what?
Then we will turn him over to the boys. They can get rid of him out in space.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Open the face piece, and I'll do the talking. Just take it easy, my friend. We'll have you out of that spacesuit in a moment.
Thank you. My heating unit went out. Guess I'm lucky you found me.
You certainly are. How do you happen to be on this part of Pluto?
My lab ship crashed a mile or two from here. Mm-hmm. I'm Professor Malcolm Walker with the United Planets Research Foundation. Mr.
Hegel. I'm a geologist.
I see. I wonder if you would let me use your spaceophone to contact a friend of mine in Pluto City. He's probably worried about me.
Well, as a matter of fact, we're having a little trouble with our spaceophone transmitter. As soon as my partner can repair it, we'll be glad to let you send a message.
Thank you.
Of course, it may take several days.
Several days?
Yes. You see, we don't have much spare equipment here, but our regular supply and relief ship should be here in about a week. You will be able to go back with them.
It's rather inconvenient. What am I complaining about? Here I am, recently saved from certain death, and I'm fretting about spending a few days in a warm cave with congenial companions.
I understand exactly how you feel.
Oh, by the way, was my projectoscope signal light on when you found me?
Signal light? No, just the regular atomo light, and it was turned on.
Oh, good. And there may be a chance that a search ship will see the other light. I remember dropping it just before I collapsed. I'm afraid I was so numb with cold that I don't remember exactly.
You had a signal light?
Yes, as I said.
I see. Professor, if you'll come with me, I'll get you something to eat. I'm sure you must be quite hungry after the ordeal you had. If you just go into the next room and make yourself comfortable. Right through the door. I'll be right in.
Thank you, Mr. Hegel. I'm most grateful.
Oh, you're entirely welcome. Oh, Rorman, could I speak to you for a moment?
Yeah, Hegel, what is it?
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to go out again and get some more air, after all.
Go out there again?
Yes, please. The old fool has dropped the signal light. You will have to find it before a search ship spots it. Now get going.
The signal light, that's all we need.
Yeah, hurry. I'll prepare a snack for our guest.
Well, there's not a sign of anybody down there, sir.
Keep your eye on the viewscope, Happy. The professor couldn't have gone much farther than this on foot. Just circle back and cover the area again.
He may not have headed due west after all, sir. Couldn't the infrared beam have picked him up by now?
Unless he's fallen into a crevice.
Yeah, then that would account for our not seeing the lights he said he was carrying.
It doesn't look too good. We better send him for more search ships. Spaceophone Pluto City, Happy, but still keep an eye on the viewscope.
Yes, sir. Cadet Happy aboard Terra 5 calling Pluto City Space Patrol. Cadet Happy
hold
aboard...
on a minute, Hap. Check your transmitter setting.
Yes, sir. Seems all right to me. Oh, I forgot about the new double scrambler circuit.
You were on two frequencies, Pluto City and Terra headquarters.
Yeah, I'll have to watch that. Terra would probably wonder why we were bothering them with a Pluto search problem.
The double scrambler is a good security measure, Hap. You can send the same message in two different codes, and no outsider listening in can tell if the same message is being sent.
Now, well, I've got it set for Pluto City alone now, Commander.
Fine, Hap.
Smoking rockets. There's a projectoscope light, Commander, down there on the ground.
That must be Professor Walker's light. Happy, hold that call until we can land and do some investigating.
All right, Commander.
Why doesn't he turn it back on? Must have seen our ship lights. Well, got a rough check on the location. Shouldn't be difficult to find him now.
Well, that didn't take you long. Any luck, Roman?
There's a professor.
He's in the next room eating.
I found the light. It's fallen into a narrow fissure in the rocks.
Was it down?
Yeah, it's pointing downward. I doubt if it could have been seen from his ship. Certainly had a close call at that.
What do you mean?
Just as I was picking up the light, I caught a glimpse of a spaceship's light over to the north. Quickly shut off the light.
You certain they didn't see the light?
I'm almost certain. They'd have had to be looking right at it. Anyway, they wouldn't see anything out there now, even with their brightest Atomo search beams on.
You're right. They never see the airlock opening unless they landed and stood right in front of it.
That was a delicious supper, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're quite welcome, Professor. Now, if you'll come with me, I'll show you. Well, you won't give us any trouble for a few hours.
You asleep?
Yeah, dropped off the moment he laid down.
Look, Hagel, why can't we get the supply ship here quicker? We can space phone him tonight.
That would be pretty stupid, Rorman. With search ships flying around this area. In a week, they'll have given out the search. Then it will be safe for the supply ship to land.
I'm sick of hiding out in this cave. We've been here 10 months. Surely the Space Patrol isn't still looking for us after all that time.
Well, I'd rather be here than in some Space Patrol detention center, undergoing suspended animation.
Yeah, I'd like to know how this differs from suspended animation. Listen, you hear that? Sounded like somebody in the airlock. Hagel, look. Sorry if we startled you. I'm Commander Corry of the Space Patrol.
Yes, Commander. We were startled. You see, we weren't expecting company.
We're looking for Professor Walker.
Professor Walker? Why, there is no one here but my partner and myself.
Professor Walker's lab ship crashed near here.
Yeah, we found a note that it was headed in this general direction.
Oh, and he probably went right on past our airlock. We often miss it ourselves.
I don't imagine he's very far away. You're sure you haven't seen him?
Oh, no. We haven't seen anyone. Have we, Mr. Evans?
No, of course not. Well, in case you hear anything about him, would you please notify the United Planets Research Foundation?
The United Planets Research Foundation? I see.
If you forget the name, you'll find it engraved on this projectoscope you have here on the table.
Projectoscope?
This one, Mr. Hagel.
Hagel? I didn't believe I told you my name.
You didn't. You looked familiar to me when I first came in. I just recalled where I'd seen your picture.
And where was that, Commander?
We have a method of remembering faces we see in the Space Patrol wanted file.
I don't believe I understand.
It's very simple, but I'm not going to explain it now. If Professor Walker isn't here and you haven't seen him, how do you happen to have his projectoscope?
Rorman, get them.
Commander! Stay where you are, Cadet. Nice work, Rorman.
I saw the commander edging toward the projectoscope. I couldn't grab it in time.
It's probably just as well. Corry and the Cadet have forced our hand. Now we'll have to play it safe. Lock them up. We'll get rid of them and the professor, too.
We'll be back with Space Patrol in just a moment. Hi, gang. This is Captain Dick Tufeld speaking from the Interplanetary School Stadium on Terra. I just saw a swell baseball game here. Listen to that crowd cheer the winners. Yes, it sure is fun when you're a winner and hear something like that. But remember, to be a winner, you have to get supercharged. And here's the way to take care of that. Eat a good breakfast with Rice Chex or Wheat Chex, the bite-sized super cereals that help to supercharge you. Delicious! And there's plenty of zing in that Rice Chex flavor. And man, oh man, Rice Chex biscuits are toasted and toasted to make them crisper and crisper. And Wheat Chex? Ah, there's a flavor you'd fly to the moon for. Now, gang, remember, it's fun to be a winner, and hear this. So move right up and be a winner. Move right up to the breakfast table for the breakfast that supercharges you. A power breakfast with the super cereals, Rice Chex or Wheat Chex. The cereals with Buzz Corry or Cadet Happy on the outside, and the wonderful magic space picture on the inside. And now back to today's Space Patrol adventure, The Prisoner of Pluto. Buzz Corry and Cadet Happy have been led to a secret cave on the dark, frozen planet Jupiter by a projectoscope signal lamp dropped by Professor Walker when he collapsed in his spacesuit near the cave airlock. Confronted by the commander, the two criminals, Hegel and Rorman, first denied they had seen the professor. But when Buzz discovered the professor's telltale projectoscope, the two fugitives rendered Buzz and Happy helpless with a paralyzer ray gun. Now, still under the effect of the paralyzer rays, Buzz and Happy have been carried to a cave room next to the one in which Professor Walker lies sleeping.
Okay, come on, let's get going.
Paralyzer's ray ought to hold them for another half hour. That'll be plenty of time.
Did you hear that, Happy?
Yes, Commander.
Try moving your arms and legs.
I've already tried, sir. The paralyzer ray seems to have worn off.
Good. The spacesuits protected us from the full effect. Let's try to locate a spaceophone and alert Pluto City.
How about the spacephones in our spacesuits?
Remember, we're inside a cave. A long distance from Pluto City, the signal won't carry.
Oh, that's right, sir. Well, Hegel must have a spaceophone in here.
We'll search the cave first and find Professor Walker. Then we'll see what we can do about a spaceophone. Professor? Professor Walker. Wake up, Professor.
What? What's going on? Who are you?
I'm Commander Corry of the Space Patrol.
Of course. Commander, am I still in the cave?
Yes, Professor, you are.
Yeah, that's a relief. I'm afraid I owe Mr. Hegel and Mr. Rorman an apology.
You do?
Yes. For a brief moment a while ago, I suspected them of trying to keep my presence here a secret. Isn't that ridiculous? I suppose it was due to my fatigue and fear after cracking up.
Now listen, Professor, there isn't much time. Your suspicions were correct. Hegel and Rorman are criminals.
What?
The Space Patrol has been searching for them for months. You happened to stumble on their hideout.
Then you've captured them?
Not yet, but we will. We'll need your help. Where's their spaceophone?
Spaceophone? They told me it was out of commission.
Well, I'll bet they've got a spaceophone around here somewhere. And in good working order, too.
Well, we'll check. Professor, better get your spacesuit on. Be ready to move out of here in a hurry.
I certainly will, Commander.
Run, Happy. We'll try to locate Hegel.
Put this stuff down here. We can store it away later.
Okay, Hegel. Say, this is a real haul. We got quite a load of supplies out of their ship, didn't we?
Yeah, we sure did. Now, let's get the three of them and put them on Corry's ship. Have your ray gun handy. We may have to give them another blast.
All right. Are you sure you can make the ship crack up look like an accident?
Just leave it to me. We'll take Corry and the cadet to the ship first. Then come back for the professor. Wait.
What is it?
I hear voices in the spaceophone here. Be quiet. I'm going to open the door.
All we need is something wrong with the spaceophone. Well, here we go. Emergency from Commander Corry to Pluto City Space Patrol. Send a patrol unit to Sector G18. Look for my ship, Terra 5, grounded near Steep Bluff. Professor Walker, Cadet Happy, and myself are being held captive.
Rorman, bust them with the ray gun, quickly! That takes care of them. Switch off the spaceophone. We got to get them to the ship in a hurry now.
Space Patrol, Pluto City, calling Commander Corry. Message
Hegel, I heard you.
We have established a fix on your location in Sector G18. Rescue ships will be dispatched immediately. Space Patrol Unit, Pluto City out.
Confound it.
Hegel, what are we going to do now?
We can't wreck Corry's ship. Those rescue ships would eventually locate the cave.
Can we contact Jackson and Trask? Maybe they can get here before the Space Patrol arrives.
We can do better than that. We can get away from here in Corry's ship.
Yeah, but who's going to pilot it? Where will we go? You don't know astrogation, neither do I.
Oh, I can get it spaceborne. After we're off Pluto, we'll wait till Corry and the cadet come out of the ray gun effect. Then we'll force them to take over and take us to Mars.
Yeah, but what about the professor?
If we take Corry, we'll have to take Walker, too. He'll be a good protection for us in case we're intercepted before Corry revives.
All right. Let's get him into Corry's ship. It won't take long for the patrol ships to get here. We better be gone. Happy, are you awake?
Huh? Yeah, yes, sir. Hey, where are we?
Aboard Terra 5.
Commander, you got us off Pluto. Well, the last thing I remember was having Hegel and Rorman surprise us when we were using the spaceophone. How did you manage to get us away?
I'm afraid I didn't. Hegel and his partner put all three of us aboard our ship.
Oh,
Commander.
Yes, Professor?
I don't suppose you know where they're taking us?
No, I don't. You?
To Mars. They were talking after they used the ray gun on you and the cadet.
To Mars? Why would they risk discovery by blasting off in my ship?
Well, you see, the Pluto City Space Patrol unit replied that they had established a fix on the cave and were going to send rescue ships immediately.
What? I don't see how that's possible. Hegel and Rorman got us before we established contact with Pluto City. Besides, they couldn't have plotted to fix that fast. It was my voice they heard.
Your voice, Professor?
Yes, sir. I saw them watching you, and I knew they'd never let you complete the call. So I used the transmitter in my spacesuit to make them think you'd succeeded. Perhaps it wasn't such a good idea. I'm not so sure. At any rate, it was very quick thinking, Professor. But it didn't have the effect I hoped it would. I thought perhaps if they thought their position was hopeless, Hegel would surrender without harming us. Well, at least it got us off Pluto, Professor. But we're still their prisoners. And we've still got a chance. So I hear somebody in the next compartment.
Oh, you've come out of it, eh? Come on, Commander. You and the cadet have work to do.
And if we refuse?
Roman and I can easily find a way to change your mind. All we want you to do is to plot an astrogation lecture that'll take us to Mars.
Can't you do it?
I wouldn't be asking you if I could. There's a lot about the ship that I don't understand. And listen, Corry, don't try any tricks. I'll know Mars when we're close enough to see it. And don't forget, whatever happens to the ship happens to you, too.
All right, Hegel.
Okay, after the control compartment, then. Professor, you'll stay here.
All right, Hegel, there you are. We're on automatic control now. You ought to reach Mars at about 2300 Universal Star Time.
And you swear that the vector you set keeps us off the regular space lane?
I said it did, didn't I?
I'm going to watch the viewscope, Corry. And if another ship appears following us, you'll regret it.
Well, can we help it if somebody sees us accidentally?
It'll be up to both of you to avoid that accident.
Yeah. Now look, Corry. I want my men to meet us on the Martian plane and pick us up there. Turn on that spaceophone so that I can contact them.
No fix on this either.
I don't know how this thing works, but I do know when the scrambler circle is set to the right combination.
And which one is that?
Scrambler code 31567. Now set it.
All right.
That's it. Now cut on the transmitter. This is Hegel calling Jet Trask at Saturn City. Hegel calling Jet Trask at Saturn City.
I hope he and Jackson are near the receiver.
Hegel, spaceborne out of Pluto, calling Jet Trask at Saturn City.
Maybe Corry's trying something.
Spacephone's on, don't worry.
Hegel to Trask.
Trask here. Go ahead, boss.
Trask, listen carefully. I got a job for you.
How did you get off Pluto? I thought
Just
you were...
listen. I want you to take a ship and meet me on the Martian plane, Sector 5G. We'll be there at about 2300 Universal Star Time.
Got it. I'll be there.
I'll be aboard Commander Corry's space battle cruiser, the Terra 5.
What? Hey, listen, are you making a deal with Corry?
Don't be a fool, Trask. If I were double-crossing you, would I use Corry's ship? I've got Corry and his cadet and Professor Walker here at the raid gun point.
Okay, Hegel. I'll pick you up at Sector 5G, Martian plane at 2300 hours Universal Star Time.
All right, Trask. Hegel out. Cut it out, Corry. Roman, take Corry and the cadet back to the compartment. Won't bring them out again when it's time to land on Mars. Nice landing, Corry. And now this is where we say goodbye.
Yeah, we'll miss you.
You won't miss a thing from now on.
Yeah, this is it. For all three of you.
Let's finish them before Trask lands so we won't waste any time getting away from them.
There's just one thing I want to do first, Hegel.
Yeah? What is it?
This!
Get him, Happy, while they're off balance. Well, I guess that takes care of our friends, sir.
Get their weapons, Happy.
Foreman, why didn't you watch Corry?
How did I know he was going to jolt the ship with a rocket blast? Anyway, maybe Trask can help us.
That's right, Corry. The alert you gave the ship will tip him off that something's wrong. He'll get us out of this.
I think you'll find that Trask is having troubles of his own. Have a look in the viewscope.
Space Patrol ships.
That's right.
Where did they come from?
You told them where to find us, Hegel.
I did?
Yes. When you were talking to Trask on one scramble frequency, the same message was being sent out on the regular Space Patrol emergency frequency. Happy, take them back aft and lock them up. And ask the professor if he cares to join us.
Right, sir. All right. Come on, you two. Be our guests for a change.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. And now, gang, here's Cadet Happy to tell you how you can have fun 10 different ways with that swell new Space Patrol projectoscope shaped like a rocket ship. Number 1.
Show pictures on the wall with it.
2.
Use it as a flashlight.
3.
Give signals with it at night.
4.
Hide secret messages inside of it.
5.
Play space patrol with it.
6.
Light it in a dark room. Looks like a rocket flying at night.
7.
Wire it on your bike for a new and different kind of ornament.
8.
Keep it to dress up your room. Stand straight up on its tail fins.
9.
Keep it by your bed at night. Comes in mighty handy.
And 10.
Take the bulb and battery out and use it as a roomy pocket case for marbles, jacks, money.
Yes, sir, gang. The projectoscope is lots of fun. And it comes to you complete with bulb, battery, and film for showing pictures on the wall. To get a projectoscope, do this. Buy a box of rice checks or wheat checks. Then, with your name and address, send 35 cents in coin and a rice checks or wheat checks box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are investigating a space factory revolving in an orbit around the planet Venus. Suddenly, they find themselves locked in a freight-handling chamber room, floating in the middle of the room.
Trowbridge has cut the artificial gravity field. We're completely weightless. Well, how are we going to get down to the floor? Oh, my head. Smoking rockets, Commander. We fell up to the ceiling. There's the floor down there below us.
Trowbridge reversed the gravity field. The pull in this room is toward the ceiling.
Well, now how are we going to get down to the floor?
We'll get down to it all right. The hard way, I'm afraid. Trowbridge will reverse the gravity field from floor to ceiling till he breaks every bone in our bodies.
Be sure to listen next Saturday for the exciting story, The Venus Space Factory, when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again bring you Space Patrol! Special bulletin for boys and girls in Springfield, Illinois, Terre Haute, Indiana, and Washington, D.C. Buzz Corry's own space battle cruiser, the Ralston Rocket, will be in your area next week. Don't miss it. The Ralston Rocket.
Boys and girls, this is your commander speaking. Help science help you. Give every nickel and dime you can to the American Cancer Society.
Space Patrol, an original Mike Moser production starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston and directed by Larry Robertson. Other players were Ken Mayer, Norman Jolly, Bela Kovach, and Stephen Robertson. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again present the new exciting Space Patrol. And be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC TV station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
Wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed adventure, Buzz and Happy are investigating a space factory revolving in an orbit around the planet Venus. Suddenly, they find themselves locked in a freight-handling chamber floating in the middle of the room.
They've cut the artificial gravity field. We're completely weightless.
How are we going to get down to the floor? Oh, my head. Smoking rockets, Commander. We were pulled up to the ceiling. There's the floor down there below us.
They reversed the gravity field. The pull in this room is toward the ceiling.
Well, now how are we going to get down to the floor?
We'll get down to it all right, the hard way, I'm afraid. They'll reverse the gravity field from floor to ceiling till they break every bone in our bodies.
We'll return in just a moment with today's Space Patrol adventure, the Venus Space Factory. Hi, gang. Space Patroller Dick Tufeld reporting to you from the Terra Airport. Just got back from a trip to Venus, and boy, do I need supercharging. Well, I'll just have myself a Space Patrol breakfast with one of the super cereals, Rice Chex or Wheat Chex. They're bite-sized, you know, and so easy to eat and so different and delicious, the Commander made them official cereals of the Space Patrol. Try them yourself, gang, and don't wait. Not for a swell treat like Rice Chex and Wheat Chex. Try them today. And say, gang, here's something important. We are swamped with orders for space binoculars. We have plenty of them, but we just can't mail them out fast enough. So if you're waiting for space binoculars, please be patient. We'll soon be caught up. Well, I got to go get supercharged right now. See you later, gang. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, the Venus Space Factory. Swinging in wide orbits around the planet Venus are two gigantic constructions, popularly known as space factories. Power is obtained from the sun by use of solar energy reflectors. These privately owned factories are inspected at regular intervals by Space Patrol personnel to see that United Planets regulations are observed. Right now, in the control section office of one of the factories, Space Patrol Inspector Curtis is talking to Vincent Trowbridge, owner of the plant.
I've completed the inspection, Mr. Trowbridge.
Find anything wrong, Inspector Curtis?
No, nothing serious. The heat insulation on the mercury vapor conduits needs replacing.
You aren't going to enter that on a report, are you?
Well, I should. But I'll overlook it this time if you promise to have it repaired by the time of my next official visit here.
Of course. You just play ball with me, Curtis, and I'll play ball with you.
Fine. Oh, Mr. Trowbridge.
Yes, Curtis.
About the investment you're handling for me, is everything all right?
Well, it doesn't look good right now.
But can I get my 10,000 credits back?
Perhaps in a few months.
A few months? Well, Mr. Trowbridge, you said last month we could expect a quick profit.
Yes, I also said there were certain risks involved. You remember that, don't you?
But all our other investments, they turned out all right.
They were for small amounts, 100 credits or so.
I was counting on that money. You put me in a terrible spot.
I didn't put you on the spot, Curtis. You insisted I take your money. It was your money, wasn't it?
Yeah, of course it was, except for a few hundred I borrowed. But it has to be paid back right away.
Well, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do.
Look, you've got to help me. If the Space Patrol finds out I've been having business dealings with one of the firms I inspect, I'll lose my job.
Well, you didn't worry much about that when you were winning.
I was foolish, I admit it. But I was relying on your business judgment. This gets out of it. I'm finished.
Perhaps I should have realized you weren't in a position to risk so much money. Tell you what. Suppose I return those 10,000 credits to you.
Will you, Mr. Trowbridge?
Now, understand, Curtis, I only do this out of the goodness of my heart. This is just a loan, you understand. It's my money you're getting. Your 10,000 is still invested with another firm, and I can't touch it.
I'll pay you back every credit when the other deal begins to pay off.
Yeah. Oh, in the meantime, you're in a position to do me a favor.
What do you have in mind?
Well, you also inspect the other space factory, don't you?
Dan Larkin's plant? Oh, yes, sir.
What's his record?
Excellent. Why?
Perhaps you've been somewhat lax in your inspection. Somewhat indulgent, shall we say.
Oh, no. I'm always very careful.
Yes, but there is always room for improvement, Curtis. From now on, you can even be more careful when you check on Larkin. When are you due there again?
2 days from now.
Well, just make sure you examine his entire factory thoroughly. I'm sure you'll be able to find that Larkin is guilty of several irregularities.
You aren't asking me to turn in a false report.
Would you rather a true one be turned in on you?
All right, Mr. Trowbridge.
Oh, this may ease your conscience a little. I have a couple of men working at Larkin's factory. You wouldn't have to use your imagination too much in
Man at Corry's office. Cadet Happy here. Yes, sir. All right, Major, I'll tell him.
What is it, Happy?
It's Major Robertson, Commander. He says Inspector Curtis is due back at Venus City headquarters tomorrow. He's been on sick leave.
Hap, remind me to spaceophone Curtis in the morning regarding the space factory report.
Yes, sir.
I can't understand what's happened to Stan Larkin's operation.
Who is this Larkin, sir?
He owns one of the two space factories circling Venus. The last two inspection reports have been pretty bad. Till 3 weeks ago, Larkin's plant had a very high rating.
What's the trouble, sir?
Curtis listed 6 counts of defective safety equipment, including the main airlock. When he returned for another checkup 2 weeks later, 3 of the previous citations hadn't been corrected.
What about the Trowbridge station?
Oh, that's excellent. You know, it looks to me as though Larkin's trying to cut corners.
It's not a very smart move with a new government contract still sitting on the Secretary General's desk.
It's not a smart move in any case, I think. Any negligence in one of those space factories could cost the life of every man in the plant. First, I'll see what Curtis has to say about the situation. Then I may pay Larkin a visit.
Curtis at Venus City calling Trowbridge at Space Factory number 2. Curtis calling Trowbridge at Space Factory number 2.
Trowbridge here. Go ahead, Curtis.
I just thought I ought to let you know. Corry's going to blast off for a visit to Larkin's factory.
Is he coming here, too?
He didn't mention it in our space phone conversation. But better be prepared just in case he does.
I am always prepared. Did he question your report on Larkin?
No, not yet. But I'm worried. I don't want to get into this any deeper.
Now, look, Curtis, stop worrying. Just take it easy.
All right, but I won't make any more false reports.
We'll talk about it later. When is Corry due at Larkin?
About 900 hours universal start time tomorrow.
All right, Curtis. Trowbridge out. Now, what can my men do to convince Corry?
You could start decelerating now, Happy. We're nearly on the factory's orbit.
It certainly doesn't look very solid, Commander. Like a bunch of wheels strung together with wires.
Well, it would never do on a planet, of course, but out here in space with no gravity pull, it's strong enough.
Where do we join airlock, sir?
At the end of that tube projecting from the circular structure. We'll make our approach from the other side.
It looks like we've got a clear approach on this vector, sir.
Right. Let's contact Larkin and tell him we're coming in for inspection.
Commander Corry, I've been in the manufacturing business for 20 years. This is the first time I've been accused of mismanagement.
All you're being accused of right now, Mr. Larkin, is failure to correct certain faulty equipment after receiving a citation from our inspector.
I tell you, I ordered it corrected.
Did you check to see if your orders were carried out?
Well, frankly, no, I didn't. In the past, I've never found it necessary to check up on my employees.
Mr. Larkin, our inspectors have a regular procedure to follow. Did you say that in the past Curtis has ignored defective equipment?
I don't know whether Curtis has ignored defective equipment or not, but I haven't.
Then what about those last 2 reports? What about the complaints of impurities in your product?
Commander, would you like to inspect this factory right now?
I certainly would, but you haven't answered my question.
Maybe we'll both know the answers after inspection. I manufacture plastics, not excuses.
All right, Larkin. I'll call my cadet and we'll inspect. I'll say this for you, Larkin. Overall, your factory is run very efficiently.
We haven't finished the tour yet, Commander. With these accusations against me, I think it only fair that you make a complete inspection.
All right. What's next?
Well, you've seen the crew's living quarters, the power control station, and the process control room. As I recall your inspector's last report, there was a defective airlock in number 2 loading chamber.
That's right. Has it been repaired?
I ordered it repaired. Come with me. You can see for yourselves. Oh, here, wait. You'd better both put on heavy coats if you're going in there.
Why, is it cold in there?
About 5 degrees below 0 centigrade. The coats are here in the locker. Here's one for you, Commander.
Thank you.
Here you are, Cadet.
Thanks, Mr. Larkin. Well, why is the loading chamber so cold?
This chamber is where we keep the hexaplast sheets. They move directly into the hold of the cargo ship, which is also at 5 degrees below 0.
Hexaplast? What's that?
It's a light but very strong plastic, Happy. It's called the material with a memory.
A memory?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, excuse me, Commander, the intercom. Larkin at chamber 2. Yes? Can it wait? But I'm... Oh, all right. I'll be right back. Commander, I've got to go back to the central control room. 2 of my technicians seem to have misinterpreted my instructions on the process routine. Why don't you examine loading chamber 2, and I'll join you in a minute.
Of course, go ahead.
Thanks, Commander.
Now, let's go in, Happy. We'd better secure the door to hold the temperature down.
Well, it's not as cold in here as I expected it to be.
It's a dry cold, low humidity. These coats are pretty heavy.
Well, there sure isn't much room to move around with all these bales stacked in here.
Now, there's the airlock at the other end of the chamber. Let's check the indicator and see if there's any leakage.
Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, Commander, what did you mean when you said hexaplast was a material with a memory?
Well, it can be molded into a certain shape at a fairly high temperature. And when it's cold, the way it is now, it flattens out.
Uh-huh.
When the temperature rises, it springs back into its original form. It's as though its molecules remembered what shape it takes.
What was that?
No. It sounds as though something snapped.
Oh, look, up there. The top bale came undone. Oh, somebody did a sloppy job of packing. Ow, there goes another one. Hey, look, it's moving. The cargo's shifting.
You've got to get out of here, Happy.
Hey, Commander, what's happening?
The hexaplast, expanding to its original shape. Open the door, hurry.
It's locked, sir.
We've got to get out of here in a hurry. If we don't, the hexaplast will crush us against the wall.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. This is Captain Dick Tufeld reporting the morning news direct from Terra City. First, the headlines. Commander Corry offers projectoscope to boys and girls on Earth. Space Patrol mail bags jammed with orders. The commander interrupts all communication lanes to warn projectoscope is offered for limited time only. Those are the headlines, now the details. Today, Buzz Corry is again offering all boys and girls a chance to send for the new 6-inch pocket projectoscope. This streamlined blue and yellow plastic model in the shape of the commander's rocket ship has been designed to do 3 important things. 1, to flash on and off so rapidly it can be used as a signal light. 2, to throw a steady beam of light so it can also be used as a flashlight. 3, to throw pictures on the wall by means of a special strip of film. Response from Earth has been terrific. Orders have been pouring in without let-up, but supplies are still big and work is on schedule. When a letter is received, a projectoscope is mailed at once. But Commander Corry warned in a special bulletin that the projectoscope could be offered for a limited time only. So, gang, send for your projectoscope today. Just buy a box of rice checks or wheat checks. Then, with your name and address, send 35 cents in coin and a rice checks or wheat checks box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now back to today's adventure, the Venus Space Factory. Vincent Trowbridge, owner of a space factory revolving around Venus, has forced a Space Patrol inspector to turn in false reports against Stan Larkin, owner of a competing space factory. Commander Corry and Cadet Happy went to the Larkin plant to investigate. While in loading chamber number 2 of the space factory, the 2 space patrolmen find themselves in danger of being crushed by a rapidly expanding plastic known as hexaplast as the temperature rises in the chamber.
Stand back, Happy. Let me try that door.
Yes, sir.
Somebody must have locked it after we got in here.
You suppose it was Larkin?
Hap, look out!
Huh? Wow, if you hadn't yelled, sir, I'd have been smashed between those 2 blocks of hexaplast.
It's going to keep expanding till it fills every inch of this chamber.
That's as hard as rock.
Yes, after it reaches its original shape.
Commander, could it break through the hull of the chamber?
By the time it does, it won't matter to us. Hey, wait. You've given me an idea. There's a bale that hasn't broken open yet. Help me drag it to the door.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Let's move fast, Happy.
This bale feels soft.
Yeah. Now let's wedge it between the stack of hexaplast and the door. A little tighter.
Commander, I can feel it expanding.
Stand back. When those metal packing strips burst, they'll lash out like whips.
There it goes.
It's swelling up. Let's hope that door is the weakest part of the chamber.
Hey, it works, sir. The door's open.
Let's get out of here quickly.
Hey, Commander, it's colder out here in the passage than it was in the chamber.
Let's get to the control room. I want to hear Larkin's explanation of this. Here's the control room, huh? Larkin. Here's the control room, huh? Larkin. Here's the control room, huh?
Commander, you're safe.
You know what happened in the loading chamber?
Yes. Did you secure the outer door of the passage?
Yes, I did. Now, maybe you'll tell me who locked the refrigeration door.
Locked it? It wasn't locked.
Oh, no. We had to use expanding hexaplast to break it open.
You were in there with that wild plastic?
Where did you think we were, Larkin?
I don't know. I settled the argument between the two technicians, then I came back here and checked the instruments. I could see the temperature was rising in the loading chamber.
What made it rise?
The thermostat must have been defective. It's all right now. Even if the hexaplast bursts the chamber hull, we won't lose any air in the other sections of the factory.
But I'd still like to know what made the temperature rise and the door lock
closed. Why?
Safety. One incompetent or vicious man in this space factory could destroy the lives of everyone aboard it. I'm going to order a ship to be sent here from Venus to remove every one of your staff to Venus City so we can have a complete investigation. I'll assign a space patrol ship to cruise alongside this factory in its orbit around Venus to protect your interests.
Very well, Commander. I'll order a complete shutdown.
All right, Larkin. Come on, Happy. We'll get to our ship and spaceophone Venus City. Then we'll head for Terra and organize.
Curtis calling Trowbridge aboard Space Factory number 2. Curtis calling Vincent Trowbridge at Space Factory number 2.
Trowbridge here. Go ahead, Curtis.
Are there any cargo ships loading or unloading at the factory?
No ships aren't due till tomorrow. Fine.
I'm coming there to talk to you.
What about?
I'll tell you when I get there.
Now, isn't that rather stupid? You aren't due to inspect for another 10 days.
I'm nearly there. Have the airlocks ready.
Why can't you tell me what you want over the spaceophone? We're both down the scramble circuit.
I've got to talk to you in person.
All right, come ahead. But if you are in trouble, don't expect me.
Commander, shouldn't we be on the Terra Vector?
I've changed course, Happy. We're heading for the other space factory on the opposite side of Venus.
Why? Is something wrong at the Trowbridge plant?
Well, so far it's not as serious as what went on at Larkin. I've been getting some interesting information from Major Robertson, though. Trowbridge has been putting out some defective plastics, too, worse than Larkin.
Was it in the inspector's report, sir?
No. The Bureau of Standards discovered it. It could have been detected by our inspector at the factory. Yet he's consistently given Trowbridge a high efficiency rating.
Does the same man check both factories?
Yes, George Curtis. Well, maybe he needs a vacation.
Yeah, he seemed to be right on his toes when he checked Larkin's plant.
Venus City Space Control was supposed to notify me when they located Curtis. He's off duty for 18 hours, so he must be somewhere in the city.
Oh, there's another collection of wheels in the viewscope, sir. We're getting close to the Trowbridge factory.
All right, Curtis. Tell me what was important enough to bring you here to the factory at this time.
I found out what your men tried to do to Corry with the hexaplast. You might have killed him.
Will that have put Larkin in a hot spot? As it is, this will probably finish him.
But you don't know the rest of it. Corry had the whole crew, including Larkin, flown to Venus City for an investigation. I'll be called in to testify.
So what? That close call, Corry will convince him that Larkin isn't fit to operate the factory. You just calm down. Go back to Venus City and be there when he calls you.
But, Trowbridge, don't you realize? Corry will probably give Larkin and his crew a brainograph test and find out about your spies.
I hadn't thought of that. Corry will find out you're behind this whole scheme.
And find out about me.
I'm glad you did that, Curtis. You can find me to Venus before Corry organizes his investigation. We'll have to eliminate those spies of mine before they are given the brainograph test.
I won't have any part of it.
All you have to do is keep your mouth shut. Being a space patrol inspector, you won't be asked to take a brainograph test, not if you play calm.
Commander Corry aboard Terra 5, calling Venus Space Factory number 2.
Corry, shut up.
Corry aboard Terra 5, calling Space Factory number 2.
Keep your mouth shut, Curtis. Let me do the talking. Venus Space Factory number 2, to Commander Corry. Trowbridge here.
Trowbridge, I want to talk to you on official business.
Of course, Commander.
We'll be ready to join airlock with the factory in about 3 minutes.
3 minutes?
Yes.
Come ahead, Commander.
Thanks, Mr. Trowbridge. Corry out.
You recognize my ship. Why didn't you stall him till I could get away?
It's too late now. He'd see you anyway. Don't worry. Just do as I say, and we'll both be all right. Just get back in that living compartment and lock the door. I'll handle Corry.
What are you going to do?
Just leave that to me. Go on, get in the car.
Go on, Happy.
Yes, sir. Well, Commander Corry, this is rather a surprise.
Hello, Mr. Trowbridge. I recognized our inspector's ship at number 2 airlock. Is he in here?
Yes, he's inspecting my factory.
It was my impression that he was here 4 days ago.
Oh, you mean you didn't know he was coming here today? I'm afraid Inspector Curtis is a very thorough young man. I've been getting quite a going-over from him.
Well, why?
Oh, I'll let him tell you.
It
Probably in the handling room now. This way, please. Second thought, maybe I'd better tell you myself. Frankly, I tried to deceive Curtis on his last trip here, and I thought I succeeded.
Deceive him? How?
Some defective insulation.
What about it?
Well, I could tell that Curtis wasn't feeling very well. I thought I'd put it over, but he wouldn't notice. Well, I found out differently. He's going over the entire plant with a vengeance.
After I see Curtis, there are a couple of other matters I want to discuss with you, Mr. Trowbridge.
Certainly. I'll find Curtis right in here, Commander. The handling room. Just go right in.
Hey! On your feet, Happy. Get through that door after him.
Oh. Commander, we can't touch the floor. What happened?
We're floating. Trowbridge cut off the artificial gravity in here.
We're going right toward the ceiling.
Now, take it easy. When you reach the ceiling, push yourself gently toward the floor.
Yes, sir.
Gently now. You might bounce back up again. When your feet touch, make your way carefully toward the door. Remember, we're completely weightless.
I can reach the ceiling now.
Here it goes. That's it. We're going down.
Like a couple of feathers. Oh, this is the strangest feeling.
Easy now. Your feet are almost touching the floor.
Oh, my head. Smoke and rockets, Commander. We were pulled up to the ceiling. There's the floor down there below us.
Trowbridge reversed the gravity field. The pull in this room is toward the ceiling.
How are we going to get down to the floor?
The hard way, I'm afraid. Trowbridge can keep reversing the gravity field from floor to ceiling till he batters us unconscious.
Look, sir. Everything that wasn't bolted to the floor is up on the ceiling all around us. Crates and tools, everything.
Now you see why Trowbridge called this the handling room. You can handle any object by adjusting the gravity field, no matter how heavy.
Yeah, including us. Wow, feel that. I'm pressing harder than ever against the ceiling.
Trowbridge is increasing the gravity field.
What's he going to do? Knock us out by giving us extra G's?
I doubt that he has that much power.
Well, it's strong enough so that I can't stand up on the ceiling.
If he reverses it at this strength, we'll break every bone in our bodies when we hit the floor.
Well, this is awful. Just waiting for him to smash us down.
Happy, look down there on the wall. See that switch box?
Yes, sir.
It's right by the outer loading hatch. Maybe a gravity control emergency switch. You can just turn that lever to the off position.
But we can't reach it, sir. Not even if we could stand up.
No, but there are a lot of objects around us up here in the ceiling. Small things we could throw. We can hit that switch before Trowbridge reverses the gravity.
There's a small crowbar. It's even hard to crawl with all this high gravity. There.
Now take careful aim, Happy. Remember, be ready to duck. That bar is going to fall back up to the ceiling.
That's right. I'm glad you reminded me. Well, here goes.
Oh, watch out. It's falling back.
I didn't throw it nearly hard enough.
I'll try it with this wrench.
If you hit it, we'll have quite a drop to the floor.
If I hit it, we'll stay here in the ceiling till we push ourselves down. Now, cross your fingers.
Hey, you hit it, sir. We're weightless again.
All right, Happy. Easy now. Press against the ceiling with your legs. Push yourself down toward the door. Okay, careful now. Let's go.
Come on, Curtis, quick. Get into your ship. What to do with Corry? He's floating around in the handling room, up near the ceiling. What? Well, just as I was about to reverse the gravity pole and smash him to the floor, the field cut off. I guess I overloaded the coils. Come on, we got to get out of here. Hurry, get it to your ship.
All right, Trowbridge, stay right where you are.
Corry!
Commander, I didn't know you were here.
Curtis, you had the right hunch in coming back here, but evidently you didn't know just how far Trowbridge really would go.
No, Commander.
Yeah, that's right, Curtis. I might even take the brainograph then.
Happy, take Trowbridge into custody.
No, you don't. Get your hands up, Cadet.
Curtis.
Go on, you too, Corry.
Hey, what is this? Curtis, are you out of your mind?
Good work, Curtis. Now, Corry, we'll...
Get him, Happy! All right, you two, on your feet.
I've got their weapons, sir.
Commander, Trowbridge forced me to help him. He bribed two of Larkin's guards to heat up the hexaplast chamber. I didn't have a thing to do with it.
Curtis, keep your mouth shut.
You might as well let him talk, Trowbridge. We've got enough on you right now.
Commander, I'll tell you everything. Honestly, I will. I only did what I did so I wouldn't lose my inspector's job.
Curtis, you have a peculiar idea of an inspector's duties.
Yeah, don't worry, Curtis. You'll still be an inspector. You can inspect the inside of a criminal rehabilitation center.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. Gang, everybody's talking about the projectoscope, and no wonder. It's terrific. Now, here's a boy who's been talking about his projectoscope since the moment he got it. That was on Saturday morning.
Junior, look. I got my projectoscope. Man, it's really neat. Look at that. It's shaped like a real outer space rocket ship with tail fins and a radar antenna.
Sunday night, and he's still going strong.
Hey, Dad, turn out the light. Here now. I'm going to show you some pictures on the wall with my projectoscope. That's Buzz, Corry, and Cadet Happy you see there. In a real Space Patrol adventure. It's called Mighty Meteor. And there's 3 other adventures on the same film.
And so it went with his friends on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
Look at Joe. Look at this projectoscope flash signals in the dark. See how fast I can blink it on and off?
Then Thursday, Friday, and Saturday again. And this boy is still talking about his projectoscope.
Now, don't cry, sis. I'll find that nickel you dropped here in the dark. See, I got my projectoscope in my pocket. And it's a swell flashlight, too. See that beam of light? Hey, here's your nickel, sis. Good old projectoscope.
Gang, get yourself one of these wonderful projectoscopes. We have enough for all of you, and we'll send you one the day we get your order. Just buy a box of rice checks or wheat checks. Then, with your name and address, send 35 cents in coin and a rice checks or wheat checks box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Write that down. Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy have joined airlocks with a spaceship in which 2 criminals are holding Peril captive. Although the criminals have meekly surrendered over the spaceophone, Buzz is still wary.
Happy, I'm going to open the inner account. Have your rig down here. Yes, sir. You got us, Commander, with our hands up. Look, I'll turn on the light so you can see better.
Happy, the lights. They're blinding, Commander. I can't see.
Let them have it, Rambo. They can't see. They're helpless.
Be sure to be with us next Saturday for the exciting story, The Cosmic Ray Detector, when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again bring you Space Patrol! Special bulletin for boys and girls in Indianapolis, Indiana, and Washington, D.C. Buzz Corry's own space battle cruiser, the Ralston Rocket, will be in your area next week. Don't miss it. The Ralston Rocket. Space Patrol, an original Mike Moser production starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston and directed by Larry Robertson. Other players were Ken Mayer, Bela Kobach, Norman Jolly, and David Duval. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when wheat checks, rice. Wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed adventure, Buzz and Happy are investigating a space factory revolving in an orbit around the planet Venus. Suddenly, they find themselves locked in a freight-handling chamber floating in the middle of the room.
They've cut the artificial gravity field. We're completely weightless.
How are we going to get down to the floor? Oh, my head. Smoking rockets, Commander. We were pulled up to the ceiling. There's the floor down there below us.
They reversed the gravity field. We're pulling this room is toward the ceiling.
Well, now how are we going to get down to the floor?
We'll get down to it all right, the hard way, I'm afraid. They'll reverse the gravity field from floor to ceiling till they break every bone in our bodies.
We'll return in just a moment with today's Space Patrol adventure, the Venus Space Factory. Hi, gang. Space Patroller Dick Tufeld reporting to you from the Terra Airport. Just got back from a trip to Venus, and boy, do I need supercharging. Well, I'll just have myself a Space Patrol breakfast with one of the super cereals, Rice Chex or Wheat Chex. They're bite-sized, you know, and so easy to eat and so different and delicious, the commander made them official cereals of the Space Patrol. Try 'em yourself, gang, and don't wait. Not for a swell treat like Rice Chex and Wheat Chex. Try 'em today. And say, gang, here's something important. We are swamped with orders for space binoculars. We have plenty of them, but we just can't mail them out fast enough. So if you're waiting for space binoculars, please be patient. We'll soon be caught up. Well, I got to go get supercharged right now. See you later, gang. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, the Venus Space Factory. Swinging in wide orbits around the planet Venus are two gigantic constructions, popularly known as space factories. Power is obtained from the sun by use of solar energy reflectors. These privately owned factories are inspected at regular intervals by Space Patrol personnel to see that United Planets regulations are observed. Right now, in the control section office of one of the factories, Space Patrol Inspector Curtis is talking to Vincent Trowbridge, owner of the plant.
I've completed the inspection, Mr. Trowbridge.
Find anything wrong, Inspector Curtis?
No, nothing serious. The heat insulation on the mercury vapor conduits needs replacing.
You aren't going to enter that on a report, are you?
Well, I should. But I'll overlook it this time if you promise to have it repaired by the time of my next official visit here.
Of course. You just play ball with me, Curtis, and I'll play ball with you.
Fine. Oh, Mr. Trowbridge.
Yes, Curtis.
About the investment you're handling for me, is everything all right?
Well, it doesn't look good right now.
But can I get my 10,000 credits back?
Perhaps in a few months.
A few months? Well, Mr. Trowbridge, you said last month we could expect a quick profit.
Yes, I also said there were certain risks involved. You remember that, don't you?
But all our other investments, they turned out all right.
They were for small amounts, 100 credits or so.
I was counting on that money. You put me in a terrible spot.
I didn't put you on the spot, Curtis. You insisted I take your money. It was your money, wasn't it?
Yeah, of course it was, except for a few hundred I borrowed. But it has to be paid back right away.
Well, I'm afraid there is nothing I can do.
Look, you've got to help me. If the Space Patrol finds out I've been having business dealings with one of the firms I inspect, I'll lose my job.
Well, you didn't worry much about that when you were winning.
I was foolish, I admit it. But I was relying on your business judgment. This gets out of it. I'm finished.
Perhaps I should have realized you weren't in a position to risk so much money. Tell you what. Suppose I return those 10,000 credits to you.
Will you, Mr. Trowbridge?
Now, understand, Curtis, I only do this out of the goodness of my heart. This is just a loan, you understand. It's my money you're getting. Your 10,000 is still invested with another firm, and I can't touch it.
I'll pay you back every credit when the other deal begins to pay off.
Yeah. Oh, in the meantime, you're in a position to do me a favor.
What do you have in mind?
Well, you also inspect the other space factory, don't you?
Dan Larkin's plant? Oh, yes, sir.
What's his record?
Excellent. Why?
Perhaps you've been somewhat lax in your inspection. Somewhat indulgent, shall we say.
Oh, no. I'm always very careful.
Yes, but there is always room for improvement, Curtis. From now on, you can even be more careful when you check on Larkin. When are you due there again?
2 days from now.
Well, just make sure you examine his entire factory thoroughly. I'm sure you'll be able to find that Larkin is guilty of several irregularities.
You aren't asking me to turn in a false report.
Would you rather a true one be turned in on you?
All right, Mr. Trowbridge.
Oh, this may ease your conscience a little. I have a couple of men working at Larkin's factory. You wouldn't have to use your imagination too much in
Commander Corry's office. Cadet Happy here. Yes, sir. All right, Major, I'll tell him.
What is it, Happy?
It's Major Robertson, Commander. He says Inspector Curtis is due back at Venus City headquarters tomorrow. He's been on sick leave.
Hap, remind me to spaceophone Curtis in the morning regarding the space factory report.
Yes, sir.
I can't understand what's happened to Stan Larkin's operation.
Who is this Larkin, sir?
He owns one of the two space factories circling Venus. The last two inspection reports have been pretty bad. Till 3 weeks ago, Larkin's plant had a very high rating.
What's the trouble, sir?
Curtis listed 6 counts of defective safety equipment, including the main airlock. When he returned for another checkup 2 weeks later, 3 of the previous citations hadn't been corrected.
What about the Trowbridge station?
Oh, that's excellent. You know, it looks to me as though Larkin's trying to cut corners.
It's not a very smart move with a new government contract still sitting on the Secretary General's desk.
It's not a smart move in any case, I think. Any negligence in one of those space factories could cost the life of every man in the plant. First, I'll see what Curtis has to say about the situation. Then I may pay Larkin a visit.
Curtis at Venus City calling Trowbridge at Space Factory number 2. Curtis calling Trowbridge at Space Factory number 2.
Trowbridge here. Go ahead, Curtis.
I just thought I ought to let you know. Corry's going to blast off for a visit to Larkin's factory.
Is he coming here, too?
He didn't mention it in our space phone conversation. But better be prepared just in case he does.
I am always prepared. Did he question your report on Larkin?
No, not yet. But I'm worried. I don't want to get into this any deeper.
Now, look, Curtis, stop worrying. Just take it easy.
All right, but I won't make any more false reports.
We'll talk about it later. When is Corry due at Larkin?
About 900 hours Universal Start Time tomorrow.
All right, Curtis. Trowbridge out. Now, what can my men do to convince Corry?
You could start decelerating now, Happy. We're nearly on the factory's orbit.
It certainly doesn't look very solid, Commander. Like a bunch of wheels strung together with wires.
Well, it would never do on a planet, of course, but out here in space with no gravity pull, it's strong enough.
Where do we join airlock, sir?
At the end of that tube projecting from the circular structure. We'll make our approach from the other side.
It looks like we've got a clear approach on this vector, sir.
Right. Let's contact Larkin and tell him we're coming in for inspection.
Commander Corry, I've been in the manufacturing business for 20 years. This is the first time I've been accused of mismanagement.
All you're being accused of right now, Mr. Larkin, is failure to correct certain faulty equipment after receiving a citation from our inspector.
I tell you, I ordered it corrected.
Did you check to see if the orders were carried out?
Well, frankly, no, I didn't. In the past, I've never found it necessary to check up on my employees.
Mr. Larkin, our inspectors have a regular procedure to follow. Did you say that in the past Curtis has ignored defective equipment?
I don't know whether Curtis has ignored defective equipment or not, but I haven't.
Then what about those last 2 reports? What about the complaints of impurities in your product?
Commander, would you like to inspect this factory right now?
I certainly would. But you haven't answered my question.
Maybe we'll both know the answers after inspection. I manufacture plastics, not excuses.
All right, Larkin. I'll call my cadet and we'll inspect. I'll say this for you, Larkin. Overall, your factory is run very efficiently.
We haven't finished the tour yet, Commander. With these accusations against me, I think it only fair that you make a complete inspection.
All right. What's next?
Well, you've seen the crew's living quarters, the power control station, and the process control room. As I recall your inspector's last report, there was a defective airlock in number 2 loading chamber.
That's right. Has it been repaired?
I ordered it repaired. Come with me. You can see for yourselves. Oh, here, wait. You'd better both put on heavy coats if you're going in there.
Why, is it cold in there?
About 5 degrees below 0 centigrade. The coats are here in the locker. Here's one for you, Commander.
Thank you.
Here you are, Cadet.
Thanks, Mr. Larkin. Oh, why is the loading chamber so cold?
This chamber is where we keep the hexaplast sheets. They move directly into the hold of a cargo ship, which is also at 5 degrees below 0.
Hexaplast? What's that?
It's a light but very strong plastic, Happy. It's called the material with a memory.
A memory?
Mm-hmm. Oh, excuse me, Commander, the intercom. Larkin at chamber 2. Yes? Can it wait? But I'm... Oh, all right. I'll be right back. Commander, I've got to go back to the central control room. 2 of my technicians seem to have misinterpreted my instructions on the process routine. Why don't you examine loading chamber 2, and I'll join you in a minute.
Of course, go ahead.
Thanks, Commander.
Now, let's go in, Happy. We'd better secure the door to hold the temperature down.
Well, it's not as cold in here as I expected it to be.
It's a dry cold, low humidity. These coats are pretty heavy.
Well, there sure isn't much room to move around with all these bales stacked in here.
Now, there's the airlock at the other end of the chamber. Let's check the indicator and see if there's any leakage.
Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, Commander, what did you mean when you said hexaplast was a material with a memory?
Well, it can be molded into a certain shape at a fairly high temperature. And when it's cold, the way it is now, it flattens out.
Uh-huh.
When the temperature rises, it springs back into its original form. It's as though its molecules remembered what shape it takes.
What was that?
No. It sounds as though something snapped.
Oh, look, up there. The top veil came undone. Oh, somebody did a sloppy job of packing it. Ow, there goes another one. Hey, look, it's moving. The cargo's shifting.
You've got to get out of here, Happy.
Hey, Commander, what's happening?
The hexaplast, expanding to its original shape. Open the door, hurry.
It's locked, sir.
We've got to get out of here in a hurry. If we don't, the hexaplast will crush us against the wall.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. This is Captain Dick Tufeld reporting the morning news direct from Terra City. First, the headlines. Commander Corry offers projectoscope to boys and girls on Earth. Space Patrol mail bags jammed with orders. The commander interrupts all communication lanes to warn projectoscope is offered for limited time only. Those are the headlines, now the details. Today, Buzz Corry is again offering all boys and girls a chance to send for the new 6-inch pocket projectoscope. This streamlined blue and yellow plastic model in the shape of the commander's rocket ship has been designed to do 3 important things. 1, to flash on and off so rapidly it can be used as a signal light. 2, to throw a steady beam of light so it can also be used as a flashlight. 3, to throw pictures on the wall by means of a special strip of film. Response from Earth has been terrific. Orders have been pouring in without let-up, but supplies are still big and work is on schedule. When a letter is received, a projectoscope is mailed at once, but Commander Corry warned in a special bulletin that the projectoscope could be offered for a limited time only. So, gang, send for your projectoscope today. Just buy a box of rice checks or wheat checks. Then, with your name and address, send 35 cents in coin and a rice checks or wheat checks box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now back to today's adventure, the Venus Space Factory. Vincent Trowbridge, owner of a space factory revolving around Venus, has forced a Space Patrol inspector to turn in false reports against Stan Larkin, owner of a competing space factory. Commander Corry and Cadet Happy went to the Larkin plant to investigate. While in loading chamber number 2 of the space factory, the 2 space patrolmen find themselves in danger of being crushed by a rapidly expanding plastic known as hexaplast as the temperature rises in the chamber.
Stand back, Happy. Let me try that door.
Yes, sir.
Somebody must have locked it after we got in here.
You suppose it was Larkin?
Hap, look out!
Huh? Wow, if you hadn't yelled, sir, I'd have been smashed between those 2 blocks of hexaplast.
It's going to keep expanding till it fills every inch of this chamber.
That's as hard as rock.
Yes, after it reaches its original shape.
Commander, could it break through the hull of the chamber?
By the time it does, it won't matter to us. Hey, wait. You've given me an idea. There's a bale that hasn't broken open yet. Help me drag it to the door.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Let's move fast, Happy.
This bale feels soft.
Yeah. Now let's wedge it between the stack of hexaplast and the door. A little tighter.
Commander, I can feel it expanding.
Stand back. When those metal packing strips burst, they'll lash out like whips.
There it goes.
It's swelling up. Let's hope that door is the weakest part of the chamber.
Hey, it works, sir. The door's open.
Let's get out of here quickly.
Hey, Commander, it's colder out here in the passage than it was in the chamber.
Let's get to the control room. I want to hear Larkin's explanation of this. Now, here's the control room, huh? Larkin. Now, here's the control room, huh? Larkin. Now, here's the control room, huh?
Commander, you're safe.
You know what happened in the loading chamber?
Yes. Did you secure the outer door of the passage?
Yes, I did. Now, maybe you'll tell me who locked the refrigeration door.
Locked it? It wasn't locked.
Oh, no. We had to use expanding hexaplast to break it open.
You were in there with that wild plastic?
Where did you think we were, Larkin?
I don't know. I settled the argument between the two technicians, then I came back here and checked the instruments. I could see the temperature was rising in the loading chamber.
What made it rise?
The thermostat must have been defective. It's all right now. Even if the hexaplast bursts the chamber hull, we won't lose any air in the other sections of the factory.
But I'd still like to know what made the temperature rise and the door lock
closed. Why?
Safety. One incompetent or vicious man in this space factory could destroy the lives of everyone aboard it. I'm going to order a ship to be sent here from Venus to remove every one of your staff to Venus City until we can have a complete investigation. I'll assign a space patrol ship to cruise alongside this factory in its orbit around Venus to protect your interests.
Very well, Commander. I'll order a complete shutdown.
All right, Larkin. Come on, Happy. We'll get to our ship and space upon Venus City. Then we'll head for Terra and organize.
Curtis calling Trowbridge aboard Space Factory number 2. Curtis calling Vincent Trowbridge at Space Factory number 2.
Trowbridge here. Go ahead, Curtis.
Are there any cargo ships loading or unloading at the factory?
No ships are due till tomorrow. Fine.
I'm coming there to talk to you.
What about?
I'll tell you when I get there.
Now, isn't that rather stupid? You aren't due to inspect for another 10 days.
I'm nearly there. Have the airlocks ready.
Why can't you tell me what you want over the spaceophone? Poor photon, the scramble circuit.
I've got to talk to you in person.
All right, come ahead. But if you are in trouble, don't expect me.
Commander, shouldn't we be on the Terra Vector?
I've changed course, Happy. We're heading for the other space factory on the opposite side of Venus.
Why? Is something wrong at the Trowbridge plant?
Well, so far it's not as serious as what went on at Larkin. I've been getting some interesting information from Major Robertson, though. Trowbridge has been putting out some defective plastics, too, worse than Larkin.
Was it in the inspector's report, sir?
No. The Bureau of Standards discovered it. It should have been detected by our inspector at the factory. Yet he's consistently given Trowbridge a high efficiency rating.
Does the same man check both factories?
Yes, George Curtis. Well, maybe he needs a vacation.
Yeah, he seemed to be right on his toes when he checked Larkin's plant.
Venus City Space Control was supposed to notify me when they located Curtis. He's off duty for 18 hours, so he must be somewhere in the city.
Oh, there's another collection of wheels in the viewscope, sir. We're getting close to the Trowbridge factory.
All right, Curtis. Tell me what was important enough to bring you here to the factory at this time.
I found out what your men tried to do to Corry with the hexaplast. You might have killed him.
Will that have put Larkin in a hot spot? As it is, this will probably finish him.
But you don't know the rest of it. Corry had the whole crew, including Larkin, flown to Venus City for an investigation. I'll be called in to testify.
So what? That close call, Corry will convince him that Larkin isn't fit to operate the factory. You just calm down. Go back to Venus City and be there when he calls you.
But, Trowbridge, don't you realize? Corry will probably give Larkin and his crew a brainograph test and find out about your spies.
I hadn't thought of that. Corry will find out you're behind this whole scheme.
And find out about me.
I'm glad you did think that, Curtis. You can find me to Venus before Corry organizes his investigation. We'll have to eliminate those spies of mine before they are given the brainograph test.
I won't have any part of it.
All you have to do is keep your mouth shut. Being a space patrol inspector, you won't be asked to take a brainograph test, not if you play calm.
Commander Corry aboard Terra 5, calling Venus Space Factory number 2.
Corry, shut up.
Corry aboard Terra 5, calling Space Factory number 2.
Keep your mouth shut, Curtis. Let me do the talking. Venus Space Factory number 2, Commander Corry. Trowbridge here.
Trowbridge, I want to talk to you on official business.
Of course, Commander.
We'll be ready to join airlocks with the factory in about 3 minutes.
3 minutes?
Yes.
Come ahead, Commander.
Thanks, Mr. Trowbridge. Corry out.
You recognize my ship. Why didn't you stall him till I could get away?
It's too late now. He'd see you anyway. Don't worry. Just do as I say, and we'll both be all right. Just get back in that living compartment and lock the door. I'll handle Corry.
What are you going to do?
Just leave that to me. Go on, get in the car.
Go on, Happy.
Yes, sir.
Well, Commander Corry, this is rather a surprise.
Hello, Mr. Trowbridge. I recognized our inspector's ship at number 2 airlock. Is he in here?
Yes, he's inspecting my factory.
It was my impression that he was here 4 days ago.
Oh, you mean you didn't know he was coming here today? I'm afraid Inspector Curtis is a very thorough young man. I've been getting quite a going-over from him.
Yeah? Why?
Well, I'll let him tell you. He's probably in the handling room now. This way, please. On second thought, maybe I'd better tell you myself. Frankly, I tried to deceive Curtis on his last trip here. And I thought I succeeded.
Deceive him? How?
Some defective insulation.
What about it?
Well, I could tell that Curtis wasn't feeling very well. And I thought I'd put it over. But he wouldn't notice. Well, I found out differently. He's going over the entire plant with a vengeance.
After I see Curtis, there are a couple of other matters I want to discuss with you, Mr. Trowbridge.
Certainly. I'll find Curtis right in here, Commander. The handling room. Just go right in.
Hey! On your feet, Happy. Get through that door after him.
Oh. Commander, we can't touch the floor. What happened?
We're floating. Trowbridge cut off the artificial gravity in here.
You're going right toward the ceiling.
Now, take it easy. When you reach the ceiling, push yourself gently toward the floor.
Yes, sir.
Gently now. You might bounce back up again. When your feet touch, make your way carefully toward the door. Remember, we're completely weightless.
I can reach the ceiling now.
Here goes. That's it. We're going down.
Like a couple of feathers. Oh, this is the strangest feeling.
Easy now. Your feet are almost touching the floor.
Oh, my head. Smoke and rockets, Commander. We were pulled up to the ceiling. There's the floor down there below us.
Trowbridge reversed the gravity field. The pull in this room is toward the ceiling.
How are we going to get down to the floor?
The hard way, I'm afraid. Trowbridge can keep reversing the gravity field from floor to ceiling till he batters us unconscious.
Look, sir. Everything that wasn't bolted to the floor is up on the ceiling all around us. Crates and tools, everything.
Now you see why Trowbridge called this the handling room. We can handle any object by adjusting the gravity field, no matter how heavy.
Yeah, including us. Wow, feel that. I'm pressing harder than ever against the ceiling.
Trowbridge is increasing the gravity field.
What's he going to do? Knock us out by giving us extra G's?
I doubt that he has that much power.
It's strong enough so that I can't stand up on the ceiling.
If he reverses it at this strength, we'll break every bone in our bodies when we hit the floor.
Oh, this is awful. Just waiting for him to smash us down.
Happy, look down there on the wall. See that switch box?
Yes, sir.
It's right by the outer loading hatch. Maybe a gravity control emergency switch. We can just turn that lever to the off position.
But we can't reach it, sir. Not even if we could stand up.
No, but there are a lot of objects around us up here in the ceiling. Small things we could throw. We can hit that switch before Trowbridge reverses the gravity.
There's a small crowbar. It's even hard to crawl with all this high gravity. There.
Now take careful aim, Happy. Remember, be ready to duck. That bar's going to fall back up to the ceiling.
That's right. I'm glad you reminded me. Well, here goes.
Oh, watch out. It's falling back.
I didn't throw it nearly hard enough.
I'll try it with this wrench.
If you hit it, we'll have quite a drop to the floor.
If I hit it, we'll stay here in the ceiling till we push ourselves down. Now, cross your fingers.
Hey, you hit it, sir. We're weightless again.
All right, Happy. Easy now. Press against the ceiling with your legs. Push yourself down toward the door. Okay, careful now. Let's go.
Come on, Curtis, quick. Getting to your ship. What to do with Corry? He's floating around in the handling room, up near the ceiling. What? Well, just as I was about to reverse the gravity pole and smash him to the floor, the field cut off. I guess I overloaded the coils. Come on, we got to get out of here. Hurry, get it to your ship.
All right, Trowbridge, stay right where you are.
Hurry!
Commander, I didn't know you were here.
Curtis, you had the right hunch in coming back here, but evidently you didn't know just how far Trowbridge really would go.
No, Commander.
Yeah, that's right, Curtis. I might even take the brainograph then.
Happy, take Trowbridge into custody.
No, you don't. Get your hands up, Cadet.
Curtis.
Go on, you too, Corry.
Hey, what is this? Curtis, are you out of your mind?
Good work, Curtis. Now, Corry, we'll...
Get him, Happy! All right, you two, on your feet.
I've got their weapons, sir.
Commander, Trowbridge forced me to help him. He bribed two of Larkin's guards to heat up the hexaplas chamber. I didn't have a thing to do with it.
Curtis, keep your mouth shut.
You might as well let him talk, Trowbridge. We've got enough on you right now.
Commander, I'll tell you everything. Honestly, I will. I only did what I did so I wouldn't lose my inspector's job.
Curtis, you have a peculiar idea of an inspector's duties.
Yeah, don't worry, Curtis. You'll still be an inspector. You can inspect the inside of a criminal rehabilitation center.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. Gang, everybody's talking about the projectoscope, and no wonder. It's terrific. Now, here's a boy who's been talking about his projectoscope since the moment he got it. That was on Saturday morning.
Junior, look. I got my projectoscope. Man, it's really neat. Look at that. It's shaped like a real outer space rocket ship with tail fins and a radar antenna.
Sunday night, and he's still going strong.
Hey, Dad, turn out the light. There now. I'm going to show you some pictures on the wall with my projectoscope. That's Buzz, Corry, and Cadet Happy you see there. In a real Space Patrol adventure. It's called Mighty Meteor. And there's 3 other adventures on the same film.
And so it went with his friends on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
Look at Joe. Look at this projectoscope flash signals in the dark. See how fast I can blink it on and off?
Then Thursday, Friday, and Saturday again. And this boy is still talking about his projectoscope.
Now, don't cry, sis. I'll find that nickel you dropped here in the dark. See, I got my projectoscope in my pocket. And it's a swell flashlight, too. See that beam of light? Hey, here's your nickel, sis. Good old projectoscope.
Gang, get yourself one of these wonderful projectoscopes. We have enough for all of you, and we'll send you one the day we get your order. Just buy a box of rice checks or wheat checks. Then, with your name and address, send 35 cents in coin and a rice checks or wheat checks box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Write that down. Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy have joined airlocks with a spaceship in which 2 criminals are holding Peril captive. Although the criminals have meekly surrendered over the spaceophone, Buzz is still wary.
Happy, he's going to open the inner account. I'll give a gun over. Yes, sir. You got us, Commander, with our hands up. Look, I'll turn on the light so you can see better.
Happy, the lights. They're blinding, Commander. I can't see.
Let them have it, Rambo. All they can't see. They're helpless.
Be sure to be with us next Saturday for the exciting story, The Cosmic Ray Detector, when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again bring you Space Patrol! Special bulletin for boys and girls in Indianapolis, Indiana, and Washington, D.C. Buzz Corry's own space battle cruiser, the Ralston Rocket, will be in your area next week. Don't miss it. The Ralston Rocket. Space Patrol, an original Mike Moser production starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston and directed by Larry Robertson. Other players were Ken Mayer, Bela Kobach, Norman Jolly, and David Duval. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when wheat checks, rice. Wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are in an underground passage deep beneath Saturn City, attempting to capture a plutonium thief, Victor Drumlin. Drumlin has reversed the atmosphere pumps and is drawing deadly methane gas from Saturn's atmosphere into the lower levels. Protected by a shielded hideout, Drumlin refuses to surrender.
That methane gas isn't going to stop us, Drumlin. We can break that door down before it reaches this level.
That door is built to shield against an explosion, Corry. The kind you're going to hear in a moment.
What does he mean, Commander?
He's bluffing, Happy. Methane isn't explosive.
It is. When mixed with ordinary air and ignited. Listen.
What's that, Commander? Let's turn on the generators, Happy. If he overloads them, he'll ignite the gas and blow up Saturn City.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Secret of Sub-Level 7. Say, gang, how are you at imitations? Well, this is Captain Dick Tufeld speaking, and here's my idea of how a cosmic surface car sounds with just ordinary fuel in its tank. Vroom! But. Now here's that same car with super fuel in its tank. Vroom! Yes, sir. That cosmic surface car is really roaring now because it's supercharged with super fuel. And, gang, the same is true with you. What happens when you have ordinary fuel for breakfast? Well, you move like this. What. That's right, you're just a putt-putt. But when you fill up your tank with super fuel, man, you're supercharged. So eat a power breakfast with rice checks or wheat checks and get supercharged. Flavor galore in every bite-sized biscuit. So get the super cereals today, rice checks, wheat checks. And remember, inside of each package, you get a mysterious magic space picture. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Secret of Sub-Level 7. All day long, huge crowds have thronged United Planets Park on the man-made planet Terra. All the leading scientists from Mercury to Pluto have been demonstrating improvements in spaceship equipment, in surface cars, also in such home appliances as the Diatronic Chef, which will prepare any one of 1,000 different dinners in 30 seconds merely by dialing a number. Cadet Happy has been a fascinated spectator at most of these exhibits. But now he's returned to Commander Corry's office at Space Patrol headquarters.
Commander?
Well, Happy, didn't expect you back for another hour.
I thought I'd better give you this note, sir. It's marked urgent.
Well, who gave it to you?
That's the odd part of it, sir. I don't know. Somebody in the crowd slipped it in my belt somewhere in the Hall of Science.
Evidently someone doesn't have much confidence in our official message service.
It might be a joke of some kind, Commander. One of the new cadets testing me to see what I'd do.
I'm glad you brought this to me, Happy.
Is it important, sir?
If it isn't someone's idea of a practical joke, it's very important. Listen to this. 9 months ago, 250,000 credits worth of plutonium was stolen from reactor plant number 5 on Jupiter's third moon. You want to know who was behind that theft? Come to apartment 15J, Einstein Terrace at 1300 hours Universal Star Time today.
Smoking rockets. But what's the signature, sir?
There's no signature.
Well, they're not taking any chance of being caught. Yeah, it must be somebody's idea of a funny joke.
Except that the theft of plutonium wasn't made public, and they're still looking for the thieves. Happy, go to the electro directory and see who lives at 15J, Einstein Terrace.
Yes, sir.
You'll find Einstein Terrace in City Zone 5.
I've got it, Commander. Now the address, 15J. The indicator panel says Vogel, Edmund R., occupational code number 3-146.28.
Happy, it's 12:22 now. We'll have time to make a quick check on him in the files before we pay him.
This is a pretty fancy neighborhood for a production analyst. They must get pretty good pay.
It depends on how good they are, Happy.
Yes?
I'm looking for Edmund Vogel.
I am Edmund Vogel. What can I do for you?
I'm Commander Corry of the Space Patrol. Cadet Happy here gave me a message.
A message?
Perhaps we'd better talk inside, Mr. Vogel.
Why, yes, of course. Come in, gentlemen. What's this about a message, Commander?
Were you at the Hall of Science in United Planets Park at any time today?
Why, no. I had intended to go, but some urgent business came up.
Mr. Vogel, see this envelope?
Yes?
Did you write that address or order anyone else to write it?
No, I don't know a thing about it. What makes you think I do?
The message inside asked me to come here at 1300 Universal Star Time.
Well, but what about?
If you don't already know, and you have no reason for contacting me, then we'll just consider the incident closed. Sorry to have bothered you, Mr. Vogel.
That's quite all right, Commander. Here, I'll open the door.
Oh, one more thing, Mr. Vogel.
Yes?
Do you know of anyone who goes in for practical jokes of this kind?
Oh, no, Commander. I'm afraid my friends and acquaintances are. Well, you might consider them a little on the dull side.
Do you know anyone who has a grudge against you?
No, Commander. I'm completely mystified by the whole affair.
All right, Mr. Vogel. Thanks for your cooperation. Let's go, Happy.
Goodbye, Commander. They're gone, Mr. Drumlin.
I know. I heard the whole thing.
Did you think I handled it very well?
Yes, but you could have handled it better, Vogel, if you hadn't written that note in the first place.
But I explained it to you. I needed the reward money. You haven't given me what you promised. I couldn't even find you.
I got your message all right, but I couldn't risk answering them. However, I had my men watching you just in case you tried informing the Space Patrol, which was a lucky hunch on my part.
I've told you I was sorry. But now that you've promised me my money and I've denied writing that note, everything's all right again, isn't it, Mr. Drummond?
Yes, as long as you watch your step.
I promise.
I'll give you the money right now. But remember this. I couldn't have taken the plutonium without the help of the information I got from you.
But at the time, I didn't know why you wanted it.
Yes. I'll try to make Corry believe that. Here's your money.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And don't forget, this definitely makes you a party to the crime. Think that over the next time you feel like sneaking notes to one of Corry's men.
It won't happen again.
I'm sure it won't, Vogel. In fact, I'm...
Here are those handwriting blow-ups, Commander.
Good. Major Robertson certainly rushed them through.
Well, this is just the preliminary check, sir. The Major says an expert is working out the detailed analysis.
Let's see what we've got here, Happy.
Well, this is a blow-up of the note, and this is a magnaphoto of Vogel's own handwriting. And these are notations he made while working on charts and reports for his company.
They seem to correspond pretty well with the letters and figures in the note you found in your bag.
Major Robertson says there are at least 6 similarity characteristics.
That's pretty conclusive, Happy. I'd say that Vogel wrote the note all right.
But why would he deny it?
Perhaps something happened to change his mind.
How do we find out for sure, sir? We'll wait for the experts to finish the analysis?
There's a quicker way. We'll bring Vogel here for a brainograph test. Let's go back.
It doesn't seem to be home, sir.
I'll try the door. Locked. We'll use the magnet key and have a look around. From the looks of things, I'd say we're a little late.
You mean someone else had the idea of searching Vogel's place for evidence?
No, Happy. It looks like Vogel suddenly decided to leave and packed in a great hurry. These clothes lying around are freshly pressed and laundered. They don't look as though they've been pawed through by anyone searching for something.
Yes, sir, that's right.
This whole place has the air of a man who suddenly decided to run away. And in the confusion, had a hard time deciding what to take with him.
He certainly must have decided to travel light.
Happy, look around, see if you can find any letters or spaceograms.
All right, Commander.
Here's an example of Vogel's writing. In the notepad by the spaceophone. They're just figures.
Maybe they'll match the figures in the note.
I'll take them along. Let's see. They were written in a hurry. One line has been crossed out. We had some way of knowing what these numbers mean. Here, take a look at them.
Yes, sir. 59-1400, that's crossed out. And 63-1430.
What do they suggest to you?
Well, how about the time? 1400 and 1430 could be universal start time.
Yes, it could. It's after 1400 now.
Yeah, but 59 and 63, I draw a blank on those.
Vogel may be planning to leave Terra. Space Control Special Information Section. Commander Corry calling.
Yes, Commander. Lieutenant Graves here.
Lieutenant, are any space flights scheduled to blast off from Terra at 1400 and 1430 Universal Star Time today?
I'll check with operations immediately.
I want all flights, commercial and private, and their destinations. This is top priority.
Be with you in a minute.
I'll hang on. Happy. While we're waiting, keep searching this apartment.
Somebody's at the door, sir.
I'll see who it is and bring them in here. I don't want anyone to tip off Vogel that we're after him.
Yes, sir.
Vogel, Oh, sorry. I must be in the wrong apartment.
Will you step in, please?
Look, obviously I have made a mistake. Sorry to have bothered you.
My orders are to bring you to Commander Corry.
What's this all about?
You'll save yourself a lot of trouble if you just come in. How about it?
Sure. Anything to oblige.
Commander's right in here.
Commander, I think I'm entitled to an explanation.
Are you here to see Vogel?
Vogel, why...
He mentioned Vogel's name when I opened the door, sir.
Yes, I came to see Vogel. Where is he?
That's what I want to know. Did you have an appointment with him?
No, not exactly. I talked to him about doing a production survey for me. And I thought I'd drop in and clear out a few questions that have been bothering me.
Who are you?
My name is Drumlin, Victor Drumlin. I represent a firm that has a new hard metals extrusion process. Vogel was recommended to me by an acquaintance. I scarcely know the man.
When did you see Vogel last, Mr. Drumlin?
Let me see. It was 2 days ago. We had lunch together.
Did he seem worried about anything? Anxious, nervous?
Not that I noticed. I hope nothing is wrong.
Information section to Commander Corry.
Just a moment, Mr. Drumlin.
All right, Commander.
Corry here. Go ahead, Lieutenant.
I have the information on blast-off time, sir. Flight 59, blast-off for Venus, 1400. Flight 82, blast-off for Earth, 1421. Flight 63 for Jupiter, 1430. Nothing more till 15.5.
Thanks, Lieutenant. Corry out. Well, Happy, it looks as though Vogel was interested in that 1430 ship for Jupiter, Flight 63.
14:15 now, sir.
We'll have time to pick him up. Mr. Drumlin, Mr. Drumlin, what's the matter?
Get a doctor.
Catch him, Happy.
I've got him, sir.
Let's put him here on the couch. Easy now.
You're going to be all right, Mr. Drumlin. Just take it easy. Here, I'll loosen your collar.
I'm sorry to be such a nuisance.
Oh, that's all right.
Thanks, Cadet.
Commander, he's got my ray gun.
Drumlin, what's the idea?
I'll show you, Corry. Turn around, both of you.
Do as he says.
Now. I just have time to get to the spaceport and stop Vogel.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Say, gang, ever hear the story of the boy who heard music every time he ate something that tasted real good? A piece of cake, and he'd hear drums. A dish of ice cream, and he'd hear this. And when he tried Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, the super cereals, he'd not only hear drums and the piano, he heard the whole band. And no wonder that boy heard a whole band. Chex are terrific. Rice Chex is crisp shredded rice in that modern bite-sized design. And Wheat Chex is golden shredded whole wheat in that same wonderful, easy-to-eat, bite-sized design. And hey, each one of those bite-sized biscuits is loaded with zing and zip. A good breakfast with Chex and you're supercharged. So get those swell-tasting super cereals that help to supercharge you. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex. And remember, inside the package, there's a mysterious, magic space picture. And now, back to our Space Patrol adventure, The Secret of Sub-Level 7. Buzz and Happy have been knocked unconscious by Victor Drumlin to prevent them from finding Edmund Vogel and discovering that Drumlin is the mastermind behind the unsolved theft of a large amount of plutonium from a reactor plant on Jupiter's third moon. Leaving Buzz and Happy in Vogel's apartment on Terra, Drumlin has raced to the Terra spaceport to keep Vogel from boarding a Jupiter-bound spaceship. Calmly, casually, Drumlin scans the crowded terminal, then approaches a nervous-looking man pacing near a row of public communications booths.
Going away, Vogel?
Mr. Drumlin,
I hope you're not planning on taking the 1430 ship to Jupiter.
How'd you know that?
From Commander Corry. And if I hadn't interfered, he would be here now instead of me.
What have you done? What have you got me into?
Now, take it easy. I'm here to help you. We'll blast off right away in my private cruiser.
No, leave me alone. I don't want any more of this. Here, I'll give you back your money.
I don't care about the money. Your behavior is attracting attention. Here, let me give you something to quiet your nerves. Don't be alarmed. It's just an electro-injector treatment. Just step inside this communication booth until it takes it.
Mr. Drumlin, please. I don't want to go with you.
Inside this boot. There are comfortable seats for both of us. Now, just sit down. That's it. Now, We'll just sit here pleasantly as though we were phoning a mutual friend. Of course, in a moment, when the electro-injector takes effect, you won't be able to talk, much less raise an alarm.
Listen to me.
However, you will be able to walk where I guide you. Keep your hands away from the control switches. If I hear the operator's voice, I'm afraid I'll have to finish this interview rather unpleasantly.
Let me alone, John.
I can't leave you here to spill all you know to Corry. But you'll be safe with me in sub-level 7. Look, don't try to talk. We have nothing to worry about. Corry will never find either of us in sub-level 7. That's the old underground section of Saturn City that was sealed off years ago when the new levels were finished under the eastern end of the city. That's where I've been hiding out all these months. All right. Let's go. Stand up. That's it. We go to my ship, and if anyone asks any questions, I'll merely say that I'm a doctor and you're my patient, and we're going to Mars.
Happy.
What happened?
Pal Drumlin knocked us out.
Head feels like a meteor hit it.
We'll exchange symptoms later. Look at the time. It's 14:55.
You're too late to stop Vogel.
Let's hope Drumlin was too late to warn him. I'll call Space Control to hold Flight 63 when it lands at Jupiter City, and we'll get over to headquarters and see what we can find out about it.
Isn't very much farther, Vogel.
It's so cold and dark down here.
When the passageway turns, we can turn on the lights. Then it's just a few yards further to my living quarters. You'll find them quite comfortable.
I don't like it down here. It's like being shut up in a tomb.
No one will think of looking for us here. We'll have light and heat and plenty of food. All the convenience of city life, but none of the congestion.
How long will we have to stay in sub-level 7?
Oh, when you get used to it, it's pleasant. It's as pleasant as living on the surface of a planet. The old atmosphere plant and power plant are still in working order. The city could use them in an emergency. Now,
Happy, has anything come in about Vogel while I've been out?
Not a thing, sir. Except that he definitely wasn't on the ship to Jupiter. And I haven't been able to locate much information about this Drumlin either, sir.
Drumlin must have been in on this plutonium theft with Vogel.
Well, maybe Drumlin's the brains behind all this.
If he is, he won't hesitate to remove weaklings like Vogel if they threaten his safety. Here, Happy, put this on the microtape playback.
Yes, sir. What is it, sir?
It's a reel of tape from Spaceport Communications.
Oh?
Public booth number 23 from the delayed transmission circuit.
Delayed transmission, sir?
It's a new service for civilian space travelers, Happy. You wouldn't come in contact with it ordinarily, since our personnel use official facilities. But in the public booth, there's a special switch that turns on a tape recording device. You give your name, the name and location of the person you want to talk to, and give the message, and then the communications operator transmit the message at a later time.
Oh, I see. Oh, like if a man has to make a space trip in a hurry and his wife isn't home, he goes into a booth, presses a switch, and says, "Myrtle, this is Joe. You weren't home when I called. Had to go to Venus on business. Be back Friday."
Now, that's the idea. This particular tape you're queuing up caused a problem. There was no information indicating where it was to be relayed, but luckily the operator checking the tape recognized a couple of names. All right, turn on the playback.
Yes, sir.
Let me over. Don't try to talk. You have nothing to worry about. Corry will never find either of us in sub-level 7. That's the old underground section of Saturn City. It was sealed off years ago when new levels were finished under the eastern end of the city. That's where I've been hiding out all these months. All right, Vogel. Let's go. Stand up.
That's the end of it, sir. It's Vogel and Drumlin, all right. But how come their voices are on a delayed transmission tape?
They must have gone into a booth for the sake of privacy. By the tone of Vogel's voice, he wasn't too happy about it.
No.
Either one of them accidentally kicked the switch that turned on the recorder, or Vogel managed to kick it on without attracting Drumlin's attention.
In Saturn City.
Down in the 7th level.
Well, we can space it from Saturn City and have them surrounded in no time.
Yes, if we didn't care about what happens to Vogel.
Huh?
Drumlin wouldn't hesitate to get rid of Vogel if he thought he could escape by himself. Drumlin probably knows that ancient underground section of Saturn City better than anyone.
Oh, you're right, sir. Well, what do we do?
We'll blast off for Saturn City and contact the city engineer. We'll get maps of the old underground region. Then you and I will go down there and look.
Mr. Gump, Yes, Lord. How long are you going to stay in this awful place? I've asked you 100 times.
I know you have, and I'm getting sick of it. Shut up.
Then tell me.
All right, I will. If you had any sense of gratitude, or any sense for that matter, you know I brought you here to spare your life.
Space Patrol wouldn't destroy me.
No. But if I knew the Space Patrol had a chance of capturing you.
Mr. Grumman, why?
You're a weakling, Vogel. You tell everything you know about me if Corry pointed a finger at you.
But I didn't. How about yesterday in my apartment?
Yes, you got rid of Corry for a while. Because you knew I was in the next room, ready to blast both Corry and you if you spilled a thing. But you didn't have the brains to deceive Corry completely.
But I can't spend the rest of my life cooped up in this sub-level 7.
I'm tired of listening to your whining, Vogel. Now understand this. You live in sub-level 7 or not at all. On the surface of any planet, Corry could find you. I'd be finished. So make up your mind to live here or not at all.
There must be some other solution, Mr. Drummond. I'll go crazy down here. I'm used to using my mind, figuring, planning. Down here, there's nothing to think about.
Shut up! Warning system has picked them up. Somebody's here in sub-level 7.
They must be coming after us.
But you keep quiet. Can't be more than 2 or 3 of them. Possibly just a routine inspection by a couple of engineers. I'll turn out the lights so they won't suspect we're in here. Now keep still so I can... You must be getting close to me.
Yes, according to the chief engineer, the most likely place for Vogel and Drummond to hide out is the old engineering living room. It's right around this next turn.
What do we do? Rush them?
That'd be our best bet. Draw your ray gun.
Ready, sir.
The door to the living quarters is just a few yards around the corner.
Let's get him.
All right, Corry. Hold it. Hold it right where you are. Better go back the way you came, Corry. You can't get us. Go on. Get going.
Grumman, can you hear us?
You bet we can hear you.
Then listen. All the entrances to the upper levels are guarded. You're trapped. If you don't believe me, just try to escape.
Listen, I know ways out of this sub-level region that the engineers don't know about. You're the one who's trapped. Listen. Do you hear that, Corry?
Yes.
Those are the old atmosphere pumps. Right now, they're pumping raw ammonia and methane into the lower levels and separating the methane.
Cut them off, Grumman. I'm coming through that door.
I wouldn't try it. That door is built to shield against an explosion. The kind you're going to hear in a moment.
What does he mean, Commander?
He's bluffing, Happy. Methane isn't explosive. Neither is ammonia.
Not by themselves. You couldn't explode raw Saturn atmosphere. But, Commander, I'm pouring pure methane into the lower levels. And I'm going to explode that methane. I'm going to ignite it.
Even if you could, you wouldn't be such a fool. You'd blast all these lower levels apart.
That's right. And I can do it. Listen. Hear that, Corry?
Grumman, what are you doing?
Those are the old generators. I can overload them. Somewhere in the lower levels, something will blow out. The spark will ignite the methane.
Grumman, listen to me. You'll blow yourself up.
No, I won't. You and the cadet will get it first. Then the explosion will spread through the lower levels. There'll be panic up above. On the surface, and I can escape. Who's going to worry about capturing me and Vogel when the whole city's exploding underground?
Turn off those generators!
Commander, it's blowing up.
Unless we turn those generators off, you'll blow up the entire city.
That was the 10th sub-level. It's only a matter of seconds.
Come on, Happy. Let's charge that door.
What's more, Happy?
I'm increasing the power, Corry.
With all your weight now, Happy?
Yes, sir. They're broken in. Run for it, Vogel.
I'll get Grumman, Happy. You turn off the generator.
Yes, sir. You're too late, Corry. Nothing you can do that.
Need some help, Happy?
No, I found the switches, sir.
There. Well, that does it, Happy. The danger's over. I'll handle Drumlin. You hold Vogel.
Yes, Commander.
Commander, this man Drumlin threatened my life. He forced me into the whole thing. He stole the plutonium.
Yes, Vogel. When we get back to Terra, you can write us another note.
And this time, Vogel, do us a favor, will you? Sign your name.
An exciting preview of next week's Space Patrol adventure in just a moment.
This is Cadet Happy, gang. I just saw a top priority bulletin from communications. You know what it said? It said there isn't much more time to get a projectoscope because the offer soon ends. Jumpin' Jupiter, you just can't be without a projectoscope. Why, it's terrific. It's shaped like a rocket ship, the commander's rocket ship, and it's 6 inches long, and it's made of plastic, and it's blue and yellow, and it's got 4 big tail fins and a radar antenna, and gosh, I'm running out of breath because the projectoscope is just so wonderful I can't tell you about it fast enough. You better take over, Captain Tufeld. I'm grounded.
Well, gang, while Hap catches his breath, let me tell you about all the fun you can have with your projectoscope. First, you can show pictures on the wall with it. Comes with film containing 4 Space Patrol adventures, 24 pictures in all. Put this film in your projectoscope, blacken the room, push the radar antenna, and a picture flashes on the wall. To show a whole adventure, slide the film from picture to picture. It's a swell signal light, too. It flashes on and off, quick as a wink. Also, it throws a steady beam of light so you can also use it like a regular flashlight. Now, remember that bulletin Hap mentioned? This offer will soon end. So, gang, send for your official Space Patrol projectoscope today. Buy a box of rice checks or wheat checks. Then, with your name and address, send 35 cents in coin and a rice checks or wheat checks box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are in a private space cruiser heading toward Jupiter when suddenly...
It's a cosmic torpedo right off our port side.
Well, who could be firing at us?
I don't know, but he's within range. The next blast will get us sure.
He hit us that time, sir. The power's gone.
That's not all, Hap. The hull is punctured. We're losing all our air.
Be sure to listen next Saturday for the exciting story, Treachery in Outer Space, when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again bring you Space Patrol! Special bulletin for boys and girls in Dayton and Columbus, Ohio, and Baltimore, Maryland. Buzz Corry's own space battle cruiser, the Ralston Rocket, will be in your area next week. Don't miss it. The Ralston Rocket. Space Patrol, an original Mike Moser production starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston and directed by Larry Robertson. Other players were Ken Mayer and Bella Kovach. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again present the new exciting Space Patrol! And be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. Wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are in a private space cruiser heading toward Jupiter when suddenly...
It's a cosmic torpedo right off our port side. Who could be firing at us? I don't know, but he's within range. The next blast will get us sure.
He hit us that time, sir. The power's gone.
Well, that's not all, Hap. The hull's punctured. We're losing all our air.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, Treachery in Outer Space.
Say, what kind of a jet jalopy are we riding in anyhow, Captain Tufeld? We'll never get to Terra City at this speed.
I know what's the matter. This surface car's just got ordinary fuel in it. Well, we'll drive her to this filling station here and fill her up with super fuel. Let's try her now.
Wow, this jet car is supercharged now.
Sure thing. There's super fuel in it. And, gang, there's a little lesson in this for you. Ordinary fuel for breakfast, you're just a putt-putt. Super fuel for breakfast, you're supercharged. So, gang, my advice is eat the super fuel Buzz Corry has in the morning. I mean wheat Chex and rice Chex, the super cereals that help to supercharge you. Real swell tasting, and they both have that modern bite-sized design for easy eating. So don't be a putt-putt. Eat the delicious super cereals that help to supercharge you. Rice Chex and wheat Chex. And remember, inside the package, there's a mysterious magic space picture. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, Treachery in Outer Space. Commander Corry and Cadet Happy and their space battlecruiser Terra 5 are headed toward Jupiter, where Buzz is to hold a conference with the governor of that giant planet. But they've just received a message concerning a wanted bandit ship reported in the area, and Buzz has changed vector to head toward Jupiter's third moon.
There's no sign of another ship in the viewscope, Commander. Maybe the pilot of that Saturn patrol ship was mistaken.
The ship he was chasing may have already landed on Jupiter's third moon.
Then it's going to take us a long time to locate it, sir. Number 3 isn't a very big moon, but it's still got a lot of surface.
More area than we have time to search right now, even for 1 million credits worth of amplitron.
But, sir, if we're not going to search for this ship, why are we going to the third moon?
I'm going to pay a visit to the Gold Star Express spaceport. It's the one spaceport on number 3 moon where they don't ask many questions.
Well, didn't he say it was a small cargo job?
But that's all. There are dozens of small cargo ships shuttling between Jupiter's 12 moons, and the Saturn's moons, for that matter. The Gold Star Express operates 3 or 4.
Not a very big outfit.
No, but you get a lot of revenue by repairing ships owned by even smaller operators. The workmanship isn't always of very high standard, you remember.
Yeah, that's what Gold Star got in trouble about last year.
Of course, Rex Scranner may have learned his lesson. We'll have a talk with him, and then we'll blast off for Jupiter City.
Loring? The amplitron's all unloaded.
Oh, Mr. Scranner, I've been crawling all over the spaceport trying to find you.
Yeah. Yard foreman told me. What's the trouble?
Slate Rackman is out to get you.
I'm not surprised after that neat double cross my boys just pulled on him. We're in the big time now, Loring. We're as big as Rackman himself. Well, we will be after we dispose of that amplitron.
Yeah, but what about Rackman?
I outsmarted him once, I can do it again. What a deal. We let him plan the whole robbery, how to get the crates of amplitron out of the Saturn warehouse, then we step in a day early and do it ourselves. So we don't have to split them. Now stop worrying and see that my ship's ready. I want to blast off at Venus in an hour.
You can't blast off.
What do you mean I can't blast off? Got to make arrangements to dispose of the amplitron.
It's just what Rackman's waiting for. He's going to blow your ship to bits.
You sure of this, Loring?
Ask Broder. He overheard a couple of Rackman's men talking about it in that Saturn City hangout of theirs.
Well, he's not going to bluff Rex Scranner. I'm blasting off of Venus on schedule.
Yeah, but Mr. Scranner, you know that cruiser of his. He's got weapons on it that could fight off a space patrol squadron. You wouldn't stand a chance.
Commander Corry aboard Terra 5 calling Gold Star Express, Jupiter Moon number 3.
Commander Corry?
Commander Corry calling Gold Star Express Spaceport.
I'll talk to him. Gold Star Spaceport to Commander Corry. Rex Scranner here.
Mr. Scranner, I'm 5 minutes out of Moon number 3. I want to land at your port and talk to you.
Why, certainly, Commander. What about?
I'll explain when I get there. I need your cooperation.
Of course. I'll have the space lock cleared for you.
Fine. Corry out.
Why do you suppose he's coming here? He must suspect something about the amplitron.
If it was a regular Saturn to Jupiter patrol ship, I'd say you were right. But Corry wouldn't be here so soon after the robbery.
Suppose he starts looking around.
You won't find anything. We'll hide the amplitron cases underground. We'll spray the rocket exhaust of the ship that brought it in with liquid air. It'll be as cold as if the ship hadn't been spaceborne for 2 days. Get the crew on that right away.
Yes, Mr. Scranton. Say, why can't we get Corry to go after Rackman? After all, Rackman threatened your life.
Corry would want to know why. Wouldn't be smart to tell him.
Yeah, but maybe we could work it. Well, something like this. Tell Corry that you want to make up for that jam you were in last year and tip him off about some crime Rackman pulled.
You'd get Rackman out of the way. But he might suspect who informed on him. I'd still have Rackman's gang to contend with.
There must be somewhere you can use him.
Wait a minute, I've got it. Instead of getting Corry to go after Rackman, we get Rackman to go after Corry. Now listen, when Corry lands, I'll bring him in here. You have that? I'm sorry, Commander. Your ship's the only one to come into our Gold Star spaceport in the last 16 hours. Business has been pretty slack.
Well, has any ship requested landing permission and then canceled within the last few hours?
No, I've been here all the time myself. I'd know about such a call.
Happy, you checked over those ships in repair hangars. What do you think?
Well, 2 of them were small cargo jobs, but by the looks of them, they've been there for days. The rocket exhausts aren't even warm.
I see. And as I promised you, Commander, I'll notify the Space Patrol Jupiter whenever a ship does come in, for any reason at all.
Fine, Mr. Scranner.
What was that?
Came from the direction of our ship. Come on.
It sounded like the whole atmosphere dome collapsed. Hey, smoke and rockets, Commander, look. Somebody backed a truck into our ship.
Worse than that. He rammed a metal beam right through the hull.
That clumsy ox. I'm going out there and tell him.
You tell your driver to pull the truck straight ahead now. I think the Endurium beam will pull out without causing any more damage.
You heard the commander, Mr. Loring. Tell that driver to move that truck.
Yes, Mr. Scranner. All right, Davis, move it. Forward this time.
That's clear. Well, the next thing is to get it repaired.
Commander, I hold myself personally responsible for this inexcusable accident. My company will repair the damage.
All right, Mr. Scranner. But let's wait till Happy comes out of the ship. Maybe you won't have the men and equipment. Some delicate wiring is affected.
Fool couldn't have backed his truck into that old cargo hulk. No. He's got to pick the flagship of the Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol.
That could have been worse. The driver didn't do it intentionally.
You're very gracious about it, Commander. And since you insist, I won't fire them.
Doesn't look so good, Commander. I mean, as far as a quick blast-off's concerned.
What's the damage, man?
Well, outer and inner hulls are pierced, the power cable broken, emergency air supply conduit snapped in two. Nothing really difficult to repair, but, well, it'll take some time. 3 hours, anyway.
Now, my men will get on it right away. I'll have them drop everything else.
3 hours. That'll make me late for my appointment at Jupiter City.
Maybe we could space it in for a patrol ship to come and get us.
Why don't you take my private cruiser over there? It's quite fast. I'm sure you'd have no trouble operating it.
Won't you be needing your ship?
No, not until tomorrow. By then, your ship will be ready.
Well, if you're sure it's not an inconvenience, I'll take you up on it.
Excellent. That makes me feel a lot better.
And if you don't mind, we'll blast off right away.
The ship's all ready.
Good. Hap, let's get some of our gear out of Terra 5.
Right.
It worked, Mr. Scranner.
Now, Loring, let's see if Rackman will carry out his threat to blast my ship to bits.
Don't worry, Chief.
Bad little ship, Commander. Scranner keeps it in pretty good shape.
Yes, but I don't care much about using a civilian ship for official business.
You know, I honestly think Scranner would have been offended if you had refused.
Still, if it wasn't such an urgent appointment with the governor, I'd have waited for one of our patrol ships.
Well, we ought to get to Jupiter City right on the nose, sir. Wow, what was that?
Cosmic torpedo right off our port side.
Cosmic torpedo?
I'll take the controls, Happy. Put on the rear view scope.
Yes, sir.
One of our patrol ships must be firing at us.
Without a spacephone challenge?
Maybe Scranner's spacephone receiver's out of order. It seems all right. The meter's checked.
Wow. That was too close. It rocked the ship. Commander, look in the view scope. It's another private cruiser, and it's closing in.
Happy, go to the locker, get a couple of spacesuits. If our hull gets punctured, we'll still have a chance.
All right, Commander.
I'll try to find out what this space pirate wants. Private cruiser J3587 calling private cruiser S642. Hold your fire. Hurry with the suits. Cruiser S642, hold your fire. This is Commander Corry of the Space Patrol and cruiser J3587.
What do you think you're fooling, Scranner? You're done for.
This is not Scranner. It's Scranner's ship, but this is Commander Corry. Who are you?
Yes? Well, I'm the Secretary General.
Who are you? Stop firing those torpedoes and answer me.
Nice try, Scranner. That's Commander Corry, Gag, I mean. But you can only fool space Frank, that's one.
Happy! He's knocked the power out. Hurry with those spacesuits. He's blasting the ship to pieces. We're losing air.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Hey, watch it. Hold everything. Here he comes. And he's running right this way. Wow! That's a boy here in the neighborhood, gang, and he's always supercharged. Eats rice checks and wheat checks. That's why they're the super cereals that help to supercharge you. Uh-oh, he's running right in this direction again. I better get out of the way fast. Man, that boy has the speed of Buzz Corry himself. Well, gang, how about it? How about getting supercharged so you can whiz along just like that? Here's all you do. Have a good power breakfast with rice checks or wheat checks, the delicious bite-sized super cereals. They help to turn on your starter, help to make you bright as a light, help to keep you right on the beam. So don't wait. Get rice checks and wheat checks today. The swell-tasting super cereals that help to supercharge you. And remember, inside of every rice checks and wheat checks package, there's a mysterious, magic space picture. And now, back to our Space Patrol adventure, Treachery in Outer Space. Slake Rackman is blasting Rex Scranner's spaceship, believing his double-crossing partner is inside it. Actually, Scranner has plotted so that Commander Corry and Cadet Happy are in the ship. Thus, Scranner figures he's saving his own life and at the same time eliminating Buzz Corry. At this moment, Buzz and Happy are in the badly battered private space cruiser trying to get into spacesuits as their air pressure rushes through twisted hull plates into outer space.
Into the airlock. Quickly, Happy.
I can't breathe.
We can put on our spacesuits in there. Hurry, Hap.
Yes, sir. There's no air in the lock either.
It escaped when we opened the hatch. I'll turn the valve up.
Oh, that's better.
Get your suit on quickly, Happy.
Are we going to jump out of the ship, sir?
Not if that cruiser stops firing at us.
What did he say his name was, sir?
Rackman. He's after Scranner.
Isn't he ever going to stop?
He's going to be sure no one's left alive in this ship.
I've got my suit on, sir. I'm ready to leave the airlock any time you are.
Close your helmet faceplate and we'll go back into the control section.
Ready, Commander. Back with the inner hatch. Wow, what a mess. If we'd stayed in the control section, we'd have been finished for sure. Rackman sent a torpedo right through here. Where is he now? The view scope's erect. Look through the nose port. See that streak of flame? Hey, he's leaving us. Guess he figures he's finished Scranner. Gee, Commander, it's sure lucky you thought of these spacesuits when you did with that big hole in the ship. We'd be finished by now. We'll call Jupiter Space Patrol and have them send the ship after us. Yeah, but the spacephone is knocked out. We'll use the ones in our suits and hope they'll reach Jupiter. Just hope Rackman doesn't come back. Say, why do you suppose he's so anxious to do away with Scranner? That's just what I've been wondering, Happy. First, we gotta find out who Rackman is. Then we may have a clue. Scranner's sure lucky he wasn't aboard. I'll bet he wouldn't have thought of the spacesuits until it was too late. For the time being, we'll keep this little incident a secret within the Space Patrol. We won't release any public reports. Let this Rackman assume he got rid of Scranner, then we'll watch for his next move. I see what you mean, sir. If he found out it actually was you and Scranner's ship, he'd go into hiding, but quick. Our next move is to reach Jupiter. Emergency call to Space Patrol Jupiter. Commander Corry and damaged private cruiser off loop number 3. Over.
Well, Loring, I'd say Corry's had plenty of time to reach Jupiter City.
Should we check to see if he's arrived yet? Just to be sure?
Yeah. We'll notify Jupiter City Space Patrol that the commander's ship has been repaired, that it can be picked up any time it's convenient. That'll show the Space Patrol that we're very cooperative. Then maybe they'll let us know if something happened to Corry.
What do you mean, if? What chance would Corry have in your ship against Rackman's armored job?
Right. Now, while I call Jupiter Space Patrol, you give the boys orders to start loading those crates of Amplatron. I'll take them to Venus right away.
But suppose the Space Patrol comes to pick up Corry's ship while we're loading.
What if they do? Are they going to suspect us of loading stolen goods right in front of them?
I guess you're right.
You're sitting pretty, Loring. Rackman got rid of Corry for us. And when he finds out it was Corry and not me, he'll go into hiding. He won't dare show his face anywhere. Order the men to load the Amplatron. I'll call Jupiter Space.
Space Patrol Jupiter calling Commander Corry. Space Patrol Jupiter calling Commander Corry. Corry here. Go ahead. 2 ships are on the way to the location you've given us, Commander. A patrol ship to bring you and the cadet to Jupiter City, and a space tug to get the damaged ship out of the space lanes.
Good. Be sure to inform all personnel not to reveal information as to who was in this ship.
Yes, sir. Oh, Commander, we've heard from Gold Star Express Spaceport on route number 3.
Yes?
Mr. Scranner says the Terra 5 has been repaired and that they're waiting further instructions.
Send Scranner this message. You will be informed when Space Patrol personnel will arrive to remove Terra 5. Your cooperation appreciated.
I have it, sir. Do I put your signature on it, sir?
No, keep my name out of it. Your commanding officer will sign it.
I'll take it to Colonel Harris immediately, Commander.
Thank you. Corry out.
Then you're going to let somebody else bring our ship back to Jupiter City, Commander?
No. You and I will go back to moon number 3 when we finish our business on Jupiter. For the time being, I don't want anyone outside of the space.
Men are loading the Amplitron cases into that Class C cargo ship, Mr. Scranner. They ought to be ready to blast off in an hour.
Good.
Heard anything about your ship? Or Corry?
I received a spaceogram saying that Space Patrol personnel would pick up the Terra 5. It was signed by Colonel Harris of Jupiter Space Patrol.
If it's just a routine pickup of the ship, why would the colonel be involved?
Exactly. Well, why wouldn't Corry's name be on the message? Obviously, because there's no longer a Commander Corry. I've seen it happen before, Laurie. This is the kind of official smokescreen that always goes up before some important announcement.
Private cruiser S642 calling Gold Star Express Spaceport on Jupiter moon number 3.
That's Rackman.
Find out what he wants. But remember, you don't know anything about me except that I blasted off some time ago.
Private cruiser S642 calling Gold Star Express Spaceport Jupiter number 3.
Gold Star Express, Jupiter number 3. Go ahead, cruiser S642.
I would like to speak to the person in charge.
Oh, that'd be Mr. Scranner, but he isn't here now.
I know that. But who is in charge in Mr. Scranner's absence?
Why, I guess I would be Bart Loring.
Oh, Laurie. Yeah, sure. Well, this is Slade Rackman.
Yes, Mr. Rackman.
Well, you probably know I had an arrangement with Mr. Scranner.
Yes, he mentioned it.
I'm sure he did. However, since Mr. Scranner isn't coming back, that puts you in charge of Gold Star Express.
I don't understand. What do you mean Mr. Scranner isn't coming back?
Well, he made the mistake of double-crossing me on that Saturn Amplitron deal. I have just blasted his spaceship apart. Now I want to land at your port and talk to you.
Oh, what about?
My share of the Amplitron.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Now, don't be a fool, Laurie. Now that Scranner is gone, come in with me. If you don't, I'll send a cosmic torpedo into your atmosphere shell and destroy every one of you. Well, what do you say?
All right. When you make a deal, act scared.
What do you mean, act? You heard what he said. Mr. Rackman.
Yeah, Laurie.
I'll be glad to discuss your proposition.
Good. And in case you plan anything clever, one of my men in another spaceship has instructions to blast your atmosphere shell down. If I'm not spaceborne in 13 minutes.
Just come in, Mr. Rackman. I'm sure we can reach. Come in, Mr. Rackman.
I'm glad to see you're a man of sense, Laurie. Far more sensible than Scranner. Now, let's get down to cases. Where's the Amplitron?
It's being loaded into a ship, Rackman.
Scranner,
You left me to die in my ship.
But who was in it?
And the Corry of the Space Patrol?
He did say it was Corry on the spaceophone.
You thought it was a trick. Of course, you were so anxious to do away with me.
Well, I'm glad it was Corry. Now you and I can operate without much fear of being caught. Now, look here. Here's my proposition.
Let it, Rackman. I don't need you anymore. But I can give you a small job in my outfit. In an advisory capacity.
Me? Work for you? Why, you're nothing but a space mechanic and a small-time one at that.
You got your choice, Rackman. Come in with me and keep quiet. And I'll tell the Space Patrol who blasted my ship and destroyed Commander Corry. Well, which is it?
All right, Scranner. I'll come in with you.
I hope you appreciate how big-hearted I am.
Yeah, sure.
Space Patrol Cruiser J-83 calling Gold Star Spaceport, Jupiter Moon number 3.
I'll handle it. You keep quiet. Gold Star Spaceport to Space Patrol. Go ahead.
I'm acting on instructions of Colonel Harris at Jupiter Space Patrol headquarters. I'm bringing in the pilot who will fly Commander Corry's space battle cruiser back to Jupiter. Do I have permission to enter your atmosphere, Shell?
Of course. The Terra 5's all ready.
Good.
Space Lock will be ready at your approach.
Thank you. Space Patrol Cruiser J-83 out.
There. Well, Rackman, it looks as though you did a good job sending someone after Corry's ship.
You must have finished him all right, Rackman. You hear that, pilot? He said he was acting on orders of Colonel Harris.
What about my ship out there on the port?
Well, let's send a few men to work on it. It'll look just as though it's in for repairs. Until Corry's ship blasts off, Rackman, you keep on.
Got the velocity, Happy. There's the Gold Star Spaceport dome.
Commander, are you going to ask Skrenner why Rackman would want to blast his ship to pieces?
First, I want to find out just who Rackman is. Jupiter City headquarters didn't have anything on him at all. Maybe a personal feud. Uh-oh.
What is it, sir?
Ship down there inside the atmosphere dome. It's a private cruiser, number S642.
Rackman's ship?
Yes.
Yeah, but if he wrecked Skrenner's ship and thought he did away with Skrenner, what's he doing here at Skrenner's spaceport?
An interesting question, Happy. Let's find the answer. Come in. Well, gentlemen, as the ship's... And a Corry. Yes, Skrenner. Why the surprise? Oh, hey. Didn't you expect me to come back to my ship? Yes, except that you didn't identify yourself when you called in for landing procedure. Well, where's Rackman? Who's Rackman? The man who brought in that private cruiser out there near the east hangar? That ship was merely brought in for repairs, Commander. It seemed to be in good condition when it was blasting cosmic torpedoes at your ship. I don't understand. Look, Skrenner, somebody blew your ship to pieces thinking you were in it. Someone named Rackman. Now his ship is here in your spaceport. How do you explain it? What is there to explain? Quit stalling, Skrenner. Cadet Happy and I saw some men loading a cargo ship, hauling crates out of an underground storage vault. The crates look very much like the type in which Amplitron is packed. How about it?
I think it's about time someone took over who can handle things. Don't move, Corry.
I suppose you're Rackman.
That's right. Loring, move in and get the commander's weapon and the cadet. Go ahead. I got them covered.
Sure, Mr. Rackman.
I see I wasn't thorough enough when you were in Skrenner's ship. But that's a mistake I can easily correct right now. Hurry up, Loring. Take the commander's ray gun.
Hand me your ray gun, Commander.
All right, Loring. Here it is. Get Skrenner, Happy.
Yes, sir. You're a fool, Corry. You're two against three.
Not now.
That evens it up, Commander.
Watch Loring.
Hello, Loring.
All right, Skrenner. Want some more?
Wait. Commander, please.
Had enough?
Yeah, you've got to revive Rackman. Hurry or we'll all be destroyed.
Oh, fine.
He told me if he wasn't out of this atmosphere shell in half an hour, his men would blast a cosmic torpedo in us. We've only got 5 minutes.
Oh.
Bring him, too. Let him tell his men he's all right.
Come on, Skrenner.
Commander, I mean it. A torpedo through this shell would destroy us all.
Forget it, Skrenner. I don't think Rackman's men are worried about him right now. Look out there, above the dome.
Spaceship. Dozens of them.
I took the precaution of making a spacephone call when I was inspecting Terra 5. You're safe, Skrenner.
Yeah, Skrenner. Where you're going, you'll be safe for a long, long time.
We'll return in just a moment with a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Gang, there's not much time.
What do you mean, Captain Tufel?
No, sirree, there's not much time.
Hey, Captain, not much time for what?
To get a projectoscope. This offer will soon end.
You had me scared. I already got my projectoscope.
Ah, lucky you, but say, gang, how about you? Have you sent for your projectoscope yet? You better send for it today.
It's a signal light, flashlight, and film projector, all in one.
And it's shaped like Buzz Corry's rocket ship. Bright blue and yellow plastic and a full 6 inches long.
What a signal light. Wait till you see how fast it blinks on and off. Golly.
What a flashlight. Wait till you see the swell beam of light it throws.
And what a film projector. Wait till you see the wonderful pictures it shows on the wall.
Gang, it comes with a strip of film containing Buzz, Corry, and Cadet Happy in 4 Space Patrol adventures. mighty meteor, space pirates, men from Mars, and robot invasion. Slip the film in your projectoscope, darken the room, push the radar antenna, and a picture flashes on the wall.
To show a whole adventure, you just slide the film from picture to picture.
But remember, the projectoscope offer soon ends. So send in for your projectoscope today. Just buy a box of rice checks or wheat checks. Then with your name and address, send 35 cents in coin and a rice checks or wheat checks box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are in a surface car driving through the Venus Mountains toward the Space Patrol testing grounds. As they speed over the dangerous road, they're unaware that a container of sleeping gas hidden in the car is expelling a dangerous vapor.
Wow, I've seen these cliffs from the air, but I never realized how high they really are.
Oh. From this road, it's 1,000-foot drop to the bottom of the gorge.
Hey, Commander, you sure you don't want me to drive it?
If you get sleepy, it would take us to doze off.
Hey, Commander.
Hmm?
Hey, Commander, look out. We're headed for the edge of the cliff. Hey, Commander, wake up. We're going over.
Be sure to be with us next week for the exciting adventure, The Immortal Brain, when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot roastin' again present Space Patrol! Special bulletin for boys and girls in Columbus, Ohio, Wilkes-Barre, and Scranton, Pennsylvania. Buzz Corry's own space battle cruiser, the Ralston Rocket, will be in your area next week. Don't miss it. The Ralston Rocket. Space Patrol, an original Mike Moser production starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston and directed by Larry Robertson. Other players were Ken Mayer, Bela Kulvach, Norman Jolly, and David Duval. Dick Tufel speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot roastin' again present Space Patrol! And be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. Space Patrol comes to you transcribed from Hollywood.
This is ABC Radio Network.
Wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot roastin' present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed adventure, Buzz and Happy are in a surface car driving through the Venus Mountains toward the Space Patrol testing grounds. As Happy carefully guides the car over the dangerous road, they're unaware that a container of sleeping gas hidden in the car is expelling a dangerous vapor.
Wow, I've seen these cliffs from the air, but I never realized how high they really are. Mm-hmm. From this road, it's 1,000-foot drop to the bottom of the gorge.
I wonder why I'm so drowsy.
I'm a little drowsy, too.
Oh. Hey, Commander, there's a patch of fog or something ahead of us. It's a turn over there.
Fog? Happy, look out. We're heading for the edge.
Huh? Hey, we're going over the cliff.
We'll return in just a moment with today's Space Patrol adventure, The Immortal Brain. Gang, it kept coming closer and closer, faster and faster. And now it's here. Yes, the day is here, right smack on top of us. The last day we can offer you the Space Patrol Projectoscope. The Projectoscope, the 6-inch rocket that flashes on and off like a real signal light. The Projectoscope, That blue and yellow plastic rocket that throws a steady beam of light like a real flashlight. The projectoscope. The sleek, streamlined rocket that flashes 24 different pictures on the wall, one at a time. Pictures of Buzz, Corry, and Cadet Happy in 4 exciting Space Patrol adventures. Fun galore. But, gang, don't wait. This is the last time we can offer you the projectoscope. Just buy a box of rice checks or wheat checks. Then, with your name and address, send 35 cents in coin and a rice checks or wheat checks box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, the Immortal Brain. Long before the era of space travel, electronic computers proved their worth. With lightning speed, they foretold the path of rockets and predicted the weather. In the 30th century, these amazing electronic brains supply information and guidance for government leaders and all major industries. The giant government computer on Terra helps keep the economy of the United Planets in balance. Although most privately owned electronic brains proceed in an honest manner to supply special information to business firms, one famous computer in Venus City, known as Future Incorporated, is operated mostly for the benefit of unethical investors by Anton McDermott. Right now, McDermott is in his office talking to a new client, Brandon Fergus.
So you finally come around to subscribing to our service, Mr. Fergus.
Well, I don't see how I can afford not to, Mr. McDermott. My competitors have been beating me at every turn. And at this rate, I'll be broke in 6 months.
5 months.
What's that?
Our computer gives you 5 months. Of course, now that you're using the information given you by Future Incorporated, that prediction will be revised. More optimistically, I'm certain.
Well, I certainly hope so. You charge enough for your predictions.
You'll find it pays, Mr. Fergus. Your competitors have.
Yes, I know. I thought I was getting all the information I needed from this government computer.
Well, that gives you the overall trends in industry and business. But we give you specific predictions for your own particular interests. However, the government computer is excellent for the overall operations of the Space Patrol, for example.
Space Patrol?
You've had an unpleasant experience with the Space Patrol, Mr. Fergus.
Well, I had a nice, profitable arrangement on Jupiter last year. Commander Corry broke it up. He said it was illegal.
Was it?
Perhaps. But Corry just better not trust me again, that's all. You're not interested in my trouble. Well, let me give you a check for the first 3 months.
Fine, Mr. Fergus. What's that you've got there? One of those new check projectors?
Yes. It's shaped like a regular pen. See?
You set the figures by turning those small rings on the shaft. I see.
Then when you press the button on the end, the numbers and my signature are projected onto this specially sensitized check paper. Like this.
Say, that's quite a gadget. May I look at it?
Of course. Here's your check.
Well, thank you. I'm sure this will be a profitable association for both of us.
Oh, I hope so. You must have inherited your father's brains.
Mr. Fergus, I consider that a very high compliment.
Well, I mean it. Well, I'll be running along now, Mr. McDermott.
All right, Mr. Fergus. You'll be getting your first report on Future Incorporated in about 3 days.
Mr. McDermott, you understand now that I don't want to get mixed up in anything illegal.
Of course not, Mr. Fergus. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Mr. McDermott, are you free now?
Oh, yes, Gilson. Fergus just left, and he signed up.
Good.
I was amused at something he said. He told me I must have inherited my father's brain. If he only knew how close he came to the literal truth.
You mean your father's brainograph records?
Yes, all his ideas on economics, all his vast knowledge scanned by brainograph and recorded on tape. No wonder we've got the best computer service in the solar system. Our computer can draw upon my father's memories and intelligence, just as though he were alive.
Now, that's what I wanted to talk to you about, Mr. McDermott. Something's gone wrong.
What do you mean?
You know that problem you asked me to feed into the computer regarding the probable government plans for a new city on Saturn?
Yes, I've already bought most of the land in that area. Well, what's the trouble?
I fed in some new data from the government, and our computer keeps teletyping nonsense. The same meaningless phrase over and over.
What is it?
Well, here's the tape from the computer, sir. Cancel GOC.
Cancel government operations computer?
Machine sort of hesitates and makes a few false starts. Then out come these letters every time. That doesn't make sense. Why would the computer tell us to cancel out a whole source of information? Its main source, the government operations computer.
Wait. The machine only has a vocabulary that we built into it. Maybe it's trying to tell us something it hasn't words for and is using the nearest substitute. Cancel. Cancel might mean more than just eliminate data. It might mean destroy. Literally destroy.
Oh, but that's fantastic.
So close. That's it. The machine is trying to tell us that the government computer is recommending a change of plans about the location of the new city on Saturn.
But that would ruin us.
Of course. Our computer's answer is to destroy the government computer.
Well, that's out of the question, of course. What's this thing on the desk?
Oh, that's Fergus's gadget, a check projector. He must have left it. Gilson, you've got to go to Terra and destroy that computer. Immediately.
But, Mr. McDermott...
There's no other way out. And I know how it can be done. Straight down this aisle, Happy, behind relay panel number 68B. That's where the trouble started.
Yes, sir. Gee, this computer's a complicated thing.
It'll take weeks to repair the damage, even if we put every available technician on the job. Here. See that small black metal case?
This one? What does it do?
It's not a part of the computer, Happy. It was put here deep inside the control unit wiring to sabotage the computer.
That little box blew out this whole big machine?
Yes.
Well, who would want to do a thing like that? What would they gain?
It's hard to see how anyone could profit from it. This is the work of an extremely irrational and vicious mind.
Oh, you mean somebody really blew his rockets?
Mm-hmm. And paralyzed the largest, most important electronic brain in the solar system. Not only paralyzed it, but burned out memory banks, relays, and indicating instruments.
Somebody must have a grudge against everybody.
He succeeded in slowing down a lot of important projects. The economy of the whole United Planets will be thrown out of balance. We've got to find another computer. There's only one big enough to handle the job.
Which one is that, sir?
Future Incorporated in Venus City. It's not time to investigate the company, but they have an amazing record for correct predictions. It's run by Anton McDermott.
McDermott? That name sounds familiar.
Anton is the son of the late Samuel McDermott, the famous economist and historian.
Oh, were you a friend of his?
Yes. Never knew his son, Anton, very well, but Samuel McDermott and I were working on an idea together.
What was the idea, sir?
Well, you know it's possible to make a brainograph recording of a person's thoughts and memories.
Yes, sir.
I persuaded Mr. McDermott that he should leave such a record behind. It'd be much quicker than writing books. In the case of a genius like McDermott, it would preserve thousands of ideas that would otherwise be lost.
Mm-hmm.
Our plan was to devise some way to transfer these ideas and facts to the memory bank of a computer. And that way we could benefit from a brilliant man's thinking ability, even after he passed away. At least we thought we could preserve part of it.
Gee.
McDermott told me he'd found a solution, but I was called away on a mission about then. When I returned, it was too late.
Well, hadn't he written it down?
No. At least no mention of it was ever discovered in his papers after his death. His son, Anton, turned all of his father's notes over to the government.
It's sure too bad he couldn't have lived a little while longer.
Eventually someone will solve the problem, but right now we've got one of our own. We'll blast off for Venus City and see if young McDermott will let the government use it.
Commander, anything I can do for a friend of my father will be a pleasure.
I appreciate that, Mr. McDermott. But you're doing a public service, not just a personal favor for me.
Do you have any idea what motive was behind this sabotage of the government computer?
Not the slightest. We haven't any clue as to who wrecked the Terra machine, except that he obviously knows quite a bit about computers.
I certainly hope you catch the vandal, Commander.
We will. McDermott, you'll receive some tape-recorded data for your computer's memory banks in a few hours. Then you can go to work on our Saturn problem.
Excellent. Will you be going back to Terra right away?
First, I've got to visit the Space Patrol testing grounds outside Venus City. Cadet Happy and I will drive over in the morning.
I don't envy you the trip. I understand it's a nerve-wracking ride over that winding mountain road.
Yeah, it would be easier to take an atmosphere ship, but as long as we have to be here on Venus another day, I thought I'd go the slow way and enjoy the scenery.
Well, then I'll see you again before you blast off for Terra.
Yes. Thanks a lot, Mr. McDermott.
Don't mention it.
Mr. McDermott.
Yes, Gilson, what is it?
Something really is wrong with the computer this time. I think we overloaded it.
What?
You'll pardon my saying so. I don't think we should circuit in your father's memory banks. I think they're confusing the other circuits.
How could they?
Well, by introducing irrelevant data. 4 times it came through. Cancel CICSP. There's no significance to those letters as far as the machine's concerned. It's gibberish.
It's very improbable they would have produced the same letters 4 times in a row unless it did have some meaning.
C-I-C-S-P. What meaning could it possibly have, sir?
Wait a minute. Let's try grouping the letters differently instead of running them all together. C-I-C-S... SP. Space Patrol, perhaps.
Oh, but what about the other letters? C-I-C.
C-I-C. Commander-in-Chief.
Cancel Commander-in-Chief Space Patrol?
Remember? Cancel is also the computer's word for destroy. It means we're to destroy Commander Corry.
It's uncanny. How does the machine know Corry?
It doesn't. It deals with relationships of ideas. And remember, my father knew Corry. The idea of Corry is in my father's memory bank.
But they were friends. Why would your father want Corry destroyed?
Gilson, think a minute. That computer doesn't want anything. It's solving a problem. The problem's a cold, logical, mathematical problem. My father wouldn't have hesitated to wipe out Corry's chessmen in a friendly game of chess. Now the problem is how to preserve Future Incorporated.
And the answer is destroy Corry.
Right.
But, Mr. McDermott, we can't get rid of Corry.
Yes, we can. Tomorrow morning, Corry and that cadet are going to drive a surface car over the mountains to the Space Patrol testing grounds. It won't be hard to find out what car they're taking. We can conceal a cylinder of sleeping gas under the seat.
Sleep gas?
Yes. Imagine what will happen on that mountain road if they get drowsy at the wheel.
But the Space Patrol's sure to find the wrecked car. And even if it's smashed to pieces, the sleep gas cylinder's likely to be found.
Yes, you're right. And they'd know it wasn't an accident. Then we've got to make the Space Patrol suspect somebody else. Wait, I've got it.
What?
This gadget Fergus left here, his check projector. And Fergus has a grudge against Corry. That's our answer, Gilson. If they find Corry, they'll blame Fergus. Come on.
Gee, Commander, this is sure terrific scenery. I didn't realize these mountains near Venus City were so big.
And we've always flown over them before. It takes a view from a surface car to make you really appreciate them.
Well, the engineers who built this road sure did a great job.
Yeah, they certainly did.
Wow. And that would be some drop, especially along here.
Mm-hmm. Over 1,000 feet.
Oh, excuse me, sir. That sleep I had last night, I wonder why I'm so drowsy.
You want to stop and let me drive a while, Hep?
Oh, no, sir. It's only a few more miles to testing grounds. I can make it all right.
Well, I'm a little drowsy myself.
Commander, there's a patch of fog on the highway up at the next turn.
Fog? Oh, I don't see. Oh, yes, I do.
It's even foggy inside the car.
Happy, look out. We're heading for the edge.
Huh? We're going over the cliff.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Say, gang, talk about a putt-putt. Just listen to this jet cycle. Yes, it's just a putt-putt, because all it has in it is ordinary fuel. But pour in some super fuel, and you get a super start, like this. Wow, that jet cycle is supercharged now. Yep, supercharging takes just one thing, super fuel. Now, to really get going, you have to get supercharged, too. And, gang, here's Buzz Corry's way of doing it. He eats the super cereals, Rice Chex and Wheat Chex. Good? Why, man, they're so good, you grab the biggest bowl you can find, you shake in Chex, pour on milk, sprinkle on sugar, and that's it. You've got a bowl of the swellest tasting cereal in the universe. So try Rice Chex or Wheat Chex today. And remember, inside of every package, there's a mysterious magic space picture. The super cereals that help to supercharge you, Rice Chex, Wheat Chex. And now, back to today's Space Patrol adventure, the Immortal Brain. Anson McDermott has secretly perfected a means of using the brainograph tape recordings of his late father's vast knowledge in his electronic calculating machine. When the machine revealed Commander Corry was an obstacle to the success of McDermott's dishonest schemes, the inventor determined to destroy the commander and throw suspicion on one of McDermott's own clients, Brandon Fergus. Knowing Buzz and Happy were to travel from Venus City to the Space Patrol testing grounds in a surface car, McDermott concealed a sleeping gas cylinder in the car, together with a check projector belonging to Fergus. Now, on a dangerous curve in the Venus Mountains, Happy has browsed at the wheel and is heading for a 1,000-foot drop into the gorge below.
I can't stop, sir. We're going over. Let go of the wheel, Hap. I'll take it.
We didn't go over.
The rear wheel's caught on a boulder, hanging right over the edge.
How are we going to get out of the car?
Climb into the back and out the rear doors.
All right, sir. Wow, look down there.
Had a close call, all right. Move carefully now. I don't know how long this car's going to hold.
Okay, sir. Hey.
What's the matter?
Look what's in the back part of the car. A cylinder. Sleeping gas.
What?
Oh, here it is, sir. Must have been hidden back there and got bounced out when we hit the boulder.
It's got a time release on it. That's why we were getting drowsy. I shut off the valve.
And what's this?
What?
On the floor back here, sir. It looks like a pin of some kind. No, it's a tiny atomolite.
Let's see. Oh, it's a check projector.
Who does it belong to?
It's something the Venus City Space Patrol lab can tell us when they take it apart.
Yeah. Then we'll know who put the sleep gas cylinder back here.
Our trip to testing grounds is off, Happy. We're going back to Venus City. I'll space a phone for a car. Mr. McDermott, here's an extract from that data we got from the government computer memory tape.
Let's see it. Good, Gilson. It's printed up in government regulation form, just as I ordered.
You want me to take it to Fergus?
No, he's coming here to the office in a few minutes. I'll give it to him then.
Oh, very good. Mr. McDermott, will it be absolutely necessary to go ahead with the rest of our plan?
You mean doing away with Fergus?
Yes.
Of course, Gilson. We know that Corry and the Cadet left Venus City for the testing grounds on schedule. That means that by now the sleeping gas has worked, and they've lost control of the surface car.
But isn't the check projector enough evidence against Fergus?
It might be. But if Fergus is later found with information that he could have stolen from Corry, it will provide a motive. However, if Fergus is given a brainograph test, he could prove his innocence. So, the only alternative is to give Fergus top-secret data, and then do away with it.
How do we do that?
When Fergus sees this information, he'll blast off for Saturn to take advantage of it. When he's out in space, his air supply will fail. We'll see to that.
And the Space Patrol will have an open and shut case.
Exactly. If they find his ship, they'll find the secret data on him. Their only possible conclusion is that Fergus stole it from Corry. Oh, that's probably Fergus now. Let him in.
Yes, sir. The Venus lab came up with something very interesting, Happy.
On the check projector?
Yes, they cut it apart and projected the signature cell under ultraviolet light.
Whose is it?
Belongs to Brandon Fergus.
Brandon Fergus?
Yes, I had some trouble with him several months ago on Jupiter. He was involved in an illegal transaction. I stepped in and broke it up.
Well, then it must have been Fergus that planted the sleep gas cylinder in the surface car.
Ah, it looks that way. I can't figure out a motive. As far as I know, Fergus has been sticking close to the law lately. Either he holds a grudge a long time, or he's planning something new and wanted me out of the way.
Well, he sure came close to succeeding.
We'll make sure he doesn't come any closer. I've assigned some men to trace Fergus. When they locate him, they'll let me know. Then you and I'll find out.
Are you sure about this, Gilson?
Positive. Commander Corry was seen coming out of the Venus City Space Patrol headquarters.
Could we have missed? You did take the surface car that you put the sleeping gas cylinder in?
Yes, but the car didn't go over the cliff. It was brought back to Venus City. Damaged, but not badly smashed up.
This puts us in a spot. Well, we've got to get rid of Fergus before Corry questions him.
But what about Corry?
We'll have to get rid of him later. The important thing now is to get rid of Fergus. Let's get to his spaceship right
I just checked with Spaceport Operations Commander. Fergus' ship is on blast-off ramp 27.
Good, Hap. According to one of our agents, Fergus has left his apartment, so he should be here at the spaceport soon.
I wonder where he's going.
I don't know, Happy. He must have decided to leave Venus City within the last few hours. He'd made an appointment with the doctor for a day after tomorrow and then canceled it.
Well, then something must have
Happy.
come up.
There he is, making his way through the crowd.
Where, sir?
He's heading toward Gate 6. Let's follow him. But keep well behind him. He may be planning to... that ought to do it, Mr. McDermott. The air supply should fail about 2 hours after blastoff.
Fine, Gilson. By then, Fergus ought to be so far from Venus that no help could reach him.
Well, let's get out of the ship and get back to the office, sir. I'd hate to be caught here.
All right. And now we've got to figure out a way... Oh, wait. What is it? Look, the starboard viewport. Somebody's coming toward the ship.
It's Fergus. What'll we do?
Now, don't get excited, Gilson. I'll tell him I learned some new information.
Yeah, but what are you going to tell him?
It won't matter. He'll never have a chance to check the truth. Gilson,
what's the matter?
Who's following Fergus?
The Space Patrol.
Yes, Corry and his cadet.
We've got to get out of here.
Wait. This is a chance to simplify our whole problem. Come on, Gilson. Get into one of the aft compartments.
He's going up the ladder into his ship, sir. Hadn't we better hurry?
All right, Ham, but he can't blast off until he checks with Venus Space Patrol.
It doesn't look as though we were going to meet anybody here.
No. Evidently, Fergus has been working alone. All right, Hap, up the ladder into the ship.
Yes, sir.
Just a minute, Fergus. Don't close that hatch.
What's that?
We're coming in. We want to talk to you.
Why, Commander Corry, I haven't seen you for almost a year.
Yes, but I've got something here that belongs to you.
Oh, it's my check projector.
I thought you might explain how it happened to be in a surface car I was driving to the testing grounds outside of Venus City.
Surface car? Why, really, Commander, I don't know what you're talking about. I lost a check gadget recently, but I haven't the slightest idea how it got into your surface car.
Then I'll have to ask you to come along with me for a brainograph test.
Now, see here, Commander, I've important business to attend to.
Search him, Happy.
Yes, sir.
But this is outrageous. I assure you I've done nothing against the law since our last dispute. And you have no right to hold me here.
He doesn't have any weapons, sir. Just this identification folder and some documents.
I'll take them, Happy. Thanks.
Now, see here, Commander. I resent this. And believe
Hold
me...
it, Fergus. How did you get this?
Why?
This is government information, top secret, and it's an official document form. So you were going to Saturn, were you? Where did you get this information?
Perhaps I can explain, Commander. Get your hands up, Cadet. You too, Commander.
McDermott.
I warn all of you. Any movement, I'll use this ray gun on you. Gilson, watch him closely, especially Corry.
Yes, Mr. McDermott.
I don't get this, McDermott. What's the idea?
I'll tell you, Commander. This greedy fool Fergus had nothing to do with the attempt on your life in the Venus Mountains. I planned it.
You did?
Why? Because my electronic computer informed me that you were the most dangerous obstacle to my success.
You can't be serious.
Furthermore, it informed me that the government computer on Terra should be put out of commission.
Then you sabotaged the Terra calculator.
That's right. My calculator also determined that if you remained alive, the Space Patrol would probably discover that I destroyed the Terra machine.
So you put the sleeping gas in my surface car.
Yes, but that plan failed. So I'll have to be sure that this time I succeed. I'm going to do away with Fergus, and also you and your cadet right here in Fergus's spaceship.
McDermott, I can't understand this. Your father and I were friends. He was a great man, a brilliant man, and the kindest man I've ever met.
That's rich, Corry. Do you realize that it was my father's decision that you should be eliminated?
That's impossible.
Do you remember those brainograph tapes? The idea you and he were working on to transfer those tapes to the memory banks of calculating machines?
Yes, but he passed away before we could...
Not quite, Corry. He told me the process. I'm the first man in history to add the contents of a human brain to an electronic thinking machine. And it's ironic, isn't it, that my father, your friend, should decide that you should be destroyed.
That's very interesting, McDermott. But tell me, did you transfer all of your father's brainograph tapes to your electronic calculator?
Of course not, just the important parts. The facts, his reasoning processes.
That's all I wanted to know, McDermott.
Get Gilson, Happy. Yes, sir. Give me that gun, Gilson.
Good work, Happy. Keep them covered.
Yes, sir.
All right, McDermott, on your feet. Let's take him to headquarters, Happy.
Yes, sir.
McDermott, when you put your father's electronic calculator together, you forgot one thing.
What was that?
Your father's brain wasn't merely a collection of facts. That's all you preserved. You threw away the important qualities, sympathy, kindness, and the love for humanity.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Of course you don't. McDermott, you can build a substitute for the human brain, but you'll never build a substitute for the human heart.
In just a moment, an action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure.
Come in.
You wanted to see me, Commander?
Oh, yes. Come in, Captain Tupel. Captain, you understand, don't you, that today is the last time we can offer the gang on Earth a Space Patrol projectoscope?
Yes, sir, I do.
Then be sure to mention that when you talk to them on the radio today. I don't want anybody to get left without one. Now, look at this projectoscope I have here. You ever see a better model of my rocket?
Never, sir.
Take a look at how easy it flashes signals. perfect. Look at the steady beam of light it throws. A real flashlight in the shape of a rocket. And, of course, it's also a film projector. It flashes pictures on the wall. Pictures of Hap and me and 4 of our greatest Space Patrol adventures.
Say, what's that, Commander?
Oh, my radio beam relayer is on. The boys and girls have been listening to us all the time. Hi, gang. Glad you're listening in because now you already know that I want you to send in right away for a projectoscope. Remember, this is the last time we can make this offer.
That's right, gang. To get a projectoscope, do this. Buy a box of rice checks or wheat checks. Then, with your name and address, send 35 cents in coin and a rice checks or wheat checks box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 35 cents. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are in the basement of a museum near some prehistoric fossil pits on the Martian desert, searching for valuable gems.
These gems look real to me, Commander.
They are, Happy. I think we've found the man who smuggled them in.
Hey, Commander, what's that?
Stay where you are, both of you. Now, Commander, you may have found me, but this machine will keep you from capturing me.
Well, what kind of a machine is it, Commander?
It's a disintegrator for removing rock from fossils.
That's right. And it will destroy anything, Cadet. Do you understand anything? That means no one will ever find a trace of either of you.
Join us again next week for the mystery of the Martian fossils, when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again present another exciting adventure on Space Patrol! Special bulletin for boys and girls in Cincinnati, Ohio, Bridgeport, New Haven, and Hartford, Connecticut, and Providence, Rhode Island. Buzz Corry's own space battle cruiser, the Ralston Rocket, will be in your area next week. Don't miss it. The Ralston Rocket. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Devry. Other players were Bela Kovac, Ken Mayer, and Norman Jolly. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again present the new exciting Space Patrol! And be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol has come to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. Wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are locked in a laboratory on the planet Venus, where 2 villainous scientists have developed a new type of bacteria, which they're using to spread an epidemic. Suddenly, the voice of one of the scientists comes over a loudspeaker.
We've taken enough of your meddling, Corry, and the people of Venus City are going to suffer for it. Watch what happens when I throw this switch.
Commander, what's that?
He started a gas compressor.
I'm building up pressure in the germ well. In a few moments, they'll burst. Bacteria will be scattered all over the city.
Well, listen to reason. Turn that off.
Don't worry, Corry. The germs won't harm you. You'll be destroyed first by the explosion.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, the Indestructible Germ. A cyclone? Just Danny Fields rushing out the door to the grocery. He's just heard there's a swell surprise inside of every new package of checks.
Man, oh man, oh man.
Uh-oh, Danny's found the surprise.
A magic space picture. Wowee.
Wowee is right. With the Magic Space Picture Gang, you can have the time of your life. First, you stare at the mysterious picture. What is it? Who is it? It's hard to tell. But then you'll look up at the sky or at a wall and...
Jumping Jupiter. I can see a flying saucer in the sky. Gosh, this picture really is magic.
Magic and how? Why, with the Magic Space Pictures, you can see all kinds of objects floating in space. Objects so big and clear, you'll think they're real. Flying saucer, rocket ship, planet Saturn, Buzz, Corry, Cadet Happy. Those are just a few of the Magic Space Pictures. Altogether, there are 24, all different, and you get one inside of every new package of checks. So, gang, start collecting the entire set of 24 Magic Space Pictures today. Just look for the packages of rice checks and wheat checks, with Buzz Corry or Cadet Happy on the outside and the Magic Space Picture on the inside. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, the Indestructible Germ. On the planet Venus, several hundred miles from the capital city, is the community of Euphoria, known as the health capital of the solar system. Even in the 30th century, Euphoria is unique. For in these past 3 years, not one man, woman, or child has missed a single day of work or school because of illness. But about 2 weeks ago, an alarming thing happened. All over the city, people of all ages began complaining of weakness, disturbing headaches. Medical authorities are completely baffled. But although there have been no fatalities as yet, the situation is extremely serious. So serious that the city manager, Dr. Simon Kendall, has gone to Terra, seeking aid from the United Planets government. Now, at the request of the Secretary General, Commander Corry, Cadet Happy, and Dr. Kendall are flying to Euphoria to conduct an investigation.
What's our estimated arrival time, Happy?
Well, we should reach the Euphoria space locks at 1743 Universal Star Time, sir.
Good. That'll bring us in about 2 hours ahead of the Emergency Medical Corps.
I do hope these Terra experts will be able to find out more than my own staff has.
The Emergency Medical Corps hasn't failed yet, Dr. Kendall. They've been up against some tough problems.
Commander, do you remember my telling the Secretary General that I regretted not coming to him sooner?
Yes, Doctor.
Well, it was a matter of pride. As city manager of Euphoria, I hated to ask for outside help, even in a crisis as serious as this. I was sure that our own medical authorities would find the answer.
Well, I'm sure they could if it were an ordinary problem.
I'm afraid that we citizens of Euphoria have become like so many greenhouse plants. Our environment is so carefully controlled that our own bodies have lost some of their natural ability to fight off a new disease.
But, Doctor, if this disease is something new, then anybody might catch it, whether they lived in Euphoria or not.
That's part of our job, Happy, to see that medical security regulations are enforced to prevent the sickness from spreading to other cities and to other planets.
That's rather ironic, Commander, your last statement.
How do you mean?
Now, for about 25 years, Euphoria has considered itself the only real, pure spot in the universe. We've been very smug about our superior health record. We've made our visitors go through a complete health examination before they entered our city. And now, we're the ones everyone is afraid of. We, the pure ones, are the source of contamination.
I'm sure there's a logical explanation for this, Doctor, and we're going to find it.
Raven.
Yes, Garn, what is it?
Well, I know you don't like to be interrupted when you're in the lab, but I thought this was important.
Is it about Euphoria?
Yes. The city is quarantined. No one can enter or leave without an official Space Patrol permission.
Oh, that's not so good.
Not good. It means we won. We never dreamed our indestructible germs would be that effective.
Yes, but what about our agents? They'll have to stay in the city now.
Yeah, that's right. I never thought of that. If they have to stay there, they may come down with the sickness.
Better if they do, then they won't attract attention. If they get panicky and try to escape, they'll be caught and expose us.
Then hadn't we better shut down the lab and leave Venus City?
No. Venus City will be the headquarters of the scientists trying to stop the epidemic at Euphoria. We'll stay here so we'll know every move they make.
We won't need this germ-breeding apparatus anymore. Euphoria is completely contaminated. We have to get rid of it.
You amaze me. We've spent 2 years perfecting this culture process.
One year building it and another creating a new type of bacteria. And you want to destroy it.
But we achieved our purpose. Dr. Kendall is ruined professionally.
You know, if this disease ever gets a name, it'll probably be called Kendallitis. We've got something big here, something important. What works at Euphoria can work in other cities.
You mean you want to infect other cities, too?
Perhaps. Just think, Scarn. You and I both hate Dr. Kendall for getting us discharged from Terra University faculty.
Yes, and we have the right to hate him.
But we've done him more harm than he ever did us. So let's forget him. We can become rich and famous.
Oh.
We've produced an indestructible germ right here in our laboratory. Suppose we keep working and find a way of destroying this new type of bacteria.
You mean develop a cure for the disease?
Of course. Then we can start an epidemic all over the solar system. Where the smartest scientists can begin to make headway, we step in and offer a remedy.
Yes. Then we'll be heroes. We'll be the scientists that saved the universe from Kendallitis.
That's right, Spie.
Oh, wait a minute. Suppose somebody beats us to it, discovers the cure before we do.
Oh, that's very unlikely.
Oh, frankly, I'm getting worried. Suppose there's an accident here in the lab. Suppose we get infected.
Oh, we've taken every precaution.
I know, but an automatic process is very complex. Something might go wrong when we're not here. The germs might escape.
I've taken care of that. If there's any leakage in the apparatus, a warning bell will ring. If we're here, we can correct the trouble. If we're not, the entire lab will be seared with fire. Not even these germs will survive that.
I suppose you're right.
But nothing's going to happen. Now, let's start working on a cure for our people.
Of course it is. Is the commander with you?
No, sir. I thought he was here picking up some of those bacteria samples.
Oh, they're in that case, ready for him.
I guess he'll be along pretty quick. So you finally isolated the bacteria,
Yes. It seems to be a new variety. It has an amazing resistance to ordinary germ-killing chemicals. In fact, it almost seems to thrive on them.
Wow.
I've never seen a single type of bacteria that can endure such a wide range of adverse conditions.
No wonder you can't stop the epidemic.
And it's getting worse. Our industries are being forced to shut down for lack of workers.
Well, what if it spreads to other cities, Doctor?
I'm hoping that the scientists at Venus City will be able to find a way of destroying the bacteria without harming human beings.
Well, they've done it with nearly all the other diseases.
Yes, but over a period of centuries. We scientists have been boasting of the fact that we found permanent cures for all the serious diseases. Now we've got this new one. It's as though nature were telling us we're becoming a little too conceited, little men.
Oh, there you are, Happy.
I thought I'd wait here with Dr. Kendall, sir.
Good. Doctor, do you have those germ specimens?
Right here, Commander.
Fine. I'm doubling the security guard here at Euphoria. One of your citizens jumped quarantine.
What?
Employee at the atmosphere washing plant, Lyle Vosper, left the city without permission.
Was he infected?
Yes. He full report to the hospital. Instead, he managed to steal a doctor's credentials and escape in a circus car. He's believed to be heading for Venus City.
He's got to be stopped before he spreads the sickness.
I know. I've alerted Venus City Space Patrol, and Happy and I are blasting off for there right away. Get the bacteria specimen.
Wasper, what are you doing here?
Where's Miss Braden?
She's not here right now. How did you get out of Euphoria?
I had to. I've got the sickness.
And you came directly here to our lab. You fool. Come in so I can shut the door.
Fine. You and Miss Braden have got to cure me.
What makes you think we have a cure?
We've got to have. She told me nothing would happen. She said all I had to do was put some of the bacteria in the final stage of the atmosphere purifying system, then come back here after the epidemic started.
Yes, but we underestimated the strength of the bacteria. We didn't expect the quarantine to be slapped on the city so quickly.
You've got to help me. I'm sick, Stein, sick!
Go of me, control yourself.
Help me, Stein, help me!
Help you. That'll keep you quiet.
What's going on in here, Scarn?
Oh, Miss Braden, it's Wasper. He jumped quarantine. I had to hit him to keep him quiet.
Oh, did you have to hit him that hard? He's hurt. Oh, well, lock him up till he comes to. And we'll decide what to do.
Stop the car here, Happy, and turn off the lights.
Yes,
From here, we can watch this whole row of buildings.
Which one is Vosper in, sir?
We can't be sure, Happy. Our agent trailed into this neighborhood and then lost him. One thing's sure, he hasn't left the area.
We'll have to come out to get something to eat.
Yes, if someone will bring him food. If we watch carefully, we might be able to get a tip off.
You're right, Scarn. We'll have to dispose of Vosper. He's alive. We can start an epidemic here before we're ready. The Space Patrol will find him. Come on, let's get him.
Lock up. Look, the door's unlocked. Vosper's gone. Somebody let him out.
Don't be a fool.
But Vosper couldn't have broken out by himself, not in his condition.
He did, though. Look at the mark on the inside of the door. And he couldn't have gone very far. Go on.
Commander, look. Somebody just came out of that building.
He seems hurt. Look how he's staggering.
He's coming right toward our car.
He's in bad shape, Happy. Come on.
Help me. He's falling over there. Help me.
I've got him.
Easy now. Let's have a look at him.
Smoking rockets. It's Vosper.
Vosper. Vosper.
Who are you?
We're space patrolmen. We want to help you. Tell us what happened.
He's not going to tell you anything. I'll see to that. Look out, Commander. Commander.
That goes for you. I'll fix you for meddling.
Scarn, who are they?
It's the Space Patrol. But I've taken care of them.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. How does he do it, Space Patrollers? He sees flying saucers in the sky. He sees a robot man on the wall. He sees the planet Saturn floating in the clouds.
You bet I do. And sometimes, up there in space, I see a rocket ship and speeding jet car.
How does he do it, gang? What magic power does this boy possess?
No magic power to it. Magic space pictures. That's my secret.
Yes, sir, Space Patrollers. That's the secret. Magic Space Pictures. And with these wonderful pictures, you can see flying saucers and robot men in the sky, too. You can even see pictures of Tonga in the sky, and Major Robertson, and Peril. Pictures so big and clear, they practically look real.
It's fun, gang, and it's easy. You just stare at the magic space picture, look up into the sky, and zowie, the magic goes to work. There in the sky, you see the magic space picture real big and real clear.
There are 24 different Magic Space Pictures, and you get one inside of every new package of checks. So start collecting those wonderful Magic Space Pictures now.
Swap them with your pals. Be the first one in your gang to have the whole set of 24.
Here's all you do. Just get the new packages of rice checks or wheat checks with Buzz Corry or Cadet Happy on the outside and the amazing Magic Space Picture on the inside. And now back to our Space Patrol adventure, the Indestructible Germ. The community of Euphoria on the planet Venus has been famous as the healthiest city in the solar system. But a mysterious epidemic has struck suddenly, and medical authorities are powerless to treat the strange malady. The cause of the epidemic is the super bacteria developed in a laboratory in Venus City and introduced into Euphoria's atmosphere plant by a confederate of Lachra Braden and Mondo Skarn. When the Confederate Lyle Vosper contracted the sickness, he fled from the quarantine city and came to Lachra Braden's lab. There, he was severely beaten by Skarn. He managed to escape and was found by Buzz and Happy. But while the space patrolmen were questioning Vosper, Skarn surprised them and knocked them unconscious before they could defend themselves.
They were trying to get Vosper to talk.
Did he?
I don't think so.
Then we're safe. All we've got to do is take Vosper back inside the lab building before these space patrolmen come too.
You aren't going to leave them here.
Why not? Take their weapons away from them. Oh, and rob them.
Rob them?
Yes, go on. Take their watches and whatever valuables they have on them. Try to make it look like a plain robbery. With Vosper in our hands, they'll never be able to prove differently. Hurry up before someone comes
over. Happy, you all right?
Too good, but I'll live.
Did you see who hit us?
Very clearly, sir. Hey, he was a big guy, though.
There was a woman with him. I heard her voice just before I passed on. How's Vosper?
Vosper? Come on. Vosper's gone.
I saw all of our weapons.
And my wallet. And watch.
It's a cover-up, Happy. Whoever hit us wanted to make sure Vosper didn't identify him. That means Vosper was attacked by someone he knew.
Uh-huh. Somebody in that building.
We're in no condition to go and investigate right now. By this time, they've probably taken Vosper to another part of the city.
The space phone a couple of agents to watch this neighborhood, then we'll go to headquarters for a little medical.
We're going to have to take Vosker away from the lab to dispose of him. The space patrolman may have seen him come out of this building. That means I'll send someone here to search.
Oh, what about bacteria process equipment?
Leave it just as it is. Unlock the door and get Vosker. We'll carry him out the back door.
He's gone again.
The window.
Yeah, he pried the bars apart and removed the plexiglass. What are we going to do?
We're going to find him, of course.
Good morning, Commander.
Morning, Happy. How do you feel?
Still a little groggy, sir. The doctor says I'll probably have to wear these bandages for a week.
Both of us are looking as though we made a crash landing.
Anything new from the lab, Commander?
We made a few tests on those bacteria samples, but they merely confirmed what Dr. Kendall found out. A new type of bacteria with amazing resistance, discovered, strangely enough, in the least likely place of all, euphoria. The authorities are constantly making bacteria tests of air, water, food, everything.
Yeah. You'd think a new type of bacteria would be discovered quicker than a six-legged elephant at a dog show.
Commander Corry here. Oh, yes, Sergeant. Who? All right, send him in. We have a visitor, Happy. Lyle Vosker.
Vosker?
At least that's the name he gave Sergeant Harry at the reception desk.
Commander Corry?
Yes, come in. You are the Lyle Vosker who jumped quarantine at Euphoria?
Yes, Commander.
And the same man we found last night on Pollock Street?
I don't recognize you. I was pretty dazed.
But you seemed to be ill last night, so ill you could hardly talk.
Yes, I know.
Happy, would you say this is the same man we saw last night?
Well, it sure looks like it. He looks a lot healthier.
Perhaps we should find out who his doctor is.
I haven't been to a doctor. I guess I just feel quickly.
We'll go into that later. Vosker, why did you leave Euphoria? You knew the city was under quarantine.
I know, Commander. I was frightened. I knew I was coming down with that sickness.
And yet you endangered the lives of others.
Yes, I know I was wrong. But jumping quarantine isn't my worst offense. I'm here to give myself up and tell you the whole story.
Let's hear it.
I was sent to Euphoria to start that epidemic.
You started?
Yes. I was hired by a woman named Lockra Braden to plant the bacteria in that city.
Well, why would anyone want to do that?
Lockra Braden and her assistant, Mondo Stein, wanted revenge against Dr. Kendall. He got them fired from Peril University a few years ago, and he discovered they were embezzling university funds.
And it was Scarn who followed you last night and beat up Cadet Happy and me.
That's right. They planned to do away with me, but I got away again.
You know where they got this new type of bacteria?
By artificial selection. They have an automatic breeder. When they get several million bacteria in a sealed vat, they add a weak solution of poison.
And they let the survivors multiply and add a stronger poison solution.
Exactly. They did this again and again with thousands of generations of bacteria. Each time they got a stronger variety. Germs that could stand heat and cold.
Smoking rockets, how long did it take?
About a year. You see, these bacteria divide every 20 minutes. They had 25,000 generations in 1 year. I heard Lockra Braden say once that was equivalent to nearly 1 million years in the life of the human race.
All that effort creating an epidemic just to get revenge against one man.
I didn't know it would be this bad, Commander. Honestly, I didn't.
That doesn't excuse you, Vosker. However, your coming here may help to keep the sickness from spreading. Dr. Kendall is here in Venus City. I'm going to send you to him for an examination, and you'll be returned to Euphoria under Space Patrol custody.
Yes, sir.
Happy turn Vosker over to a guard, and we'll go pick up Lockra Braden.
The door's locked, sir.
Lockra and Storm must have decided to get out of the city after Vosker got away. Let's have a look. Use your electronic key, Happy.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go in.
Well, here's the lab, sir.
Take it easy, Happy. There may be someone in there. I'll go first. Nobody here, but the equipment's working.
Oh, look at all those vats and tubes and stuff.
Probably the bacteria incubator system.
And they're still growing those germs.
Yes. There's probably billions and billions of them in those vats, ready to be turned loose in other cities.
You gotta smash them all to bits right now.
Start an epidemic right here in Venus City.
Oh, that's right.
This is a job for a bacteriologist, Happy. Don't touch a thing.
That's very good advice, Commander.
I suppose you're Lachra Braden.
That's right. And may I ask why you're intruding here in my private property?
We've talked to Lyle Vosper. He told us how that epidemic started in Euphoria.
Lyle Vosper? Who's he?
The man you hired to put these bacteria in the atmosphere plant. The man your assistant, Monda Skarn, followed last night.
Really, Commander, I don't know who this Vosper is, but he's an outrageous liar. Actually, I'm trying to develop a cure for that disease.
Very interesting. And where do you get the bacteria to experiment on?
Why,
You'd better come along with me to headquarters, Lachra. Where's Skarn?
Skarn? I don't know.
Commander, there's a man looking through the glass there in the next room. He's motioning to the locker.
Oh, that's Mr. Skarn now. He's in the control room. I'll get him.
Now, just a minute, Lachra. Stay here. I'll get him. Stop her, Happy.
Yes, sir. Hey, don't shut that door. Miss Ray, open this door.
Commander, your authority doesn't carry much weight around here. And your meddling into our affairs is very unfortunate for the people of Venus City.
Commander, what does he mean?
Watch what happens when I throw this switch.
Skarn, what are you doing?
I'm building up gas pressure in the process control system. In a few moments, the vents will start to burst, and the bacteria will freeze.
Listen to reason.
And a few moments later, the entire lab will blow up. Germs will be scattered into the air of the city. But you won't have to worry, Corry. The explosion will take care of you.
What are we going to do, sir?
They left the control room. Quick, use your electronic key on the door.
That's right. I forgot about that.
Now, work fast, Happy. Pressure's building up in those vats.
There it is.
Let's go. Oh, just in time. One of the vats blew up. Get Lachra and Skarn. They can't have gone very...
Come on, let's get out of here before the whole lab explodes.
The explosion won't hurt us in this part of the building, and I've got to get this record of my experiments. We can't leave them here.
What does it matter now?
Corry! Grab Lachra, Happy.
Yes, sir. Drop that ray gun, Skarn.
Hold still, Lachra, and you won't get hurt.
Skarn, there's another gun in the desk.
But he won't be on his feet long enough to get it.
Nice going, Commander.
All right, Lachra. We're going back to the control room so we can stop that explosion.
Can't we stop now? It's too late.
All right, then let's get out of here. Happy, take it to our surface car. I'll bring Skarn.
Yes, sir. Wow. Lucky we were out of there.
Yes, but those germs will be spreading all over the city.
Commander, the lab must be on fire. Listen.
Well, that's good if it can be kept under control. It'll destroy most of the bacteria. Come on, let's get these two over the head. I just checked with the Atmosphere Control Center, Happy. They made careful sample checks all over Venus City. No harmful bacteria.
Good. Then the explosion and fire killed them all.
Apparently. We're going to continue to check.
What about Lachra and Skarn?
Well, first I intended to send them to Euphoria to help find a cure for the disease they spread there.
Yeah, they know more about the bacteria than anybody else.
But Dr. Kendall doesn't think that'll be necessary. So Lachra and Skarn will be sent directly to a criminal rehabilitation center.
Commander, you mean Dr. Kendall has found a cure for the epidemic?
Not exactly, but he's discovered the disease is its own cure.
Well, that doesn't make sense to me.
The epidemic is over in Euphoria. Those who were sick are in better health than ever. You remember how rapidly Vosper recovered?
Yes, sir.
It was because he had those so-called indestructible germs in his system. They speeded up the healing process. That's happening to several other cases in Euphoria. New arrivals who have been suffering from other illnesses are completely cured.
You mean one disease cures another?
That's what it amounts to. This is what happened. Lachra and Skarn developed a type of bacteria that has one outstanding quality. That's the ability to adapt to changing conditions and survive. When people in Euphoria got sick, the chemical change was sensed by the bacteria. An instinct made them realize they couldn't survive very long in a sick body, so they fought each other until a healthful balance was reached.
Well, then these germs aren't harmful after all.
At first, yes. That's why the epidemic lasted for weeks. But in that time, several hundred generations of bacteria learned the secret of self-preservation.
That's a good joke on Lachra and Skarn. Instead of creating a terrible epidemic, they made Euphoria healthier than ever.
It's amazing, Happy, how nature seems to work for the best, no matter how hard some human beings try to make things work.
Yes. You know, I guess I've had the wrong idea about bacteria. Even a bad germ has some good in him, if you give him a chance.
An exciting preview of next week's Space Patrol adventure follows in just a moment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Yes, sir, Space Patrollers, there are 24 different Magic Space pictures. And Buzz Corry wants you to have all of them.
There's 3 of Buzz Corry, and they're all different.
There's 2 of Cadet Happy.
And 2 of Tonga.
There's a Magic Space picture of Buzz Corry's insignia.
And a Space Patrol badge.
There's a space liner pilot.
A picture of Major Robertson.
A jet car.
A flying saucer.
A rocket ship.
The planet Saturn.
A space pirate.
The deadly Iron Fist.
And all kinds of other Magic Space pictures.
They work real easy, gang. First, you stare at the mysterious picture.
What is it? Who is it? You can't tell.
Then you look up at the sky or at a wall.
And hocus pocus, the magic goes to work. You see a giant space picture floating in the sky.
And it's so big and clear, it almost looks like the real object or person. Fun? Man, oh, man.
Gang, start now. Collect all 24 of the Magic Space pictures. There's only one place to get them, and that's inside of every new package of checks. So look for the new packages of rice checks and wheat checks, with Buzz Corry or Cadet Happy on the outside and the swell Magic Space picture on the inside. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are in their spacesuits examining the wreckage of a long-lost spaceship that crashed under strange circumstances.
From the looks of the wreckage, that ship didn't hit head-on. It came in at an angle right over those low pinnacles of rock. How old would you say it was, sir? Judging by the fragments and what's left of the instruments, I'd say it was at least 100 years old. 100 years old? Rockets, what a story this old ship is telling. Hey, Commander, somebody or something shooting at us. It's a spaceship coming in low. This time they won't miss. Come on, get out of here before they fire again.
Join us again next week for the exciting story, The Treasure of Planetoid 60, when Wheat Check, Rice Check, and Good Hut Wilson again present Space Patrol! Special bulletin for boys and girls in Louisville, Kentucky, and Boston, Massachusetts. Buzz Corry's own space battle cruiser, the Ralston Rocket, will be in your area next week. Don't miss it. The Ralston Rocket. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Jeffrey. Other players were Stephen Robertson, Bela Kovac, Virginia Hewitt, and Ken Mayer. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Wheat Checks, Rice Checks, and Good Hut Ralston again present the new exciting Space Patrol. Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. Wheat Checks, Rice Checks, and Good Hut Ralston present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed adventure, Buzz and Happy are in their spacesuits, examining the wreckage of a long-lost spaceship that crashed under strange circumstances.
From the looks of the wreckage, the ship didn't hit head-on. It came in at an angle right over those pinnacles of rock. How old would you say the ship was, sir? Judging by the fragments and what's left of the instruments, I'd say it was at least 100 years old. 100 years old? Smoking rockets, what a story this old ship could tell. Hey, Commander, somebody or something shooting at us. It's a spaceship coming in low. This time they won't miss. Come on, get out of here before they fire again. Yeah, but Commander, why would they fire on us? If we don't get under that extra rock, we'll never find out.
We'll return in just a moment with today's Space Patrol adventure, The Treasure of Planetoid 60. Say, gang, did you ever try a cereal that tasted so good you felt like bouncing right up to the ceiling like a spring? Well, if you haven't, try Rice Chex and Wheat Chex. So good you just can't seem to get them out of the package fast enough. Mmm. And when you see that bowl full of bite-sized biscuits looking up at you, why, man, oh, man, you can hardly wait until you pour on the milk and sprinkle on the sugar. And, wow, when you dive into Chex... Well, sir, that was you bouncing right up to the ceiling because you like your Chex so much. So try 'em, Space Patrollers. Rice Chex. Delicious, nutritious, bite-sized, shredded rice biscuits. Hollow inside so they can fill up with milk. And Wheat Chex, a bite-sized treat made of energy-rich whole wheat. The super cereals that help to supercharge you. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex. The only cereals in the universe that bring you a magic space picture inside of every package. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, the Treasure of Planetoid 60. Commander Corry and Cadet Happy have just finished inspecting Space Patrol units on the planet Neptune. Now, in the Neptune City headquarters, Buzz is showing Happy a fragment of bluish rock streaked with bands of violet.
Some odd-looking rocks, huh? What is it?
It's called transplutite, Happy. It's brought here by a gem expert named Hollister. He wanted it examined by the Space Patrol scientists.
Transplutite? I don't think I ever heard of it.
Very few people have. Outside of a few specimens in museums, no transplutite has been seen in nearly 100 years. Hollister says that yesterday 2 men came into his shop with several chunks of this rock. He couldn't believe his eyes. The men refused to say where they got it.
Well, why did Hollister bring it here? Does he think it was stolen from a museum?
Yes. We're checking by spaceophone now with museums all over the solar system.
Oh, then this transplutite must be pretty valuable.
Extremely. Not because of the rock itself. It's the arcturium in it that makes it valuable.
That's another new one, Commander.
And you've never heard of Captain Hartog?
No, sir.
Well, Captain Hartog was a scientist and space explorer who lived about a century ago. After a long space trip, he showed up on planet Earth with samples of his blue rock. Some strange new gems that he'd ground into microscopic cutting tools.
Uh-huh.
The amazing thing about these gems was that they emitted radiation when a small current was sent through them. They provided their own light for the most delicate analysis under a microscope.
Oh, I see.
Instantly, there was a tremendous demand for the gems, and Captain Hartog was the only one who could supply them. When he was asked where he got them, he just laughed and said, from Arcturus.
Arcturus? Well, that's impossible.
Of course. Arcturus is a star 32 light years away. But the gem was called Arcturium just the same. And the rock itself was named transplutite, indicating that it came from beyond Pluto.
Well, didn't Captain Hartog ever tell where he got it?
No. No, he blasted off on a space flight, and nothing was ever heard from him again. No trace of his ship was ever found. Naturally, that cut off the supply of Arcturium. No substitute has ever been discovered.
Well, is there Arcturium in this piece of rock, Commander?
Yes. Well, here's a chance to use your new Space Patrol microscope. You got it with you?
Oh, yes, sir. Right here in my pocket.
All right. Well, focus it on one of those violet streaks in the rock.
Well, it sure is a terrific little microscope, sir. I've been making fingerprint tests with it just for fun.
You'll find it comes in handy in hundreds of ways, Happy. For a long time, we've needed a small, compact, powerful microscope. I bet I turned down a dozen models till the security lab came up with this one.
Oh, it's a beauty, sir. It's light and still plenty rugged. I've got the microscope focused, sir.
Now, just watch that violet streak.
It looks like tiny sparks of light are shooting through the rock.
That's the action of the Arcturium, Happy. You could see it better if the rock were polished. If electric current were applied, the Arcturium would really glow.
Should I hook it up to a current, sir?
Now, let's wait till we get over to Hollister's shop. I want to return the sample to him before Corbo and Ruff get there.
Corbo and Ruff?
Well, they're the 2 men who brought in the transplutite. If one of their samples is missing, they're going to get suspicious. That is, if they're up to something crooked. Let's get over there right away.
All right, Hollister, where is it? Touchstone. We left 4 rock samples here, and we've only got 3. Where's the other one? Come on, Hollister. What are you up to?
Up. What are you doing?
Trying to make him talk.
Leave him alone. Take your hands off him.
Might as well, I guess. Must have hit him a little too hard. He's unconscious.
That was a stupid thing to do.
But, Corbo, what business has he got holding out on one of our samples?
Maybe he wasn't sure what it was and turned it over to another mineral expert.
Why didn't he say so?
Professional pride, maybe. Anyway, we'd better shut this door to his back office and get out of here.
You got the other samples?
Yeah. In this case. Come on, let's go.
You, sure you searched every place here in the outer office?
Yeah, even the safe. It was unlocked. We'll blast off for Saturn and have the samples tested there. And next time, Rupp, no strong arm stuff.
All right, Corvo. Let up, will you?
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hi.
Where's Mr. Hollister?
Oh, he stepped out for a few minutes. Just wait, he'll be right back. We're in sort of a hurry, if you'll excuse us.
Well, just a minute. Are you Frank Rupp and Kent Corbo?
What?
Why,
What if we are?
you fit the description Mr. Hollister gave me. Then this must be one of your samples.
Why, this, that's right.
It's transplutite, all right, with arcturium.
Oh, fine. May I have it, please?
We'll wait till Mr. Hollister returns. Where did you get these samples?
We don't actually know where they came from. Got them from a space prospector we met on Jupiter. We're acting as his agent, so to speak.
You came directly here to Neptune from Jupiter?
That's right, Commander.
Well, if this prospector friend of yours has discovered a source of arcturium and wants to keep it a secret, that's his affair and yours. Fine, then you'll be going along.
Commander, what's that?
It came from the back room. Check on it, Happy.
Yes, sir.
You two stay where you are.
Sorry, Commander, we've got other plans.
Hey, what are you doing?
This will take care of you, Cadet.
That satchel of rocks makes a nice weapon, Corbo.
Come on, let's get out of here, quick.
Happy. Happy, are you all right?
You get away?
You've only been out a couple of minutes. I'll call the spaceport and have a guard put on their ship. Check the back room, Happy. They've probably done something to Hollister.
Yes, sir.
You take care of him, then we'll head for the space. Here's Corbo's ship, Happy.
It looks like we got here ahead of him.
You may have seen the guards and got scared off. We'll get them. First, we'll examine the ship. Up the ladder, Happy.
Yes, sir.
Leave the hatch open after we get in the airlock.
Right, Commander.
Now, wait, Hap. Look at this white dust on the floor of the airlock.
Hmm?
I wonder where they picked that up.
Certainly not of any regular spaceport.
We'll gather up a sample of it later and examine it under the microscope. Now, let's go to the spacesuit locker. Open the inner hatch.
Oh, they sure tracked in a lot of this stuff.
Mm-hmm. Well, the marks on the floor, they were wearing spacesuits. That's why I want to check the locker.
Spacesuits? That means they've recently been on one of the moons. And this white stuff is probably powdered pumice.
That alone isn't much of a clue. There's a lot of moons, partly covered with pumice. Now, here's the locker. Now, let's examine the boots on these spacesuits.
Hey, they must have been wading in pumice halfway up to their knees.
Get the microscope out, Happy. I'll scrape off a sample.
Yes, sir.
Mere magnification may not tell us too much, but it might tell us if it's worthwhile making a more thorough test at the Neptune City lab.
The microscope's all ready, sir.
All right, I'll smear a little of this powder on the slide. Slip it into this stage. Huh? I'll take a look through the lens.
Oh, it's in focus now, Commander. There's some dark flakes of something mixed with the powder. Hey, you want to see?
Mm-hmm. It'll take a spectrographic analysis at the lab to tell us exactly what those flakes are.
Well, then we'll have a line on where Rupp and Corbo have been.
We'll also disconnect their vector computer and take it with us.
The vector computer?
Yes, if they didn't clear the settings after they landed, it may show us exactly where they were before landing on Neptune. Let's take these places.
Corbo, look at our ship. They got guards around it.
Oh, we must have come to and alerted the spaceport.
We better get away from here quick.
Yeah, and get out of the city.
How?
On a surface car. We'll drive out through the surface locks at the north side of the atmosphere shaft. The space phone wrapper to pick us up in a spaceship the other side of the hill.
I have to have spacesuits to transfer to the ship.
They're already in the surface car. Come on, Rupp. We've got to get out of Neptune City before they put a guard at the surface locks.
I just checked with the infirmary, sir. Mr. Hollister's okay, and he's on his way back to his shop.
Good. Reports have come in from the museum's, Happy. No transplutite exhibits are missing.
I don't get it, sir. If Rupp and Corbo didn't steal the transplutite, why would they beat up Hollister and attack us? What have they got to be afraid of?
I think I've got part of the answer, Happy. Rupp and Corbo apparently have stumbled onto something more than arcturium-bearing rock. I think they've found out what happened to Captain Hartine.
Oh.
The lab has carefully analyzed those spacesuits we took from the ship. Remember those dark flakes in the powdered pumice?
Yes, sir.
They're bits of enamel, apparently scraped off of metal when Rupp and Corbo walked over it in their suits. Enamel that was once used to coat the interior of spaceships.
But how does that connect up with Captain Hartog, sir?
Because enamel of this type hasn't been used in 90 years. Of course, Rupp and Corbo might have been sampling around the wreck of another old hulk, but they also show up as transplutite. There's only one conclusion.
Then Hartog's ship was wrecked here inside the solar system. If we only knew where.
The vector computer from Corbo's ship gave us a clue. Corbo didn't come to Neptune directly from Jupiter. The formula for the vector curve indicates that they came from the direction of planetoid 60.
Planetoid 60?
Yes. One of the thousands of planetoids that have never been officially observed at close range. Its orbit is so freakish that old 60 has been out of the regular space range for 50 years.
And that's where Hartog's ship crashed?
And that's what we're going to find out. Let's get out to the spaceport. We'll blast it. Set our velocity, Happy. Even at this distance, it won't take us long to completely circle the planetoid.
Yes, sir. Sure is small. Not more than 10 miles in diameter. Oh, I think I see something in the view scope, sir. Sort of a dark area on the white surface.
You're right. Increase the sensitivity. More. Hold it.
It's a wrecked ship, Commander. What a crash that must have been. Chunks of the hull are scattered all over.
We'll put on our spacesuits and set the ship down. I want to get a close look at that wreckage.
Give me the controls up. I'll take you in for the landing.
Overlook. There's a spaceship on the planet. We're right near the wreck.
A Corry ship. Peril 5.
How did he know this is where Hartog crashed?
I don't know. But this is a good chance to get rid of him.
You mean blast the ship and leave him stranded here?
Look, they're in spacesuits poking around the wreckage. We'll blast them with a space cannon and land. You blast off in Corry's ship.
What for?
You don't want anyone to find a trace of Corry's ship on that planetoid. When you're out in space, I'll join airlocks with Terra 5 and you come aboard. Then we'll cut Corry's ship loose.
I get it. They'll find Corry's ship maybe, but they'll never know what happened to Corry.
Right. We'll be able to keep searching planetoid 60 for the rest of Hartog's treasure. All right. Bring your gun sights on the plane.
From the looks of the wreckage, Happy, the ship didn't hit head on. It came in at an angle right over the pinnacle of the clock. Yes, is it Hartog's ship, sir? I don't know, but by the fragments and what's left of the instruments, I'd say it was at least 100 years old. Hey, look at this. A rock. A chunk of transport type. Yes, there are more chunks scattered around. There must have been tons of it in the cargo hold. Commander, somebody's shooting at us. It's a spaceship coming in low. Corvo, break it under that overhanging ledge. Yes, sir.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Say, Space Patrollers, how would you like to go along with me into a hidden world? A world your eyes alone cannot see. What am I talking about? How can you do it? Well, I wish I could tell you this very moment. But until the end of today's Space Patrol program, this great, wonderful trip is a deep, dark secret. This much, however, I can tell you. To get into this hidden world, you need a magical scientific instrument, an official piece of Space Patrol equipment. It's a surprise for you from Commander Corry, a new and different surprise you'll really go for. So stand by. Have pencil and paper ready, all set to hear this exciting, wonderful news at the end of today's Space Patrol adventure. And now, back to the treasure of Planetoid 60. Through some tiny fragments of enamel found clinging to the boots of a spacesuit, Commander Corry, with the help of the new Space Patrol microscope and other laboratory equipment, has partly solved the mystery. He has discovered that Captain Hartog, a space explorer of a century before, crashed his spaceship on Planetoid 60. While examining the wreckage, Buzz and Happy were attacked by Rupp and Corbo, who fired blasts at them from their space cruiser. Now the two criminals are hovering above the scene, looking for a trace of Buzz and Happy.
Looks like we got him, Rupp. Not a trace of him.
Yeah, that last blast not only finished him, it buried him.
On the rock ledge, left right on top of him.
Nice, neat job. Nothing to tidy up.
Except to get rid of Corry's ship. Get into a spacesuit, and I'll set our ship down.
Okay. After I blast off from Terra 5, where do I head?
Point it out toward the Pluto orbit. Then I'll join airlocks and bring you back aboard. Before you leave Corry's ship, cut on the automatic emergency signal on the space phone. That'll bring the Space Patrol after the ship. And no one will bother about Planetoid 60.
Happy, can you hear me? Yes, sir. Very faintly. Are you all right? I think so, sir, but I can't move. I'm buried under a pile of rock. So am I, but I think I can work loose. There. My head and shoulders are out now. Lucky these helmets and suits are built to take a lot of punishment. I'll be free in a few seconds, Happy. Once you're able to move, these rocks aren't heavy. There much gravity on this little planetoid. There. Now, Happy, we're... Oh, I see the top of your helmet. They sure came close with that space cannon. I was sure that last blast was our finish. Evidently, Rupp and Corbo thought it was, too. Here, I'll roll these rocks away from around your helmet so I can grab you under the shoulders. There. Now, here we go. There. Thanks, Commander. Better turn up the power on your suit transmitter, Happy. I can barely hear you. All right. Is that any better? A little. It's all the way up. And you're pretty faint yourself. That fall of rock must have damaged our transmitters. Hey, Commander, our ship is gone. Rupp and Corbo are smarter than I thought. What do you mean, sir? Won't take the space patrol long to find the ship. Won't be anything to make anyone look for us here at Planetoid 60. And with our transmitters damaged? Commander, we're stranded. Yes, until Rupp and Corbo come back. If they do. They probably will. If they didn't intend to, there wouldn't have been any point in taking our ship instead of blasting it right here. Well, suppose they do come back. They'll finish us off if they see us. We'll take care of that when the time comes. Commander, look, one of the shots that Corbo and Rupp fired at us hit the wreckage. Turned it up worse than it was. Oh, what's this? What's what, sir? This transparent plastic case. There's writing inside, a small lump of metal with a chain on it. It looks like some sort of a bracelet. It's engraved. Captain Jules Hartog. What's the writing about, sir? It's dated January 15th, 2853. 100 years ago. Hartog wrote this, Happy. Listen. This is written just before what would be my last voyage in space. When we found we were unable to control our ship,
and that a crash was inevitable, we bailed out in our spacesuits. We drifted here 4 hours later. Now, the three of us, Mowbray, Clayton, and myself, are about to blast off on an emergency space raft. Our hope of rescue is slight, but it is better to be out in space, headed for the unknown, than to wait on this planetoid for the inevitable end. We leave behind a treasure. With luck, we shall return to claim it ourselves. You who read this perhaps are here by chance. Forgive us, then, if we selfishly decline to make it easy for you to obtain what we have discovered.
By years of sacrifice and the risk of our lives. And it's signed Captain Jules Hartog. 3 men in a tiny space raft. No wonder they were never found. And all this happened 100 years ago, but I feel like it just happened. I can understand why they took the space raft rather than stay here. We're in the same fix, and we haven't got a space raft. At least Captain Hartog left us with something to do to pass the time. What's that, sir? Look for the treasure. I wonder how long it would take us to search this whole planetoid. Several days, probably. You know, Happy, I've been wondering why Captain Hartog left this lump of metal here with this letter. Well, what kind of metal is it, sir? It looks like platinum. Happy, do you have your Space Patrol microscope where you can get at it? Yes, sir. It's in the belt pouch of my spacesuit. Well, let me have it. I want to take a look at these scratches. Yes, sir. Here it is. Thanks. You know, from the shape of this platinum lump, it just might be a model of this planetoid. Oh? Now, if I can get scratch marks into focus. There. I was right, Happy. Captain Hartog left us a map of Planetoid 60. What? There are letters here, letters so small they can't be seen without the microscope. Planetoid 60. There's a cross marked on the face of this tiny lump. Under it is the word cave. Cave? That must be where the treasure is. If we can pick out the spot where we are now, we ought to be able to locate the cave. See, over there to our left is a sort of knife-edged ridge of rock. To the right, 3 small pinnacles, a sort of triangle. Now, if there's something like that on the metal lump. You find it, sir? Yeah. Now, here it is. The cave is about a third of the way around the other side of the planetoid. Let's get going.
Okay, Corbo. Before I left Corry's ship, I turned on the automatic emergency signal on the spaceophone. You can cut the Terra 5 loose now.
All right, Rupp. By the time the Space Patrol picks up the signal and comes to investigate, we'll be thousands of DUs away.
You sure it's safe to go back to Planetoid 60 right away?
Sure. With Corry's ship out near the Pluto orbit, Planetoid 60 would be the last place they'd look for Corry.
Then let's go back and load up all the transplutite we can find.
We must be getting close to the cave, sir. We're on the rim of that saucer-shaped depression that shows in the metal lump.
If I've read the map right, the cave should be right behind that rock.
Commander, it's Hartog's cave.
Yes. Dug back into the bluff. Flash your atomo light in there, Happy.
Yes, sir. Hey, look at that. It's full of boxes. Packed clear up to the top of the cave.
See if we can make out the labels.
Transplutite. Transplutite. Most of these on the left side seem to be transplutite, sir.
Billions of credits worth.
Oh.
Cast your light up there on the wall of the cave, Happy.
It's an astrogation chart.
Yes, the solar system. With one orbit marked in red.
There must be a comet orbit, sir. It loops clear outside of Pluto and then comes in fairly close to the sun.
Once every 100 years. Happy, that isn't a comet orbit. It's a planetoid. Look what the chart says. Hartog Planetoid.
He did after himself, I guess.
That must be the original.
He did after himself, I guess.
That must be the original.
He did after himself, I guess.
That must be the original.
He did after...
Wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot roastin' present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed adventure, Buzz and Happy are in their spacesuits, examining the wreckage of a long-lost spaceship that crashed under strange circumstances.
From the looks of the wreckage, the ship didn't hit head-on. Came in at an angle right over those pinnacles of rock.
How old would you say the ship was, sir?
Judging by the fragments and what's left of the instruments, I'd say it was at least 100 years old.
100 years? Smoking rockets, what a story this old ship could tell. Hey, Commander, somebody or something shooting at us.
It's a spaceship coming in low. This time they won't miss. Come on, get out of here before they fire again.
But, Commander, why would they fire on us?
If we don't get under that ledge of rock, we'll never find out.
We'll return in just a moment with today's Space Patrol adventure, The Treasure of Planetoid 60. Say, gang, did you ever try a cereal that tasted so good you felt like bouncing right up to the ceiling like a spring? Well, if you haven't, try Rice Chex and Wheat Chex. So good you just can't seem to get them out of the package fast enough. Mmm. And when you see that bowl full of bite-sized biscuits looking up at you, why, man, oh, man, you can hardly wait until you pour on the milk and sprinkle on the sugar. And wow, when you dive into Chex... Well, sir, that was you bouncing right up to the ceiling because you like your Chex so much. So try 'em, Space Patrollers. Rice Chex. Delicious, nutritious, bite-sized, shredded rice biscuits. Hollow inside so they can fill up with milk. And Wheat Chex. A bite-sized treat made of energy-rich whole wheat. The super cereals that help to supercharge you. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex. The only cereals in the universe that bring you a magic space picture inside of every package. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Treasure of Planetoid 60. Commander Corry and Cadet Happy have just finished inspecting Space Patrol units on the planet Neptune. Now, in the Neptune City headquarters, Buzz is showing Happy a fragment of bluish rock streaked with bands of violet.
Some odd-looking rock, sir. What is it?
It's called transplutite, Happy. It's brought here by a gem expert named Hollister. He wanted it examined by the Space Patrol scientists.
Transplutite. I don't think I ever heard of it.
Very few people have. Outside of a few specimens in museums, no transplutite has been seen in nearly 100 years. Hollister says that yesterday 2 men came into his shop with several chunks of this rock. He couldn't believe his eyes. The men refused to say where they got it.
Well, why did Hollister bring it here? Does he think it was stolen from a museum?
Yes. We're checking by Space Patrol now with museums all over the solar system.
Oh, then this transplutite must be pretty valuable.
Extremely. Not because of the rock itself. It's the arcturium in it that makes it valuable.
That's another new one, Commander.
You've never heard of Captain Hartog?
No, sir.
Well, Captain Hartog was a scientist and space explorer who lived about a century ago. After a long space trip, he showed up on planet Earth with samples of his blue rock. Some strange new gems that he'd ground into microscopic cutting tools.
Uh-huh.
The amazing thing about these gems was that they emitted radiation when a small current was sent through them. They provided their own light for the most delicate analysis under a microscope.
Oh, I see.
Instantly, there was a tremendous demand for the gems, and Captain Hartog was the only one who could supply them. When he was asked where he got them, he just laughed and said from Arcturus.
Arcturus? Well, that's impossible.
Of course. Arcturus is a star 32 light years away. But the gem was called Arcturium just the same. And the rock itself was named Transpluto, indicating that it came from beyond Pluto.
So, didn't Captain Hartog ever tell where he got it?
No. Well, he blasted off on a space flight, and nothing was ever heard from him again. No trace of his ship was ever found. Naturally, that cut off the supply of Arcturium. No substitute has ever been discovered.
Well, is there Arcturium in this piece of rock, Commander?
Yes. Well, here's a chance to use your new Space Patrol microscope. You got it with you?
Oh, yes, sir. Right here in my pocket.
All right. Well, focus it on one of those violet streaks in the rock.
Well, it sure is a terrific little microscope, sir. I've been making fingerprint tests with it just for fun.
You'll find it comes in handy in hundreds of ways, I think. For a long time, we've needed a small, compact, powerful microscope. I bet I turned down a dozen models till the security lab came up with this one.
Oh, it's a beauty, sir. It's light and still plenty rugged. I've got the microscope focused, sir.
Now, just watch that violet streak.
It looks like tiny sparks of light are shooting through the rock.
That's the action of the Arcturium, Happy. You could see it better if the rock were polished. If electric current were applied, the Arcturium would really glow.
Should I hook it up to a current, sir?
Now, let's wait till we get over to Hollister's shop. I want to return the sample to him before Corbo and Ruff get there.
Corbo and Ruff?
Well, they're the two men who brought in the Transpluto. If one of their samples is missing, they're going to get suspicious. That is, if Ruff is something ticket. Let's get over there right away. All right, Hollister, where is it? Touchstone. We left 4 rock samples here, and we've only got 3. Where's the other one? Come on, Hollister. What are you up to?
Up. What are you doing?
Trying to make him talk.
Leave him alone. Take your hands off him.
Might as well, I guess. You hit him a little too hard. He's unconscious.
That was a stupid thing to do.
But Corbo, what business has he got holding out on one of our samples?
Maybe he wasn't sure what it was and turned it over to another mineral expert.
Why didn't he say so?
Professional pride, maybe. Anyway, we'd better shut this door to his back office and get out of here.
You got the other samples?
Yeah. In this case. Now, let's go.
You, sure you searched every place here in the outer office?
Yeah, even the safe. It was unlocked. We'll blast off for Saturn and have the samples tested there. And next time, Rupp, no strong-arm stuff.
All right, Corvo. Let up, will you?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Hi.
Where's Mr. Hollister?
Oh, he stepped out for a few minutes. Just wait. He'll be right back. Well, we're in sort of a hurry, if you'll excuse us.
Oh, just a minute. Are you Frank Rupp and Kent Corvo?
What?
Why,
what if we are?
You fit the description Mr. Hollister gave me. Then this must be one of your samples.
Why, this, that's right.
It's transplutite, all right, with Arcturium.
Oh, fine. May I have it, please?
I'll wait till Mr. Hollister returns. Where did you get these samples?
We don't actually know where they came from. We got them from a space prospector we met on Jupiter. We're acting as his agent, so to speak.
You came directly here to Neptune from Jupiter?
That's right, Commander.
Well, if this prospector friend of yours has discovered a source of Arcturium and wants to keep it a secret, that's his affair and yours. Fine, then you'll be going along.
Commander, what's that?
It came from the back room. Check on it, Happy.
Yes, sir.
You two stay where you are.
Sorry, Commander. We've got other plans.
Hey, what are you doing?
This will take care of you, Cadet.
That satchel of rocks makes a nice weapon, Corvo.
Come on, let's get out of here, quick.
Happy. Happy, are you all right?
You get away?
We've only been out a couple of minutes. I'll call the spaceport and have a guard put on their shift. Check the back room, Happy. They've probably done something to Hollister.
Yes, sir.
You take care of him, then we'll head for the space. Here's Corbo's ship, Happy.
It looks like we got here ahead of him.
They may have seen the guards and got scared off. We'll get them. First, we'll examine the ship. Up the ladder, Happy.
Yes, sir.
Leave the hatch open after we get in the airlock.
Right, Commander.
Now, wait, Hap. Look at this white dust on the floor of the airlock. I wonder where they picked that up.
Certainly not of any regular spaceport.
We'll gather up a sample of it later and examine it under the microscope. Now, let's go to their spacesuit locker. Open the inner hatch.
Oh, they sure tracked in a lot of this stuff.
Mm-hmm. By the marks on the floor, they were wearing spacesuits. That's why I want to check the locker.
Spacesuits? That means they've recently been on one of the moons. And this white stuff is probably powdered pumice.
That alone isn't much of a clue. There's a lot of moons, partly covered with pumice. Now, here's the locker. Now, let's examine the boots and these spacesuits.
Hey, they must have been wading in pumice halfway up to their knees.
Get your microscope out, Happy. I'll scrape off a sample.
Yes, sir.
Near magnification may not tell us too much, but it might tell us if it's worthwhile making a more thorough test at the Neptune City lab.
The microscope's all ready, sir.
All right, I'll smear a little of this powder on the slide. Slip it into this stage. Huh? I'll take a look through the lens.
Oh, it's in focus now, Commander. There's some dark flakes of something mixed with the powder. Here, you want to see?
Mm-hmm. We'll take a spectrographic analysis at the lab to tell us exactly what those flakes are.
Then we'll have a line on where Rupp and Corbo have been.
We'll also disconnect their vector computer and take it with us.
The vector computer?
Yes, if they didn't clear the settings after they landed, it may show us exactly where they were before landing on Neptune. Let's take these space.
Corbo, look at our ship. They got guards around it.
Oh, we must have come to and alerted the spaceport.
We'd better get away from here quick.
Yeah, and get out of the city.
How?
On a surface car. We'll drive out through the surface locks at the north side of the atmosphere cell. The space phone Rapper to pick us up in a spaceship the other side of the hill.
I have to have spacesuits to transfer to the ship.
We're already in the surface car. Come on, Rapper. We've got to get out of Neptune City before they put a guard at the surface locks.
I just checked with the infirmary, sir. Mr. Hollister's okay, and he's on his way back to his shop.
Good. Reports have come in from the museum's, Happy. No transplutite exhibits are missing.
I don't get it, sir. If Rupp and Corbo didn't steal the transplutite, why would they beat up Hollister and attack us? What have they got to be afraid of?
I think I've got part of the answer, Happy. Rupp and Corbo apparently have stumbled onto something more than Arcturian-bearing rock. I think they've found out what happened to Captain Hardtime.
Oh.
The lab has carefully analyzed those spacesuits we took from the ship. Remember those dark flakes in the powdered pumice?
Yes, sir.
They're bits of enamel, apparently scraped off of metal when Rupp and Corbo walked over it in their suits. Enamel that was once used to coat the interior of spaceships.
But how does that connect up with Captain Hartog, sir?
Because enamel of this type hasn't been used in 90 years. Of course, Rupp and Corbo might have been tramping around the wreck of another old health, but they also show up in transplutite. There's only one complete.
Then Hartog's ship was wrecked here inside the solar system. They only knew where.
The vector computer from Corbo's ship gave us a clue. Corbo didn't come to Neptune directly from Jupiter. The formula for the vector curve indicates that they came from the direction of planetoid 60.
Planetoid 60?
Yes. One of the thousands of planetoids that have never been officially observed at close range. Its orbit is so freakish that old 60 has been out of the regular space range for 50 years.
And that's where Hartog's ship crashed?
And that's what we're going to find out. Let's get out to the spaceport. We'll blast it. Set our velocity, Happy. Even at this distance, it won't take us long to completely circle the planetoid.
Yes, sir. Sure is small. Not more than 10 miles in diameter. Oh, I think I see something in the viewscope, sir. Sort of a dark area on the white surface.
You're right. Increase the sensitivity. More. Hold it.
It's a wrecked ship, Commander. What a crash that must have been. Chunks of the hull are scattered all over.
We'll put on our spacesuits and set the ship down. I want to get a close look at that wreckage.
Give me the controls up. I'll take her in for the landing.
Corbo, look. There's a spaceship on the planet. We're right near the wreck.
That's Corry's ship. Peril 5.
How did he know this is where Hartog crashed?
I don't know. But this is a good chance to get rid of him.
You mean blast the ship and leave him stranded here?
Look, they're in spacesuits poking around the wreckage. We'll blast them with a space cannon and land. You blast off in Corry's ship.
What for?
You don't want anyone to find a trace of Corry's ship on that planetoid. When you're out in space, I'll join airlocks with Peril 5 and you come aboard. Then we'll cut Corry's ship loose.
I get it. They'll find Corry's ship maybe, but they'll never know what happened to Corry.
Right. We'll be able to keep searching planetoid 60 for the rest of Hartog's treasure. All right. Bring your gun sights on.
From the looks of the wreckage, Happy, the ship didn't hit head on. It came in at an angle right over the pinnacle of the clock. Yes. Is it Hartog's ship, sir? I don't know, but by the fragments and what's left of the instrument, I'd say it was at least 100 years old. Hey, look at this. A rock. A chunk of transplutite. Yes, there are more chunks scattered around. There must have been tons of it in the cargo hold. Man, there's somebody shooting at us. It's a spaceship coming in low. Corbo,
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Say, Space Patrollers, how would you like to go along with me into a hidden world? A world your eyes alone cannot see. What am I talking about? How can you do it? Well, I wish I could tell you this very moment. But until the end of today's Space Patrol program, this great, wonderful trip is a deep, dark secret. This much, however, I can tell you. To get into this hidden world, you need a magical scientific instrument, an official piece of Space Patrol equipment. It's a surprise for you from Commander Corry, a new and different surprise you'll really go for. So stand by. Have pencil and paper ready, all set to hear this exciting, wonderful news at the end of today's Space Patrol adventure. And now, back to the treasure of Planetoid 60. Through some tiny fragments of enamel found clinging to the boots of a spacesuit, Commander Corry, with the help of the new Space Patrol microscope and other laboratory equipment, has partly solved the mystery. He has discovered that Captain Hartog, a space explorer of a century before, crashed his spaceship on Planetoid 60. While examining the wreckage, Buzz and Happy were attacked by Rupp and Corbo, who fired blasts at them from their space cruiser. Now the two criminals are hovering above the scene, looking for a trace of Buzz and Happy.
Looks like we got him, Rupp. Not a trace of him.
Yeah, that last blast not only finished him, it buried him.
The rock ledge slapped right on top of him.
Nice, neat job. Nothing to tidy up.
Except to get rid of Corry's ship. Get into a spacesuit, and I'll set our ship down.
Okay. After I blast off from Terra 5, where do I head?
Point it out toward the Pluto orbit. Then I'll join airlocks and bring you back aboard. Before you leave Corry's ship, cut on the automatic emergency signal on the space phone. That'll bring the Space Patrol after the ship. And no one will bother about Planetoid 60.
Happy, can you hear me? Yes, sir. Very faintly. Are you all right? I think so, sir, but I can't move. I'm buried under a pile of rock. So am I, but I think I can work loose. There. My head and shoulders are out now. But these helmets and suits are built to take a lot of punishment. I'll be free in a few seconds, Happy. Once you're able to move, these rocks aren't heavy. There isn't much gravity on this little planetoid. There. Now, Happy, I see the top of your helmet. They sure came close with that space cannon. Now, I was sure that last blast was our finish. Evidently, Rupp and Corbo thought it was, too. Here, I'll roll these rocks away from around your helmet so I can grab you under the shoulders. There. Now, here we go. Thanks, Commander. Better turn up the power on your suit transmitter, Happy. I can barely hear you. All right. Is that any better? A little. It's all the way up. And you're pretty faint yourself. That fall of rock must have damaged our transmitters. Hey, Commander, our ship is gone. Rupp and Corbo are smarter than I thought. What do you mean, sir? Won't take the Space Patrol long to find the ship. There won't be anything to make anyone look for us here at Planetoid 60. And with our transmitters damaged? Commander, we're stranded. Yes, until Rupp and Corbo come back. If they do. They probably will. If they didn't intend to, there wouldn't have been any point in taking our ship instead of blasting it right here. Well, suppose they do come back. They'll finish us off if they see us. We'll take care of that when the time comes. Commander, look, one of the shots that Corbo and Rupp fired at us hit the wreckage. Turned it up worse than it was. Oh, what's this? What's what, sir? This transparent plastic case. There's writing inside and a small lump of metal with a chain on it. It looks like some sort of a bracelet. It's engraved. Captain Jules Hartog. What's the writing about, sir? It's dated January 15th, 2853. 100 years ago. Hartog wrote this, Happy. Listen. This is written just before what would be my last voyage in space. When we found we were unable to control our ship,
and that a crash was inevitable, we bailed out in our spacesuits. We drifted here 4 hours later. Now, the three of us, Mowbray, Clayton, and myself, are about to blast off on an emergency space raft. Our hope of rescue is slight, but it is better to be out in space, headed for the unknown, than to wait on this planetoid for the inevitable end. We leave behind a treasure. With luck, we shall return to claim it ourselves. You who read this perhaps are here by chance. Forgive us, then, if we selfishly decline
to make it easy for you to obtain what we have discovered.
By years of sacrifice at the risk of our lives. And it's signed Captain Jules Hartog. 3 men in a tiny space raft. No wonder they were never found. And all this happened 100 years ago, but I feel like it just happened. I can understand why they took the space raft rather than stay here. We're in the same fix, and we haven't got a space raft. At least Captain Hartog left us with something to do to pass the time. What's that, sir? Look for the treasure. I wonder how long it would take us to search this whole planetoid. Several days, probably. You know, Happy, I've been wondering why Captain Hartog left this lump of metal here with this letter. Well, what kind of metal is it, sir? It looks like platinum. Happy, do you have your Space Patrol microscope where you can get at it? Yes, sir. It's in the belt pouch of my spacesuit. Well, let me have it. I want to take a look at these scratches. Yes, sir. Here it is. Thanks. You know, from the shape of this platinum lump, it just might be a model of this planetoid. Oh? Now, if I can get scratch marks into focus. There. I was right, Happy. Captain Hartog left us a map of Planetoid 60. What? There are letters here, letters so small they can't be seen without the microscope. Planetoid 60. There's a cross marked on the face of this tiny lump. Under it is the word cave. Cave? That must be where the treasure is. If we can pick out the spot where we are now, we ought to be able to locate the cave. See, over there to our left is a sort of knife-edged ridge of rock. To the right, 3 small pinnacles, a sort of triangle. Now, if there's something like that on the metal lump. You find it, sir? Yeah. Now, here it is. The cave is about a third of the way around the other side of the planetoid. Let's get going, then.
Okay, Corbo. Before I left Corry's ship, I turned on the automatic emergency signal on the spaceophone. You can cut the Terra 5 loose now.
All right, Rupp. By the time the Space Patrol picks up the signal and comes to investigate, we'll be thousands of DUs away.
You sure it's safe to go back to Planetoid 60 right away?
Sure. With Corry's ship out near the Pluto orbit, Planetoid 60 would be the last place they'd look for Corry.
Then let's go back and load up all the transplutite we can find.
Must be getting close to the cave, sir. We're on the rim of that saucer-shaped depression that shows on the metal lump. If I've read the map right, the cave should be right behind that rock. Commander, it's Hartog's cave. Yes. Dug back into the bluff. Flash your atomic light in there, Happy. Yes, sir. Hey, look at that. It's full of boxes. Packed clear up to the top of the cave. See if we can make out the labels. Transplutite. Transplutite. Most of these on the left side seem to be transplutite, sir. Millions of credits worth. Wow. Cast your light up there on the wall of the cave, Happy. It's an astrogation chart. Yes, the solar system. With one orbit marked in red. There must be a comet orbit, sir. It loops clear outside of Pluto, then comes in fairly close to the sun. Once every 100 years. Happy, that isn't a comet orbit. It's a planetoid. Look what the chart says. Hartog Planetoid. Named it after himself, I guess. That must be the original source of the transplutite. The rocket contains Arcturium. They used Planetoid 60, a sort of way station and storage place. Right. We can only get this news to the... Hey, Commander, look. Spaceship. Corbo and Rupp are back. Oh, they'll probably land back at the wreck, and here we are 10 miles away. That's very happy. If we can get back there before they blast off. Yeah, on this low-gravity planetoid, we can make pretty good time. We got a pretty good pile of transplutite here, Corbo. Should we carry it into the ship now? There's a lot more scattered around. Might as well get all we can while we're here. Okay. There are a few chunks over there by the rock where we blasted Corry. Go get them. Corbo. Would those rocks be like that if Corry and the Cadet were under them? They didn't move. Corry and the Cadet got out. Where are they? They've been picked up. Maybe, but I doubt it. There hasn't been enough time. If they were, there'd probably be Space Patrol ships around waiting for us to come back. Let's get in the ship and blast off. Don't get panicked. Let's see if we can locate Corry and the Cadet. If they're still here, we'd better finish them off. Come on, let's try this. They're walking away from the ship now, sir. Keep down, Happy. Don't let them see him. Yes, sir. They're looking for us. When they go a few more yards, we'll run for their ship and keep low. All right, Commander. Better not talk anymore. I don't think their suit spacephones are on our frequency, but we don't want to take any chances.
I hear them in the airlock, sir.
When they finish loading the transplutite in the cargo hold, Stand back on the other side of the hatch, Happy. And they get clear inside the ship before we rush them.
Yes, sir.
We'll blast off and make careful search of the planetoid at low altitude.
Yeah, it won't take long to find them on this dinky hunk of rock.
You're right, Rupp. It won't take long at all.
Rupp, go for your ray gun.
Oh, no, you don't.
Now, Corvo, does that convince you, or do you want some more?
You got it, Corry.
All right, Rupp. On your feet.
Sure.
Corvo, what did you do with my ship?
It's heading out toward the Pluto orbit. The automatic distress signal I'm in space phone.
I'll check on that with the receiver after I lock you man up. Incidentally, Corvo, I thought you might like to know that there's more Arcturium here than you ever dreamed of.
What do you mean?
We found a cave full of it.
Yeah, and an astrogation chart of the planetoid where Hartog got it originally.
You would have had a share of it, Corvo, if you'd played straight.
Up and I figured Hartog used Planetoid 60 as a storage base.
But how'd you find the cave? We've been over this whole planetoid a dozen times with a fine-tooth comb.
A fine-tooth comb? Well, that's where you made your mistake. You should have used a microscope.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. Gang, here it is. The announcement you've been waiting for. The big new surprise Buzz Corry has for everybody. The surprise that'll give you a glimpse into a mysterious hidden world you've never seen before. Get pencil and paper set. Here's Buzz Corry with the entire story.
Space Patrollers, this is your lucky day, because now you can own an official Space Patrol microscope kit. Now just think of all the important work the Space Patrol microscope did for us today. It showed us that there were enamel flakes mixed in that innocent-looking white powder. And it showed us that Captain Hartog had scratched a secret map on the top of a small lump of metal. Now you'll be able to examine all kinds of tiny particles and objects with your Space Patrol microscope, too. Wait till you get it. You'll agree the Space Patrol microscope is a mighty important instrument to have.
Think of the fun. Think of all you can learn. An honest-to-goodness scientific instrument with the power to magnify objects 15 times. Gang, you can see the wing of a butterfly 15 times actual size. The feelers of an insect 15 times actual size. The texture of paper, the petals of flowers, human hair, grains of sand, all 15 times actual size. And imagine seeing the living creatures in a drop of water. You can do it with a Space Patrol microscope.
It's made of sturdy green plastic, and it's so compact you can carry it in your pocket. Small but powerful, just 5 inches high, yet it magnifies objects 15 times actual size.
But remember, we're offering you an entire kit, the Space Patrol microscope, plus 4 clear acetate slides for mounting specimens.
Plus a 5th slide containing a fiery atomic particle.
Gang, the lens tube is not cheap cardboard. It's real plastic. It will not wear out or slip out.
Now, don't wait. Send for this exciting new Space Patrol microscope kit today.
Just buy a box of rice checks or wheat checks. Then, with your name and address, send 25 cents in coin and a rice checks or wheat checks box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are in a space platform off the Mars orbit, investigating the theft of supplies from the emergency space station. Right now, they're walking down a corridor toward the control compartment.
The automatic camera in the control compartment should have a film of all ships that dock at the platform, Happy.
Commander, what's that?
The meteor warning system. A meteor's on a collision course.
Well, can't we cut on the power and move the platform?
It's too late. We're hit.
Join us again next week for the exciting story, The Winged Spies of Venus, when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again present Space Patrol! Special bulletin for boys and girls in Louisville, Kentucky, Huntington, West Virginia, Boston, Massachusetts, and Heartland, Vermont. Buzz Corry's own space battle cruiser, the Ralston Rocket, will be in your area next week. Don't miss it. The Ralston Rocket. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Devery. Other players were Ken Mayer, Norman Jolly, and Bela Kovach. Dick Tufel speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and Good Hot Roastin' again present Space Patrol. Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol story on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. This program is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. This is ABC Radio Network. This is ABC Radio Network. This is ABC Radio Network.
Adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed adventure, Buzz and Happy are in a space platform off the Mars orbit, investigating the theft of supplies from the emergency space station. Right now, they're walking down a corridor toward the control compartment.
The automatic camera in the control compartment should have a film of all ships that dock at the platform, Happy.
Commander, what's that?
The meteor warning system. A meteor must be on the collision course.
Well, can't we cut on the power and move the platform? Too late, we're hit.
And now for the complete story of today's thrilling adventure of Space Patrol. Space Patrol agents have been vainly trying to find out how members of a highly organized gang of space bandits communicate with each other without use of spacephones. Reports of mysterious activity in the Atlas Mountains of Venus have spurred Commander Corry to visit the region, thinking this activity may have some connection with the gang. Flying over the Zerda Valley, Buzz and Happy had noticed a crashed robot space freighter and near it a private cruiser. As the commander's ship approaches for a landing, two men on the ground carrying crates from the damaged robot ship come to a halt. One of them turns to his companion.
Thorson, I tell you, it's a Space Patrol ship. Let's drop this crate and blast off. I know it's a Space Patrol ship, but if we're run now, we'd be sitting ducks. The Space Patrol would know we were looting the ship, and they could blast ours before we get off the ground. We can't bluff it out. They'll land and start asking questions. Oh, they'll land all right, but they'll never get close enough to ask questions. Lieutenant, if I can carry this crate by myself, I'll lug it into our ship and go back after our instructions. But they're landing now. I know it. If we keep acting as though we had every right to be here, they won't get suspicious until it's too late. Go back for the green box. I'll cover you from the hedge of our ship. If the Space Patrol tries to stop you, I'll stop them with the blast gun.
All right, Happy. Open the outer hatch.
Yes, sir. Those fellows must be with the company that owns that robot, all right. They're still unloading it.
Maybe, but that's not a commercial ship. Come on, Bill, talk to the man carrying the crate. His partner must be in the ship. Down the ladder, Hap.
Hey, he's running toward his ship, Commander.
Hold it a minute. We want to talk to him.
Hey, someone's firing at us from that cruiser.
With the blast gun. Quick, rush the man with the crate. Stop him before he gets to the ship.
Oh!
Happy.
My shoulder.
Now, keep down. I'll get this fellow with the crate. All right. Stop right where you are. Might as well put up that ray gun, Commander. My partner will pick you off with a blast gun. He won't dare shoot now, or he might hit you. Now put down that crate and tell your partner to come out of his ship.
Tarzan, get away from him, Benji. Give me room to shoot.
No, you don't. Come back here. Let go of me. This is the fight you want.
Get away from him, Benji, so I can blast him.
So you want to get in on it, too, huh?
Benji, grab him so I can slug him. I've got him.
There. That takes care of him. How about the other one?
I'll give him a blast. It's jammed. Get to our ship, quick. The cadet's got a ray gun.
Stop right where you are.
Run for it, Pendleton. He can't hit us when we're in the ship. We forgot the crate. Never mind the crate. Leave it there. Get to our ship.
Oh, stop or I'll shoot.
We're out of range. Into the ship and blast off as quick as you can. Commander.
Oh, Happy. Did you get them?
No, sir. They're in the ship. Well, there they go, sir. I fired that thing with my ray gun, but I missed. I had to shoot left-handed on account of my shoulder. I should have got them, though.
At least you drove them off before they finished me. Let's see your shoulder, Hap.
I don't know what hit me, sir. It certainly wasn't the blast gun, or I'd have been knocked out.
The blast probably chipped off a piece of rock.
Lucky it wasn't worse. How do you feel, sir?
Groggy, but I'm all right.
That ship, it's unmarked, isn't it?
Yes, sir. No identification on it anywhere.
No use trying to blast off after it. We'll make a spaceborne report to Venus City headquarters.
Those guys must be real scavengers, Commander. The robot couldn't have been grounded more than a few minutes, and here they were, looting it.
Here's the crate the man was carrying when I jumped in. Now, look at this, Happy. Box is addressed to the Atlas Mountains Experimental Farm.
You mean Brother John's, where we were going?
Yes, but evidently the thieves didn't read the information in the box very carefully. These are honeybees, Happy.
Bees?
Right, very angry ones from being dropped on the ground.
Well, why would those two men want to steal bees?
They probably didn't know they were bees. The box were going to the experimental farm. They figured it was probably valuable equipment of some kind.
Wow. Well, they've got a surprise when they opened the case.
Happy, we might as well deliver this case of bees in person. Come on. There's the experimental farm, Happy, on top of the plateau.
Oh, it's beautiful. But where do we land? The whole plateau is under cultivation, except for that row of buildings.
We'll land at the base outside the fence.
Yeah, it looks like it'd be pretty hard for a criminal to escape from that farm, sir.
None has ever tried, Happy. Brother John seems to keep the men busy and contented.
I don't see any farm machinery from here, sir.
The men use only hand tools like rakes, hoes, and small plows. You won't find any spacephones or any mechanical or electronic equipment on that plateau.
Oh, Commander, if Brother John doesn't believe in modern methods, will he use this new Space Patrol microscope you're going to give him?
I think he'll appreciate the fact that a microscope would be quite useful on his farm. He can study insects that are attacking his plants and examine plants themselves for traces of disease.
Boy, this microscope is sure coming in handy for us. What I like about it is it's so small. It's small enough to carry in your pocket, and yet it sure is powerful.
Well, it saves us a lot of time, all right. We can make a quick comparison of fingerprints right on the scene of a crime instead of waiting for a lab check.
Yeah, now that I've got a microscope I can carry around, I realize how much fun it is to magnify ordinary objects. When you look into a Space Patrol microscope, it's almost like looking into a different world.
I like to see every boy and girl have one, Happy. You can learn a lot with a microscope and have fun besides. Hap, while I'm setting the ship down, get that crate of bees out of the aft compartment.
Yes, sir.
I want to thank you again, Commander, for delivering this crate of bees. I'll have Rexford transfer them to an empty hive. I hope they're all right. Well, they're probably angry right now. But Rexford has a way with bees. Not a strange fellow. You know, he's technically not an inmate. He voluntarily came here 6 months ago. Now he has complete charge of our bee colony. I actually think he knows every single bee by name. I'm afraid all bees look alike to me.
Yeah, me too.
They're fascinating creatures. Rexford's always receiving new varieties and sending other types to beekeepers on other planets.
Well, what do they fly over that way for? There's no flowers on that part of the farm.
And they're flying over the edge of the plateau to visit the flowers farther down in the valley. Then they come back to their hives with the nectar and pollen. Oh, by the way, I brought you something you might be able to use here on your farm, Brother John. It's a microscope. Mm-hmm. It's a new Space Patrol microscope. Small, but very powerful. I thought it might be helpful in studying plant diseases. Very thoughtful, Commander. I appreciate this very much. Now I'll tell you why we came here. Have you noticed any unusual or suspicious activity here in the valley around the plateau? Why, I don't believe so. Well, frankly, I don't have much interest in what goes on beyond the rim of the plateau. I imagine your farm keeps you very busy, but we've heard rumors that unmarked spaceships are landing and blasting off in this region. In fact, one of those ships looted the Rex robot freighter. I wish I could help you, Commander, but I can't give you any definite information. However, in the future, I'll pay more attention to the ships flying over. Thank you, Brother John.
Hey, this is some view from up here. You can see for miles in all directions.
That's why I figured Brother John might be able to help us. I'll do my best, Commander. One of our agents will check with you from time to time. Now, Happy and I better be getting back to our ship. No? Must you leave so soon? Yes, we've got to investigate a space platform off the Mars orbit. Tremendous amounts of fuel, liquid air containers, and food were taken, and no record was left. I see. We've installed an automatic camera. Chances are we've got a picture of the ship that the thieves used. Happy and I are going to pick up that camera. I wish you luck, Commander. Thanks, Brother John. Come on, Happy. The microprojector's all ready, Sorensen.
All right. Here's the slide with the bee on it. Slip it under the lens. That's it. Turn it on. Hey, the wing isn't quite in focus. A little more. How's that? Good. Now I can make out the message. Space Patrol has installed automatic cameras on emergency supply space platform. Corry will check on platform in Mars orbit. Fine, Rexford. All right, cut it off. Oh, that means the Space Patrol will have a film record of our ship.
It's a good thing we don't have a registration number. Yeah, but Corry's likely to recognize it anyway. We got to get to that platform before he does. Suppose we're too late. We can't afford to be. Come on, get to the ship. I've got the platform on the viewscope. And we are too late. Corry's ship is connected to the airlock. We're not too late. We're just in time. We can get rid of the evidence against us, and Corry, too. You're going to fire on the space platform? That's right. And no one will ever suspect us. What do you mean? Oh, meteor cannon. Exactly. And Space Patrol agents see the jagged hole in the hull of the platform, they'll assume a meteor hit it. Press the loading switch. I'll aim the projectile at the platform control compartment.
The control compartment is at the end of this corridor, Happy.
I sure hope the camera got a good picture of the thieves' ship.
If they entered the control compartment, we may even have a picture of the criminals themselves.
What's that?
The meteor warning system. A meteor must be on a collision course.
Oh, can't we turn on the power and move the platform? Too late. We just hit.
Happy, in an emergency space platform in the orbit of Mars, are investigating the theft of supplies. They hope an automatic camera on the platform will reveal the identity of the thief. Meantime, the criminals have learned that Commander Corry is at the platform, and from their spaceship, they've launched a projectile with a jagged outer shell, hoping Space Patrol agents will believe the platform was struck by a meteor. As Buzz and Happy stand in the corridor, the projectile crashes through the control compartment of the platform structure.
Commander, I can't breathe. We're losing all our air.
Close the compartment door quickly.
There. Hope this compartment is airtight.
It should be. Stand still for a few seconds. Let's see if the air pressure builds up in here.
I think it is, sir.
Good. And the meteor didn't tear through the air supply system for this part of the platform.
Sure was lucky we weren't in the control compartment.
I just hope that camera wasn't wrecked.
Yeah, but how can we get it now, sir?
We can't. Not without spacesuits. Go back through the corridor into the airlock, Happy. We'll put on our spacesuits in the ship.
Yes, sir. Oh, the rockets, what was that?
Sounded as though the platform got hit again.
By another meteor? But why didn't the alarm ring?
Probably the first meteor tore out the alarm system.
We must be in the path of a swarm of meteors.
Get to the ship quickly, and let's hope that the last one didn't tear through our ship, too.
Before I open the compartment door, Happy, check your spacesuit air supply indicator again. It's all right, Commander. Okay. Wow, what a mess. The meteor sure ripped things apart in here. Look at that control board. Where's the camera, sir? Up above the console behind the secret panel. Let's get the camera out. Well, it doesn't look damaged. Can I help you, sir? I can manage it, Happy. It's not heavy. Okay, let's take it back to the ship and see what we've got on the film.
Bandit! Bandit! Yeah? Come on forward.
Well, what's up, Sergeant?
I just got a spaceable message from Orcott on Saturn. The job came off like clockwork. They got 250,000 credits worth of argonium.
Great. When do we get our share?
As soon as Orcott disposes of it. He let us know by shipping Rexford some bees that Brother John for him.
I wish there was a quicker way.
Oh, there isn't any that's safer.
I guess you're right. They'll never think of anyone using messages microfilmed off bees' wings.
Yeah. Well, even if they do, how are they going to locate the right bee?
When Rexford first came to us with that idea of using bees for messages, I thought he was crazy.
That's the beauty of it. It is crazy. So crazy that those logical Space Patrol master brains would never think of it.
And speaking of the Space Patrol, have you heard anything on the emergency frequency?
Nah, not a peep. Corry's finished. There's no doubt about that.
The projector's ready, sir. Shall I start it up? All right, Happy. I'll cut our controls to automatic. Let her go. There's a ship on the screen, Hap.
Private cruiser, Class D. Oh, what are those numbers on the strip at the side of the screen, sir?
That's the date and time the ship approached the space platform. The camera cuts on when the viewscope picks up an object. There, it's coming up to the airlock. Happy, that ship.
It looks like the same one that was looting the robot.
Yes, and it's unmarked.
Hey, what's wrong? The screen went black.
The automatic camera cuts out when the ship joins the airlock. It saves film. And now look, it's picking up inside the control room.
Yeah, it's two men. Hey, the same ones that we had the fight with by the robot freighter.
Yes, they're looking around.
Yeah, looking for something to steal, probably. No, there they go. Back through the compartment door.
And there's the ship leaving the airlock. The time strip indicates it took them 1 hour and 15 minutes to load that ship with stolen supplies.
Now here comes another ship.
That's the commercial ship that discovered the robbery. You can speed the projector past this strip, Happy.
Yes, sir.
Now slow it to normal. Let's see what we've got.
Hey, that's our ship approaching the platform airlock.
Mm-hmm.
Should I cut it off, sir?
No, wait a minute. Let's see if the camera's fast enough to pick up those meteors that hit the platform.
The screen's black again. Uh-oh. It's another ship. Yeah, but it's awfully far away.
It must have been out there while we were on the platform.
Hey, what's going on? Did you see that flash?
Space cannons.
What are they firing at? It looks as though they were aiming right at the platform.
Look at the time strip, Happy. That was just the time the meteors hit.
Look at that streak. Right from the ship toward the camera.
That explains it. Those jagged holes weren't made by meteors. They were projectiles. What kind of a ship would you say that was?
Private cruiser, Class D. Just like the one that looted the platform earlier.
They must have known we were coming here. But how?
Well, Commander, I hate to say this, but... Oh, Brother John knew our plan.
I know what you're thinking, Happy, but John would never have a hand in anything like this.
No, I suppose not. And anyway, how could he get the information off the plateau? He hasn't got a spaceophone transmitter, and the guard at the foot of the plateau wouldn't let anybody through the gate.
Still, Happy, the answer is somewhere in that valley in the Atlas Mountains. You go back to Venus and search carefully, then make a tour of investigation on foot.
Prentice, get on that boat. We got work to do.
Oh, what now?
And we're besting off of Venus City.
We just got back from that platform job.
It'll only take a couple of hours. I just picked up a spaceophone message from Turner. It's in Venus City, but I'll cut on the lower city job.
Well, why didn't you say so?
Yeah, I thought that would wake you up. Come on.
Want me to check the nectar dish down the hill? Maybe Rexford's sending us some more messages.
We'll interview the bees when we get back.
Okay. By the way, did you see my Geiger counter?
Have you lost it again? Well, it's around here someplace. Come on, let's go to Venus City.
Head south of the plateau again, Happy, right down the valley.
Yes, sir.
And look down there at the foot of that low hill.
Oh, you mean where there's a scarred place on the ground?
Yes, it's all green except for that one spot. Looks to me as though a spaceship might have used that for a landing strip.
It certainly does, Commander.
Set our ship down the north side of that hill. We'll get out and do a little scouting around. By the looks of it, Happy, this patch of ground has been used by a spaceship several times.
Yes, sir, but why? There's nothing around here, no buildings or anything.
Wait a minute. Look up the slope of the hill. What does that look like to you, just to the left of that big rock?
Why, it's a building. And pretty well camouflaged, too.
Let's go up and have a look.
I can see it plainer now, sir. It's nothing more than a shack.
Wait, hold still, Happy. Don't move.
Uh-oh. Bees.
Some of Brother John's bees, probably.
Oh, but what are they interested in this part of the valley for? There aren't any flowers here, just grass and weeds.
Hey, listen, Happy. Hear that?
Did you hear the buzzing of the bees, sir? Oh, that clicking sound. Some insect in the grass.
Listen again.
Hey, if we weren't clear out here in the valley, I'd say that was a Geiger counter.
Come over here, Happy, but move slowly. There's what's attracting the bees, Hap, that bowl of liquid.
Yeah, and look what's lying beside it. A Geiger counter. And it's clicking like mad. Yeah, there must be uranium in the ground or some other radioactive mineral.
That could explain why a certain spaceship was making visits here. Let's make a few tests with that Geiger counter, Happy. Take it easy. Don't get the bees aroused.
I won't, sir.
Oddly designed counter. The detector is in the end of a long rod.
You moved the counter away from the radioactivity, sir.
Mm-hmm. We'll make a few tests. I'll hold it right over the bowl again.
Uh-oh. Well, there goes the bees. Most of them.
Happy, it's either the bowl or the liquid, or perhaps the bees themselves that are radioactive.
Hey, one of them fell into the liquid.
I'll fish him out with a detector rod. There.
Poor little guy. He's sopping wet. He can't fly.
He'll die out in a few minutes. Happy. Listen to that counter. This bee is full of radioactivity. Now watch, I'll move the rod close to him and pull it away again.
Smoking rock, it's a radioactive bee.
There's another one on this leaf. I'll test him. Nothing. Odd that one bee should activate the counter and another from the same swarm register nothing.
Oh, what's this guy been eating?
Happy, have you got your Space Patrol microscope with you?
Oh, yes, sir. Right here in my jacket pocket.
I don't suppose we can tell anything by looking at him, even with a microscope, but there seems to be a strange blue dot on one of his wings.
Yeah, you're right, sir.
Happy. My eyes are playing tricks on me. Take a look through the microscope. Careful now.
Yes, sir. Hey, through the lens, the blue dot seems broken up. Come on. Those are letters. Letters on the bee's wing. It's like looking at a piece of microfilm.
Exactly. Let me have a look again, huh? Shipment of fluorine leaves Mercury City at 1400 hours Thursday.
A message on a bee's wing.
Yes, and a secret message at that. Now we know how these criminals have been communicating with each other.
Yeah, with bees.
Right. They can ship bees from planet to planet and pick out the messenger bees with a Geiger counter. Probably there's a tiny speck of radioactive material fastened to its body or fed to it.
Commander, here comes a spaceship. And it looks like it's going to land near here.
All right, quickly up the hill to that shack. Hurry before anyone sees it.
Not bad for a 2-hour trip, is it, Prentice? 20,000 space credits apiece.
Those are not bad at all. Open the door. Hey, you know, with all the money we're making, I'm getting kind of tired of living in this shack. Why can't we turn this end of the work over to somebody else?
You can't trust anybody else, Prentice.
No, not even a bee. Corry, get your hands up, both of you.
What's this all about? We haven't done anything.
We've been checking your winged messengers and your microfilm projector, and we've got a line on most of your gang.
Yeah, Rexford at Brother John's farm, Orcutt, Turner, the whole mob.
Plus the film record from the space platform.
Well, Corey, I guess you got the evidence, but you'll never use it. All right, Prentice. You through playing games?
Yeah, I've had enough. Now get up, Thorson. That's it.
One thing I want to know. How did you find out we were using bees to carry messages? Well, I'd say that that's none of your business. Stop!
Preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol story. Buzz and Happy are in their spacesuits investigating a suspicious-looking meteor that's recently landed on the 6th moon of Jupiter.
It looks just like an ordinary meteor to me, sir. Now look carefully. I'd say these marks were made by an atomic torch. Yeah, but who... Commander, there's a spaceship coming in for the landing. He must be crazy. The landing strip is over there. He's coming right for it. With his forward rocket on. Can't help seeing it. He's going to crush us.
Join us again next week for this thrilling adventure with the Space Patrol. High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol.
Wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are in their spacesuits at the base of a volcano on the planet Saturn, searching for a missing scientist.
Dr. Ramsey ought to be very close to this spot, Happy. Such rough ground, it's hard to see more than a few yards. The doctor may have fallen into a crevice. Hey, Commander, listen. What's that rumbling? The ground's shaking. It's a volcano. It's going to erupt. We'd better find Dr. Ramsey in a hurry. We're too late, Happy. Get back to the ship. Boiling lava will be pouring down this fountain in a matter of minutes. Yes, sir. Watch your step, but hurry. Hey, Commander, our ship is gone. We're trapped.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Sleeping Demon of Saturn.
Say, what kind of jet jalopy are we riding in, Captain Tufeld? We'll never get to Terra City at this speed.
Well, I know what's the matter. This surface car's just got ordinary fuel in it. Let's drive into this filling station here and fill her up with super fuel. Let's try her now.
Wow, this jet cycle is supercharged now.
Sure thing. It's got super fuel. And Space Patrollers, there's a lesson in this for you. Ordinary fuel for breakfast, you're just a putt-putt. Super fuel for breakfast, you're supercharged. My advice is eat the super fuel Buzz Corry has in the morning. I mean Wheat Chex and Rice Chex, the super cereals that help to supercharge you. Real swell tasting, and they both have that modern bite-sized design for easy eating. So, gang, don't be a putt-putt. Eat the delicious super cereals that help to supercharge you. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex. And remember, inside of every package, there's a mysterious magic space picture. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure. Commander Corry and Cadet Happy are in the commander's flagship, the Terra 5, approaching the planet Mercury, where a few hours before, a minor quake shook a small section of that innermost planet. There were no casualties and no damage to property. Yet, within the hour, every planetary capital, every scientific laboratory was buzzing with excitement. Furthermore, it caused Commander Corry to make a special trip to Mercury. Why all this interest in a harmless quake? Because it was predicted 8 years before, almost to the minute. Intently now, Happy scans the viewscope screen as the cracked and fissured surface of Mercury spins below.
We're getting close to the scene of the quake, Commander.
I'm afraid it won't look any different than the rest of this part of Mercury, Happy.
Well, I suppose not, sir. But I'd like to be able to say that I was one of the first to see the location of the first scheduled quake. Didn't the Space Patrol newscast say that the doctor pinpointed the exact location and named the time 8 years ago?
Dr. Ramsey's predictions may have been just a coincidence. That's why I sent Tonga on ahead to Mercury City to contact him personally.
Well, predicting quakes isn't exactly new, is it, sir? I mean, in a general sort of way?
Up to now, it's been very general. Scientists have spread their predictions over areas of hundreds of square miles and allowed themselves several years leeway.
Assistant Security Chief Tonga, calling Commander Corry aboard Terra 5. Tonga calling Commander Corry.
Corry here, go ahead.
I've contacted Dr. Ramsey, Commander. He's in Mercury City.
Good. Did you talk to him about this Mercury quake?
Yes. He says the news reports are basically true. He did predict the exact time and location of this quake 8 years ago.
Well, tell him I'll see him as soon as I reach Mercury City. That'll be in about 30 minutes. Corry out.
Commander, look. There's something down there in that clearing.
What's it look like?
A wrecked spaceship.
A wrecked spaceship?
Yes, sir.
I'll set the ship down. You get our spacesuits out of the locker.
All right, Hap, into the ship. Yes, sir. Be careful you don't puncture your spacesuit on that jagged metal. Yes, sir. Commander, there's a man in here, collapsed over the instrument panel. Now, let's take a look at him. At least he's in a spacesuit. He's still alive. Quickly, Happy, let's get him to our ship. He needs oxygen.
Just checked with Mercury City Space Control, sir. They're clearing Space Lock 3 for us.
Good, Hap.
How's the passenger, sir?
He'll be all right. He's resting back aft. It was close. If we'd been a few minutes later, he'd have been finished.
What made him crash?
Defective rocket equalizers. Lucky he wasn't killed. He told me he bought the ship at a bargain.
Some bargain?
Yeah. From nose to stern, that ship was fitted with obsolete equipment. Cheap metals covered with Endurium plating. He tells me he bought it from a man named Fran Gresham.
Fran Gresham? His name sounds familiar.
He was working a petty swindle game on Mars a few months ago. Our agents broke it up, but they couldn't get anything on Gresham. And there's nothing petty about selling defective spaceships. That's potential murder. And this time, we're really going after it.
Well, Gresham, did you close the deal?
Our client insisted on inspecting the ship. The only thing we found in working order was a danger sign in the atomic power compartment.
That's the third sale you've muffed this last week, Gresham. It's costing me quite a bit of money to keep up a front here in Mercury City. What we need to do is create a demand for small spaceships. Something that'll make people want a ship and not be too particular about the condition it's in. Or the price.
That's a large order, Shrike.
I know. If we could start a fake uranium rush, say to one of the moons of Jupiter or Saturn, or some kind of panic. Panic. That's it. Get people frightened and then offer them a means of escape.
How are we going to get them frightened? And of what?
Did you hear about this scientist who predicted a quake here on Mercury?
I heard something about it. I didn't pay much attention.
His name is Ramsey. 8 years ago, he predicted a quake in a certain part of Mercury and called it almost to the minute. The quake hit yesterday.
So what?
Suppose we pay him some money and get him to predict what city is going to be hit with a quake within the next few weeks. We can sell those ships in a few hours.
Suppose there isn't going to be a quake near a city.
There won't have to be one. The very fact that this guy Ramsey is making a test near a city will make people worried. Then we'll start a few rumors.
Mike, I think you've got something.
I'll call on this Doc Ramsey. And I think I know just the city that's ideal.
I'm all ready, sir. There's a service car in front of headquarters waiting to take us to Dr. Ramsey's apartment.
Oh, we'll wait here a few minutes, Happy. I'm expecting a report from Tonga and this man, Gresham.
Oh, yes, sir. Oh, how's the man we rescued from the wrecked ship?
Oh, he'll be all right. But he's in bad shape financially. No company would insure that ship of his because he didn't have a Space Patrol inspection certificate.
So the poor guy has to stand the loss himself.
Mm-hmm. It's an expensive lesson for him.
Commander.
Oh, yes, Tonga.
I haven't been able to find out much about this Fran Gresham, but I've learned one thing. He's here in Mercury City, or at least he was within the last 2 days.
Where can we locate him?
I don't know. But he's been seen with a man named Rupert Shrike.
Oh, probably he's planning to sell Shrike one of his broken-down ships.
No, Happy. Apparently, Shrike is backing Gresham, helping him to put up a front to impress clients.
Tonga, assign 2 of our agents to tail Shrike. Find out how he contacts Gresham, and we can get a line on them.
All right, Commander.
Okay, Happy. Let's get over to Dr.
Mr. Stark, I find your offer very attractive.
Well, then you'll accept, Doctor?
Well, I'd like a little time to think it over. You see, I hardly expected to be called on to predict quakes for a private person. Tell me, Mr. Shrike, what region are you interested in?
Kepler City on Saturn. I have some property there.
You don't need to worry, Mr. Shrike. Kepler City is safe probably for centuries to come.
Well, then you've already tested it?
Yes, years ago. But you can rely on the assurances of other fake experts.
But Kepler City is fairly near a volcano, Doctor.
I know. The sleeping demon. That volcano is all but inactive. Sends up a little smoke occasionally. Even if it did erupt, which is unlikely, the city is in no danger.
But suppose a quake shifted the strata under the cone. Wouldn't that cause a violent eruption?
It would take a fairly violent quake to do that. And that's most improbable.
Make a test anyway. I'll raise my offer to 2,000 credits.
No, Mr. Shrike, thank you. Any further test would be a waste of time.
Look here, Ramsey. I came here with a legitimate offer. Don't pull this high-toned devotion to science business on me.
I'm not interested, Mr. Shrike. Now, will you excuse me?
You listen to me, Ramsey. I can make you mighty anxious to make that test if you don't listen to reason.
Is that a threat?
Take it as a threat if you want to. I've made up my mind. You're going to make that test. If I have to use force. Get rid of him. I'm not leaving here till I get what I want.
Very well. Dr. Ramsey? Yes.
Come in.
Thanks. Come on.
Yes.
Commander, this gentleman is Mr. Strike.
How do you do, Mr.
Strike?
Nice to meet you, Commander.
Mr. Strike feels he has urgent business with me.
We can discuss it later.
On the contrary, I'll discuss it right now. Commander, I think this is something you should know. I never saw this man until a few minutes ago. Yet he comes into my apartment and threatens to force
That's
me...
enough of that, Ramsey.
Let him talk, Shrike. You'll have your turn later.
Yeah, well, it's my turn right now.
Put away that ray gun. Look out, Commander. Give me that gun.
Get back, Cadet.
Oh, oh.
You realize what you've done.
Yeah. I shot the commander-in-chief of the Space Patrol and this cadet. That ought to convince you I mean business. Now, come on, Ramsey. Let's go.
Where are you taking me?
To Saturn. You're going to predict the destruction of Kepler City.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Say, gang, how are you at imitation? Well, this is Captain Dick Tufeld speaking, and here's my idea of how a cosmic surface car sounds with just ordinary fuel in its tank. But. Well, now here's that same car with super fuel in its tank. But. Yes, sir. That cosmic surface car is really roaring now because it's supercharged with super fuel. And the same is true with you, gang. What happens to you when you have ordinary fuel for breakfast? Well, you move like this. But. That's right. You're just a putt-putt. But when you fill up your tank with super fuel, man, you're supercharged. So eat a power breakfast with rice checks or wheat checks and get supercharged. Flavor galore in every bite-sized biscuit. Rice checks, wheat checks. And inside of every package, you get a mysterious magic space picture. And now, back to our Space Patrol adventure, The Sleeping Demon of Saturn. Dr. Ramsey has perfected the method of predicting quakes. Two criminals, Shrike and Gresham, plan to force the doctor to predict a quake and eruption of a volcano near Kepler City on the planet Saturn. This, they figure, will create a near panic in the city, thus enabling them to dispose of defective spaceships at an enormous profit to people anxious to leave the danger area. When Dr. Ramsey attempted to tell the commander of Shrike's threat, Shrike whipped out a ray gun, rendered Buzz and Happy unconscious, then forced the quake expert to accompany him to Saturn. Now, an hour later, the two space patrolmen are regaining consciousness in the doctor's apartment in Mercury City.
I almost had him, Commander, but he turned the gun on me.
Well, he must have been out for about an hour. Shrike could be off Mercury by now.
Where's Dr. Ramsey?
Shrike probably took him along.
Well, what kind of business would he have with Dr. Ramsey?
Whatever it was crooked. The minute Dr. Ramsey started to tell us, Shrike pulled a gun. Let's get to Mercury City headquarters and send out an alarm.
Where are we now, Shrike?
We just crossed the Mars orbit. How's the doc?
I slipped something in his coffee to put him to sleep. That'll hold him till we reach Saturn.
Good. We'll keep Ramsey pretty well under cover. But we'll be around with our quake detecting equipment, setting it up in the region of the volcano. We'll be seen by spaceships and atmosphere cruisers, lugging heavy equipment up and down the slope of the sleeping demon. Every 3 or 4 days, we'll come back to Kepler City looking very grim and worried.
Like we found out bad news, huh?
Exactly. Then we'll drop a few hints, just enough to get people worried.
Like the volcano is going to erupt?
Yes. The wise boys will figure the authorities aren't letting the people know what's going on. So everybody will try to outwit everybody else to save his own skin.
How long is it going to take?
It'll have to work in about 3 days. So we can have our men sell the ships and then clear out. By the time the Space Patrol gets wind of it, we'll be done.
Happy, are all those agents' reports in?
All except Jupiter and Neptune, sir. All negative. No word on Shrike, Gresham, or Dr. Ramsey.
It's been 3 days now. Shrike may dispose of the doctor just to keep him from talking.
Oh, sir, there's a message for you here to call Jupiter City headquarters.
Is it from Congress?
Well, I don't know, sir. It just said Station 22.
Shrike is supposed to operate out of Jupiter City. Maybe Congress found out something. Commander Corry at Mercury City Headquarters calling Jupiter City Space Patrol Headquarters, Station 2-3. Commander Corry calling Station 2-3, Jupiter City Headquarters.
Jupiter City Headquarters, Station 2-3. Tonga.
Have you located Shrike?
No, Commander. We can almost be certain that neither he nor Gresham came to Jupiter City after they blasted up the Mercury.
And you probably haven't anything on Dr. Ramsey either.
No, except a rather ridiculous rumor.
What kind of rumor, Tonga?
We heard it from an engineer who just got in from Kepler City on Saturn. He repeated it only because he thought it was a joke. Some people in Kepler City think Dr. Ramsey is making quake tests around the sleeping demon.
The inactive volcano near the city?
Yes.
Well, it doesn't make much sense. If Dr. Ramsey were there, he'd let the authorities know he was all right.
The engineer says he's talked to two intelligent men in Kepler City who are convinced that the sleeping demon is going to erupt.
Well, that's impossible. It's a dangerous rumor if it catches hold. I'm glad you told me about this, Tonga. I want you to contact Professor Hammond at the Jupiter University.
Professor Hammond?
Yes. He's also an expert on quakes. Tell him to go to Kepler City. Explain the situation to him. And tell him that we want a public assurance from him that the city isn't in danger.
All right, Commander.
And Tonga, when you reach Kepler City, check on the source of those rumors. Corry out. Professor Hammond may be able to make people disregard the rumor, but I'd like to find out what's behind it. You and I'll pay a surprise visit.
Right, we better get out of here quick.
What's the matter, Gresham?
Just found out that Corey's assistant security chief is here in Kepler City.
What about it? That doesn't mean she's looking for us.
No, but she showed up with another expert on quakes, Professor Hammond from Jupiter University. Just released a statement that the public has nothing to fear. The volcano won't erupt. No quakes are possible in this region.
Good. That's wonderful.
What's so wonderful about it? She's going to buy our spaceships after they hear what Hammond says.
Who's going to listen to Hammond when the sleeping demon starts spouting molten lava?
What are you talking about? The volcano isn't going to erupt.
It will. With a boost from a cosmic bomb dropped into the crater. Huh? We'll put a time fuse on it, so it'll blow up in about 12 hours. Of course, it won't be enough of an eruption to harm the city, but it'll panic the population. Then we'll do plenty of business.
Make Hammond look silly.
Not only that, but nobody will believe anything the local authorities say after that. It'll be every man for himself.
What about Ramsey?
They'll put him in a spacesuit and leave him near the top of the crater. The volcano will erupt before he gets down. Dr. Ramsey will never be seen again.
Well, let's work fast. I want to get out of this place.
There's a sleeping demon in the viewscope, Happy.
Wow, that's some crater.
Impressive, but perfectly harmless. Kepler City's 10 miles east of the volcanic peak, just from the outer side.
And that's the Dardana River that flows past the base of the peak.
Right. When we get closer, you can see how the water has worn away the lava on the edge of the riverbank. That shows that the last eruption of the sleeping demon was thousands and thousands of years ago.
Assistant Security Chief Tonga calling Commander Corry aboard Terra 5. Tonga calling Commander Corry.
Corry here. Go ahead.
Commander, you were right about those rumors. There's more to them than I thought.
What did you find out, Tonga?
The two men who have been making quake tests near the volcano fit the descriptions of Shrike and Gresham. The third, maybe, Dr. Ramsey.
Where are they now?
They blasted up from Kepler City Spaceport several hours ago. So far, they haven't come back yet.
Have you found out where they're staying in the city?
Yes, I have. It's at 147 North Polaris.
Well, watch it, Tonga. If they show up, notify headquarters.
Yes, Commander. There's one thing more. An atmosphere ship reported seeing a man in a spacesuit on the south slope of the volcano. Seemed to be under stress. Kept waving.
All right, Tonga. We'll check the slope before entering the atmosphere shell. Corry out. South slope. That's the side toward the river. Cut our velocity, Happy. We'll see if we can find them.
I don't see anyone, sir. The lava's so jagged and covered with mounds and gullies.
If our man is in the shadow, we'll never see him.
And if it's Shrike or Gresham, he doesn't want us to.
Oh, wait. Something moved down there, near the bottom of the slope.
I see it, sir. It's a man in a spacesuit, and he's waving.
Get our spacesuits out of the locker, Happy. We'll land on that level space near the river and go after him.
Looks right. We've dropped the bomb in the crater and left Ramsey down on the slope. Now let's get back to the city.
Don't be stupid, Gresham. We'll show up an hour after the volcano erupts with a story of how we tried to rescue our companion, but the lava got to him before we did.
Who's going to bother listening to us then? We'll be running around trying to leave the city.
Sure, but at least we'll have an alibi in case we need it. Uh-oh. Look down there at the base of the slope.
Spaceship?
Yes, and it's Corry's.
You must have spotted Ramsey. Let's get out of here, quick.
Wait till we're sure they're out of sight of their ship, and we'll set down near it. I'll blast off in Terra 5 and meet you in Turquoise Canyon north of here. The sleeping demon will be spouting lava in about 15 minutes. If Corry's ship is gone, we'll get him.
I've lost sight of him, sir. Head as straight up the slope as you can, Happy. For a minute, I got a good look at him. His white spacesuit really stood out against that black lava. It's Dr. Ramsey, all right. Oh. Hey, the gray rock, it slid right out from under me. Better stay clear of them, Hap. They're extremely light. If you just touch them, they're likely to roll. And it looked like it weighed a half a ton. That slab you stepped on is clear down the slope by the river now. It's likely to happen to us if we don't watch our step. Yeah, I wonder what became of Dr. Ramsey. He may have fallen into a crevice. Commander, listen. What's that rumble? The ground's shaking. It's the volcano. It's going to erupt. We better find Dr. Ramsey in a hurry. We're too late. Get back to the ship. Boiling lava will be pouring down this mountain in a matter of minutes. I'll go up a few yards farther. You head for the ship. Hurry. Well, yes, sir, but can't I go on and watch your step? Commander, our ship's gone. There's our ship, circling toward the north. We're trapped. Happy, look. There's Dr. Ramsey. Come on, let's get him. With a little luck, we might be able to keep out of the way of the lava. Dr. Ramsey. Come on. We dropped the bomb in the crater. He's been hurt, Happy. We'll have to help him. Commander, the lava's pouring down the sides. Watch out for those rocks. Come on. Get to the bottom quickly. Commander, what are we going to do? The lava's almost on top of us. Into the river. Go into the river. Well, that wouldn't do us much good. The lava would just come in after us. Right. Look, on each side of us, there's a stream of lava pouring into the river. Yeah, and in a few minutes we'll be buried. But wait a minute. Look out there in the river. See those gray rocks? The rockets, they're floating. Rocks floating on water. There's some big flat ones near the edge. Each one of you get to one. We'll use them as rafts. Float down the river to Kepler City.
Spike, I don't like the idea of coming back to Kepler City.
We've got to destroy all evidence that we were here, then we can blast off. Besides, the whole town's excited over that volcano. They won't notice us.
Let's get inside, finish up what we have to do. I want to get away from here.
Don't be in such a rush. We'd better stick around and keep track of our salesmen. We don't want to be double-crossed on those spaceship sales. Here we are. Well. Gresham, we have company. Grab her, Gresham.
Stay where you are, both of you.
I've got it, Greg.
Let's go.
Hold her, Gresham. Now, this changes my plans. We'll have to finish her right here. Then we'll blast off.
Hurry up, then. There may be other Space Patrol agents around. You're so right.
Corry, get your ray gun, Gresham.
Not this time, you don't.
I'll get strike, sir.
All right, Happy. Pick up their weapons.
Yes, sir.
Are you all right, Tonga?
Yes, Commander. And I've got the names of the rest of the gang.
On your feet, Strike.
How'd you get away from that volcano?
It was simple. We just floated down the river on a rock. Let's go.
You floated down... You don't expect me to believe that?
This Saturn is a very strange planet, Strike. If it's got an extinct volcano that erupts, well, it surely can have rocks that float. You heard the commander. Come on, let's go.
An exciting preview of next week's adventure in just a moment. It's a dark night, pitch black. The night you first see the purple comet. At first, it's just a blur. Then you see it clearly. A fiery comet flying through the dark. It's hard to believe, and yet you can see it. A huge ball of purple fire. You know what you've been looking at? An atomic particle on a 2-inch slide. And you've been seeing it through a microscope. The Space Patrol microscope. Buzz Corry sent it to you, and boy, are you glad. This amazing microscope magnifies objects 15 times their natural size. And with it, you also got that terrific slide containing the atomic particle. Yes, sir, Space Patrollers, that's the kind of fun you'll have when you send for your official Space Patrol microscope. And you not only get the mystery slide with the atomic particle on it, you get more slides, 4 more, all crystal clear. Slides you place tiny objects on. And when you do that and place them under your microscope, wow, you see objects 15 times their natural size. You see details that leave you blinking in surprise. Insects look like men from Mars. A human hair reminds you of a giant python snake. Why, you actually see the living creatures in a drop of water. What a microscope! What power! What magic! And just think, it's pocket size. You can take it with you everywhere, just 5 inches high. Yet it magnifies objects 15 times. And built, man, oh man, solid plastic body, solid plastic lens tube, solid glass lens optically ground, scientific guide chart, and foolproof markings for accuracy built right on a microscope examination platform. And the lens tube can be used all by itself to examine objects like the bark on trees, rust on tin cans, the webs of spiders. But don't wait. Send for this thrilling Space Patrol microscope kit today. Just buy a box of rice checks or wheat checks. Then with your name and address, send 25 cents in coin and a rice checks or wheat checks box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are aboard the deluxe passenger spaceship, the Supernova, headed for the planet Saturn. As they enter a private compartment in search of a criminal, the occupant of the compartment pulls a ray gun on them.
Just keep moving down the corridor, Commander. You too, Cadet.
Going to a lot of trouble. You must be counting on taking quite a lot of money from Grayson.
Think what you like. All right, hold it. This is where we part company. Just open this little metal door. Now, crawl in there, both of you.
You can't put us in there. It's the ship's rubbish disposal chute.
I know what it is. Get in.
Well, before we reach Saturn, that chute will be emptied. Into space.
Yes, Commander. A blast of compressed air will sweep you out of the ship. And no one will know where you've gone.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, Trouble Aboard the Supernova, when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again present Space Patrol! Special bulletin for boys and girls in Altoona and Johnstown, Pennsylvania, and Albany, New York. Buzz Corry's own space battle cruiser, the Ralston Rocket, will be in your area next week. Don't miss it. The Ralston Rocket. Gang, here's how you can make your own Space Patrol helmet. All you need are things like cardboard and paper clips. Read all about it in the August issue of Woman's Day magazine. Tells you how to make an official Space Patrol guard helmet and desert crash helmet. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Devery. Other players were Nina Berra, Norman Jolly, Ken Mayer, and Stephen Robertson. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again present Space Patrol! Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. Wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed adventure, Buzz and Happy are aboard the deluxe passenger spaceship, the Supernova, headed for the planet Saturn. As they enter a private compartment in search of a criminal, an occupant of the compartment pulls a ray gun on them.
Just keep moving down the corridor, Commander.
We're going to a lot of trouble. You must be counting on taking quite a lot of money from Grayson.
Think what you like. All right, hold it. This is where we part company. I just opened this little metal door. Now, crawl in there, both of you.
You can't put us in there. That's the ship's rubbish disposal chute.
I know what it is. Get in.
But before we reach Saturn, that chute will be emptied into space.
Of course. A blast of compressed air will sweep you out of the ship, and no one will know you're gone.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, Trouble Aboard the Supernova. Say, do you hear that, Space Patrollers? That's a flavor tester, an instrument for finding out how good breakfast cereals are. I'm standing in a grocery store right now, so let's run the flavor tester along this cereal shelf. Well, there's no flavor in these cereals. I'm not getting a peep from our flavor tester. Uh-oh, it's starting now. Hey, the flavor tester's going wild, and here's the cereal that's doing it. Rice Chex, the super cereal that helps to supercharge you. Yeah, I better turn this flavor tester off before it jumps out of my hand. Yes, sir, gang, for wonderful flavor, wonderful Rice Chex. Crisp, golden, bite-sized biscuits you'll love. Try some today. Delicious Rice Chex. And remember, inside the package, there's a magic space picture. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, Trouble Aboard the Supernova. One of the most important industrial concerns in the United Planets is Solar Technic. Its research staff has been responsible for hundreds of discoveries in many fields of industry, and their achievements have increased the comfort and security of people on all the planets. Solar Technic is noted for its generosity in making its processes available not only to the government, but to other companies as well. Our story opens in the office of Clark Ruckler, the assistant coordinator of Solar Technic on the man-made planet Terra. Ruckler is talking to one of his young field men, Mark Grayson.
I can't impress this on you too strongly, Grayson. These documents are to be delivered to the supervisor of our Saturn plant and to no one else. Is that clear?
Of course, Mr. Ruck.
Actually, my chief wanted me to deliver this microfilm strip myself. But for the time being, I can't leave Terra, so I'm turning the assignment over to you.
Well, I'm very grateful for the opportunity, Mr. Ruckler.
Frankly, I had to do a lot of talking to convince the chief that you could be trusted.
I appreciate that very much. I know my record wasn't too good before coming here to Solar Technic, but in the past 3 years...
I know your record here, and keep it clean. Now, here's the procedure. You'll blast off for Saturn tomorrow evening in 1800 hours aboard the Supernova. The strip of microfilm will be concealed in a special ring which the chief will give you tomorrow. That ring can be removed from your finger only by turning the setting in a certain way.
Like a combination lock.
Yes, but don't fool with it. The Saturn supervisor will remove it when you report to him. The information's extremely vital to Solar Technic, so don't tell anyone. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Ruckler.
All right, Walbert, come in.
Did you get a look at Grayson? Yeah. Through the crack of the door. I can handle him all right.
If you do what I tell you, rough stuff won't be necessary. But carry a ray gun just in case.
Sure. He'll be in compartment 23, huh?
Mm-hmm. Don't get acquainted with him too quickly. Somewhere between the Earth and Mars orbit will be soon enough. He's crazy about chess. Suggest a game in your compartment or his.
Then I slip something in his coffee to put him to sleep and take the ring.
Right. Now, here's the duplicate. Put it on his finger. Then your part is over except for meeting me on Saturn.
What's going to keep Grayson from suspecting me? And the Saturn supervisor finds there's no microfilm in the ring.
A couple of muscle men will grab him before he gets to the Saturn plant. They'll rough him up and take the ring. Grayson will think they're the thieves.
Do you think you can peddle the microfilm without getting cut?
I've got that end all covered. Grayson will have to take the rap. With that past record of his, the chief will figure he faked the robbery.
But you recommended Grayson to carry the microfilm.
Yes. So I'll regretfully submit my resignation for having made such a costly mistake to the company. I'll resign from Solar Technic.
Yeah, and live like a king on what we get for the microfilm.
What it is for a chance like this. And with your help, Walbert, it'll pay off without
Wow, a trip to Pluto on the supernova. This isn't a mission, sir. It's a vacation.
I want it to look like a vacation, Happy. That's why we're in civilian clothes. But we'll have plenty of work to do when we reach Pluto. Uh-oh.
What is it, sir?
I just recognized one of the passengers. He's around the other side of the crowd. I don't want him to see us.
Who is it?
I can't recall his name right now, but he used to do a lot of space traveling on passenger ships a few years ago. For the result that a lot of the passengers found the trip more expensive than they'd planned.
You mean he's a thief?
Not that we could prove it. He'd get people into a friendly game of cards or chess, and they'd have a surprising run of luck. Grayson. That's it, Mark Grayson. He hasn't been in trouble lately, so he may have gone straight, but it won't hurt to keep an eye on him. If we see him getting too chummy with any of the passengers.
The gate's opening, sir.
When we get aboard, we'll go right to our compartment. It's number 22.
I didn't mean to be gone so long, Commander. I lost track of the time.
Oh, that's all right, Happy. I won't need you for a few minutes, then. I'm just finishing a check of the Pluto Base Command report.
Know where we are now?
I'd say we're about 50,000 DUs outside the Earth's orbit.
Good guess, sir. 45,000. I've been watching the big chart in the Astro Lounge. It shows the progress of the ship.
Is our friend Grayson in there?
Well, he came in just as I was leaving. Want me to check on him, Commander?
Wait a while, Happy. In half an hour or so, you might go into the lounge. It'd be rather embarrassing if someone was swindled with a Space Patrol Commander-in-Chief aboard.
I see what you mean.
We don't seem to be making much time.
How's that?
Well, I was just noticing the Astro chart. The ship doesn't seem to be moving.
Oh. Well, there's a lot of space out here.
Yes, yes, indeed. A great deal of space, I'd say. Your first trip on the supernova?
Well, my first in a long time.
Oh, we seem to be the only passengers aft.
I've noticed.
Well, for some reason, I can never sleep when I'm traveling. It's strange when you consider I do a lot of it. I average about 2 trips a week. Walbot's the name. Clarence Walbot. I'm with the Transograph people.
Transograph?
Yeah, you probably never heard of it. We make special code machines for firms conducting interplanetary business.
That'd be very interesting work.
It is. By the way, I didn't catch the name.
Oh, Grayson. Mark Grayson.
Oh, glad to know you, Grayson. It's nice to have an intelligent man to talk to. That is, if you don't mind talking.
No. No, not at all.
You know, I like you, Grayson. Looks like this isn't going to be such a dull trip after all. Maybe I would even miss my game of three-dimensional chess.
Three-dimensional chess?
Yeah. I don't suppose you play it.
Well, I used to. Once in a while.
Well, now, isn't this a coincidence? But it is rather late, and you're probably tired.
Oh, no. No, not at all.
Well, if you like, we could have the steward bring in a projector board, and maybe we could go to my compartment.
We could play a game right here in the lounge.
All right. I see we got company. That young fellow who just came in.
Oh, well, he won't bother us.
Well, maybe not, but I hate to be in the middle of the play and have him come up and start asking stupid questions. You know how these youngsters are, full of curiosity.
Well, we could play in my compartment.
Oh, fine. I'll have the steward bring out some nice hot coffee and projector.
Commander, it looks like Grayson is up to his old tricks.
That's so?
Yes, sir. He and this older man are in Grayson's compartment across the corridor. And the steward brought in a three-dimensional chess set.
3D chess isn't such a popular game. It's rather odd that Grayson should just happen to find such a congenial partner right off the bat. He may have had his man marked for some time. Still, we haven't any grounds to interfere.
Well, maybe we could just happen in by mistake. You know, the wrong compartment.
I'll keep that idea in mind.
It's your move, Grayson. Grayson, I played. Grayson? Oh, good. He's asleep now. Trying to get the ring off of his finger because... Gentlemen, I'm afraid you have the wrong compartment.
I don't think so. Isn't that three-dimensional chess you're playing?
Yeah, that's right. My companions seem to have dozed off.
I see. He must trust you to be so relaxed. An old friend, no doubt.
No, I just met him. But I don't see what business it is of yours.
No offense. I'd like to ask a question. Who was winning?
Well, for someone who blundered into the wrong compartment, you got a lot of nerve.
It wasn't a blunder. Take a look at this.
Space Patrol bag.
Now, for your own good, tell me. Was he winning?
Yes, he was.
Very much?
Oh, quite a bit. Why?
This man used to make quite a good living playing chess with strangers. Apparently he still does.
You mean he... Oh, no. He went to sleep if he's dishonest. Wouldn't he stay awake?
I doubt that he's as sleepy as he pretends. He figures you're an honest man who'll quietly go away and leave his winnings on the table. Happy.
Yes, sir?
Close the door. We'll wake Mr. Grayson.
Yes.
Come on, Grayson, wake up. I want to ask you a few questions. Come on, Grayson, wake up.
You're wasting your time, gentlemen. Get your hands up and turn around. Commander.
Gotta do as he says, Happy. He has a ray gun. So you knew who Grayson was and outsmarted him.
That's right. I outsmarted Grayson. Now keep your hands up, both of you. I'll see if anyone is out in the corridor. All right. It's all clear. Come on. Now, no tricks, either of you. Just go down the corridor. All right. Hold it. This is where we part company, gentlemen. I'll just open this little metal door. Now, crawl in there.
You can't put us in there. It's a refuse disposal chute.
I know what it is. Climb in.
Before we reach Saturn, that chute will be emptied into space.
Of course. A blast of compressed air will sweep you out of the ship, and no one will know you're gone. And just to make sure... Commander! You too, Cadet. Wait. And now I have to lift you into the chute. There, Commander. Now the Cadet. There. There, Space Patrolman. You'll be the first passengers to leave the supernova by way of the rubbish chute.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment.
This is Captain Pluto going into the secret flight. Okay? Now, here's the secret Buzz Corry wants you to know about. The secret of how space patrollers get a rip-roaring start in the morning. Here's what they do. They eat a breakfast that supercharges them. A power breakfast with rice Chex or wheat Chex. Chex, the super cereal with that modern bite-sized design. The cereals with a swell new taste that you'll like right off the reel. Well, gang, now you know how space patrollers get that rip-roaring morning start. So get a flying start yourself every morning. Sit down to a nourishing breakfast with rice Chex or wheat Chex, the super cereals that help to supercharge you. And remember, you get a magic space picture inside every package.
And now, back to our Space Patrol adventure, Trouble Aboard the Supernova. Buzz and Happy boarded the luxury spaceship, the Supernova, on a mission to Pluto. The commander noticed that among the passengers was Mark Grayson, formerly a petty crook, but now employed by the highly reputable Solar Technic firm. Grayson's superior, Clark Ruckler, has engineered events so that Grayson will be held responsible for the theft of valuable microfilm documents, which Grayson carries in a special ring on his finger. Ruckler's partner, Walbot, was about to remove the ring from Grayson's finger when Buzz and Happy entered Grayson's compartment on the spaceship. Pretending to be a victim of Grayson's supposed dishonesty, Walbot suddenly pulled a ray gun, and after rendering Buzz and Happy unconscious, pushed them into the refuse disposal chute of the big spaceship. Before the ship reaches Saturn, the contents of the chute will be blasted out into space. Now recovering from the effects of the ray gun, Buzz and Happy find themselves in the narrow confines of a small, pitch-black room.
The opening must be right here, so I can see a thin groove where the door fits. Let's try to force it open. We've got to get out of here before they empty the chute.
It's no use.
Maybe somebody will hear us pounding and open the door.
It's probably soundproof, Happy. Anyway, nobody will be out in the corridor at this time. But wait a minute. If that fellow that put us in here didn't search us, he left our money to escape us.
I don't have mine, sir. It's back in the compartment.
I've got mine.
Well, we can contact the captain of the ship and get out of here in 2 minutes. Then we can find the guy that put us in here and really give him a going over.
Now, hold on, Happy. There's more to this than a crooked chess game.
Huh?
He could just as easily have been locked up in a closet to give our man a chance to escape when he landed on Saturn. But this fellow was willing to get rid of us permanently.
Yeah, that's what makes me so mad.
When we get out of here, I don't want to know we've escaped. That'll give us a chance to find out what he really was doing in Grayson's compartment.
Maybe he's going to put Grayson in here, too.
Maybe. Let's see how quickly we can get out of here. Commander Corry calling Captain Ferris of the Supernova. Commander Corry calling Captain Ferris of the Supernova.
Captain Ferris, go ahead, Commander.
You know I'm aboard, I suppose.
Yeah, I noticed the NSA after your name on the passenger list, so I followed through. No special attention.
I know, but I'm afraid I'm going to need a little special attention.
Anything you say, Commander.
Send the regular steward to the refuse disposal opening in passenger corridor A immediately. I'm in the chute.
I'll come myself.
Now, wait, Captain. Just send the steward. I don't want any excitement aboard the ship.
Very well, Commander. As you wish.
Now, Captain, one thing.
Yeah.
Pass the word along not to open the chute until Cadet Happy and I are out of it.
Your move, Grayson.
Huh? What did you say?
I said it's your move.
Oh, of course. Listen, excuse me, Will, but did I doze off?
Oh, you hardly had time, I assure you. And if you had been asleep, I'd have taken the opportunity to take advantage of you.
What? Oh, okay, now. Oh. Here. How do you like that? Check and mate.
Ah, you won again. And I thought I had you. You're a wizard with 3D chess, Grayson. I've never seen anything like it.
Just luck, I guess.
I wish I had that kind of luck. Well, we're both getting sleepy. You better turn in. We'll be on Saturn in about 3 hours. And thanks for the game. Honestly, I enjoyed losing.
Well, the game did me a lot of good. Relieved me of a lot of tension. Well, there's nothing like a nice, quiet game of chess.
My luggage is all packed, Commander. Well, fine, Happy. We'll be landing in Saturn in 20 minutes. We'll wait till everybody else is off the ship before we leave our compartment.
What about Grayson?
I'd checked on him to the captain. He's working for Solar Technic. One of the special guards is meeting him when the ship lands. The captain showed me the spaceogram. Well, 15 minutes till we land. If we get to Saturn headquarters, we'll spaceophone Pluto Base Command. That will be a few hours late.
Station 15, Cadet Happy here. No, Commander Corry isn't here. I think he's somewhere around Saturn headquarters, maybe. Yes, sir, I'll tell him. Oh, Commander, Major Harper called. He said Colonel Redding has been trying to reach him.
I just talked to him. He still has a detail watching Walbert. Walbert hasn't left the Saturn Space Hotel since he checked in.
Oh, yes, sir, but did you know that Grayson never arrived at the Saturn plant of Solar Technic?
Yes, I saw the report from the supervisor.
Well, what do you suppose happened, sir? The uniformed guard from Solar Technic met Grayson at the spaceport.
No, I'll get it home. Station 15, Commander Corry here. Who? All right, send him in. Happy? You have a visitor.
Who, sir?
Under the circumstances, the last person you'd expect to walk into Saturn Space Patrol headquarters.
Who do you mean, sir? Grayson.
Commander Corry?
Yes, Grayson. Sit down. Happy put on the recorder.
Yes, sir.
Grayson, you were due at Solar Technic plant 3 hours ago. Where have you been?
I've been robbed.
What about the guard who met you at the Supernova?
He was one of the robbers.
What was stolen from him?
The microphone. It was in a ring. They filed the ring off my finger. Here, look. You can see where they cut my finger down.
Now, wait a minute. The guard robbed you?
Yes. He and another man. A man in a red plastic mask. The guard and I were in a surface car driving down Avenue J when...
Now, hold it, Grayson. How does a man in a red plastic mask fit in?
He stepped out and hailed the surface car. The guard stopped. They drove me to Saturn City Park. Then the guard held me while the other man, the man in the red mask, filed off the ring. Then they drove me around a while and turned me loose. Look, I know it sounds crazy, but it's the truth, honestly, Commander.
Happy, what do you think of the story?
Well, it seems to me that if the third man was in cahoots with the guard, he wouldn't have needed a mask. At least he wouldn't have worn one on the street.
But that's what happened. Don't you believe me? Look, if I were lying, why wouldn't I make up a more plausible story?
That's right. Possibly the fake guard and the masked man did take the ring after all.
I swear they did.
Okay. Who's Walbert?
A fellow I met on the Supernova. We played 3D chess in my compartment, yeah.
Anything unusual happened during the game?
Only that I won, and I hadn't played in 3 years.
Were there any interruptions? Did you fall asleep, for example?
No. And now that you mention it, I thought I got groggy for a minute. I thought I dozed off, but when I opened my eyes, there was Walbert smiling at me, waiting for me to move. It had only been a few seconds.
It had been quite a few seconds, Grayson. When I entered your compartment, you were sound asleep.
You were in my compartment? I never saw you until I came into this office 2 minutes ago.
While you were asleep, Walbert forced us into the refuge suite. Then he came back and finished the game.
I can't believe it.
You want us to believe your story? Well, Grayson, you may be telling the truth. I'll put you in custody here at headquarters while Happy and I visit Walbert. First, give me a full description of that ring.
Well, it had a setting that you turn a certain way in the band string. Inside the band was Ruckler, what are you doing here so soon?
As soon as I heard that Grayson didn't show up at the Saturn plant, I persuaded the chief I should come here to investigate. After all, I recommended Grayson.
But I thought you were going to wait till I contacted you.
Why waste the time? The Tony Guard and our masked man took care of Grayson.
But how do we know what Grayson will do?
If he has any sense, he'll get as far away from Saturn as he can. With his record, he'll believe he didn't arrange the robbery himself.
Suppose he's caught. If they give him a brainograph test, the Space Patrol will know he's telling the truth.
Yes, but he doesn't know all the truth. He doesn't know you removed the real ring aboard the Supernova and substituted the other one.
That's right. And the two Space Patrolmen that saw me in Grayson's compartment, they're floating out beyond Saturn now.
Yes. The only thing Grayson can tell about you is that you played chess with him. Let the Space Patrol look for the fake guard and the guy in the red mask.
Yeah, nice touch, Rucker. Nice touch.
Yeah, thanks. Well, how about that ring and the microphone?
Yeah, I got it right here in my pocket.
You can have this.
I don't know. Get into the other room.
I'll be watching.
Yeah?
Remember us, Mr. Walbert?
I don't believe so.
You put us in the refuge suite of the Supernova. Fortunately, we were able to get more roomy accommodation.
You got out of the chute.
Shut the door, Happy. And search our chest player for weapons.
Yes. Oh, a ray gun. Looks familiar, too.
Uh-huh. Find anything else of interest?
Not yet, sir.
Walbert, did you take a ring from Grayson?
A ring? I don't know what you're talking about.
You took some drastic measures to keep us from finding out what was going on in Grayson's compartment. Let's have the truth.
Commander,
Now, quit stalling. Where's the ring?
All right. My jacket pocket, the right one. It's in there.
Take a look at it.
It's a ring, all right. And it looks like the one Grayson described.
Watch him, Happy. I'll see if I can open it.
Yes, sir.
He turns to the right. Three to the left. Push down the center. Here's the microphone.
Oh, then Grayson wasn't lying.
Good work, Commander. You saved me a nasty job.
Who are you?
Why, I'm Clark Russell, assistant coordinator at Solar Technics, Peril.
Just how did you happen to be here?
I've had reason to suspect this man Walbert. I came here because, frankly, I'm on the spot. I recommended Grayson. And I'm happy to know he's innocent. Now, if you'll just give me the microfilm, I'll see that it's delivered to our Saturn representative.
Oh, just a minute. We'll all go down to headquarters.
Well, if that's the way you want it.
Get them, Walbert. Get the cadet. I wouldn't try that, Walbert. Let go of that gun, Ruffler.
No use continuing, Happy. The boys seem exhausted.
Yes, sir. Do you have the microfilm, sir?
You bet. We'll turn it over to the Saturn plant, hand Rucker and Walbert over to the colonel, and then go on to Pluto.
Fine, Commander. But, sir,
Yes, Hap?
Can't we go to Pluto in a plain Space Patrol cruiser?
Why? Don't you like luxury space liners like the Supernova?
Oh, they're all right, I guess, but the rubbish chutes are a little tight under the arms.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. Gang, here's big news about the most fabulous Space Patrol equipment ever offered on this program. The Space Patrol Microscope. so powerful it makes things look 15 times bigger than they really are. So compact, it fits right in your pocket. Offered for just a short time longer. Offered so you can see the thousands of secrets and mysteries hidden away in gardens, yards, and houses. Think of it. You get a complete scientific microscope kit. You get the official Space Patrol microscope. Strong, all-plastic 5-inch body. Glistening emerald tone finish. Powerful, optically ground double lens. You get the famous atomic particle slide. Examine it in the dark through your Space Patrol microscope, and it looks like a wild, flaming comet. You get a set of 5 transparent slides for mounting specimens. Each slide is 2 inches long, clear as crystal, made to wear and wear and wear. A miracle of invention, the Space Patrol microscope. You just take something small, a blade of grass, a piece of string, a bud, place it on one of the crystal clear slides, slip it under the lens tube, and you can see that object magnified 15 times its actual size. You see details that leave you gasping, that set your mind spinning and your pulse beating. You see the living creatures in a drop of water, the designs of fingerprints, like whirlpools in a furious cataract. And a mere splinter, it looks like a giant sword. It's fun, mystifying, educational magic. So hurry, send for your Space Patrol microscope kit today. Hurry, because this big offer soon comes to an end. Just buy a box of rice checks or wheat checks. Then with your name and address, send 25 cents in coin and a rice check or wheat check box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are attempting to rescue a girl who is being held captive in a metal factory in space in the orbit of Jupiter Moon number 2. They have just entered the cargo hold of the plant and have raised the face pieces of their spacesuits.
Commander, someone's coming. I can see them through the door at the other end of the cargo hold.
George, I'll do the gunleader.
Yes, sir. Commander, I can't move. Something's holding my feet.
Someone's running the magnetic force field. It's holding our metal space boots. Get out of your suit. Hurry.
Yes, sir. Commander, look up above. The cargo crane is coming down on us with an Endurium beam on it.
We've got to get out of these suits. This magnetic field under us, that beam could crush us.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, Peril over Jupiter, when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Wilson again present Space Patrol. Special bulletin for boys and girls in Youngstown, Ohio, and Albany, New York. Buzz Corry's own space battle cruiser, the Ralston Rocket, will be in your area next week. Don't miss it. The Ralston Rocket. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Devery. Other players were Bela Kobach, Joe Cranston, and Ken Mayer. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Wilson again present Space Patrol. Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol story on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. Wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Wilson present Space Patrol. High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed adventure, Buzz and Happy are attempting to rescue a girl being held captive in a metals factory in the orbit of Jupiter Moon number 2. They have just entered the cargo hold of the plant and have raised the faceplates of their spacesuits.
Commander, someone's coming. I can see them through the door at the other end of the cargo hold.
That's Dorch. Have your ray gun ready.
Yes, sir. Hey, Commander, I can't move. Something's holding my feet.
Someone turned on a magnetic force field. It's holding our metal space boots. Get out of your suit. Hurry.
Commander, look up above. The cargo plane is coming down on us with an Endurium beam on it.
We've got to get out of these suits. This magnetic field under us, that beam can crush us.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, Peril over Jupiter. Gang, if ever there was a time to act, this is it. Yes, this is the day to send for that wonderful new Space Patrol microscope kit Buzz Corry's offering. This is the day because today is the last time we can make this offer. Now, just think. You get the official microscope of the Space Patrol. A microscope that magnifies objects 15 times natural size. A microscope small enough to put in your pocket, yet so powerful it shows you the living creatures in a drop of water. Strong, all-plastic body, 2 glass lenses, has removable lens tube. You can take it right from the microscope and use it alone to examine things like the bark on trees or the fungus on damp walls. And with this super microscope, you get 4 slides. Say you want to look at a blade of grass. Put it between 2 of the slides, slip them under the microscope, look at the lens tube, and there it is, a blade of grass 15 times actual size. You see details that amaze you, thrill you, mystify you. But wait, in addition to the microscope and the 4 slides, you also get a special slide with an atomic particle on it that glows and glows and glows in the dark. So remember, gang, now's the time to act. Now, today, this very morning, is the time to send for your Space Patrol microscope kit. Because today is the last time we can make this thrilling offer. Just buy a box of rice checks or wheat checks. Then, with your name and address, send 25 cents in coin and a rice checks or wheat checks box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 25 cents. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, Peril over Jupiter. After completing a mission on Neptune, Commander Corry and Cadet Happy have returned to the man-made planet Terra. Now, in his central office at Space Patrol headquarters, Commander Corry is efficiently clearing up routine business that's accumulated during his absence. He looks up as Happy turns from the communications panel, a troubled frown on his face.
What is it, Happy?
I hate to disturb you, sir, but it sounds pretty urgent. It's a woman named Carla Markham. She says her life is being threatened.
Major Gray put her through to my office. It must be urgent. I'll talk to her.
Yes, sir.
This is Commander Corry. May I help you?
Commander, this is Carla Markham. My father was Richard Markham.
Markham, the metals expert?
Yes.
I remember your father quite well, Miss Markham. Now, tell me, what's this about your life being threatened?
To tell the truth, Commander, it hasn't actually been threatened yet, but I expected it will be.
Oh, by whom?
By 2 men named Nelson Sprague and Duke Dorch. For 2 years, they've been getting money from me under false pretenses. Quite a lot of them.
How, Miss Markham?
When my father passed away, I took charge of his metal processing plant, the space plant in the orbit of Jupiter Moon number 2.
Yes, I know the one you mean.
In about a month, Sprague and Dorch showed up with some documents indicating that my father owed them quite a large sum of money.
And the documents were forged?
Yes, but I didn't find that out until a few weeks ago. When I refused to pay them any more money, they became quite angry and abusive.
Can you prove those documents are forgeries, Miss Markham?
Unfortunately, I can't. That's why I didn't go to the space tour immediately. Also, I'm afraid they could wreck the business. It took my father 20 years to build up unless I keep paying them.
Forgery and extortion. And they've also threatened your life?
Hint that I might meet with a serious accident if I cause them any trouble.
Miss Markham, where are you now?
I'm at the Hotel Terra.
Do you have those documents from Sprague and Dorch?
Yes, I do.
Can you be at my office this afternoon at 1500 hours?
Yes, Commander.
Well, bring all the evidence you have. Goodbye, Miss Markham.
Goodbye, Commander. Thank you.
Happy. Yes, sir? Check with Major Robertson. See if we have anything in the files on Nelson, Sprague, and Duke Dorch.
Right, Commander.
Meanwhile, I'll contact Jupiter headquarters and have them space upon information on the Markham.
Sprague.
Yes, Miss Markham. Dorch and I thought we'd drop in.
Hiya, Miss Markham.
I was just going out. If you'll excuse me.
We'll only stay a few minutes.
Really, I can't talk to you now.
If you're in a hurry, just give us what you owe us, and we'll be on our way.
I don't owe you a cent. I never did, and neither did my father.
Now, that's where we differ. Now, we can talk privately, Miss Markham.
You have no right to force your way into this room.
And a nice room it is, too. I'll look around if you don't mind.
You know, Miss Markham, we were almost ready to blast off to your Jupiter plant, thinking you were there. Then I space-phoned your chief engineer, and he told me you were here on Terra. Here on business?
No concern of yours.
I'm afraid it is. You might have caused us to make a long space flight for nothing.
Hey, what's this? Does it go with the room?
Mr. George, put that down. It's a Venus ceramic, and I don't want it broken.
More than a ceramic will be broken if we don't get that money, Miss Markham.
You've got all you're going to get. I know now that my father never owed you a single credit. All those contracts were forged.
You'll have a hard time proving it. Besides, for your own protection, it would be wise to pay us off completely now.
That sounds like a threat, Mr. Spie.
It wouldn't take much of an accident to put that metals plant of yours out of commission.
You don't frighten me.
Hey, Clay, look at this.
Get away from that desk.
Look what I found beside the spacer-phone. A memo in Carla's handwriting.
Give me that.
Now, Miss Markham, don't you know it's rude to drag? Corry, Space Patrol Headquarters, $1,500. Oh, an appointment with the Commander-in-Chief. What's this about?
It's none of your business.
She's got all our contacts lying there, Sprague.
It's lucky we dropped in. You're not going to keep that appointment, Miss Markham.
Oh, yes, I
You're going to call it off. We'll call Corry right in front of us and tell him you jumped at wrong conclusions. Then you're going to give us the money in cash.
The whole 50,000 credits.
I don't have that much money. Not here on Terra.
You've got it in your Jupiter bank. We'll blast off for Jupiter right after you talk to Corry. Now get on that stand.
I don't understand, Miss Markham. This morning you seemed very upset.
I know. I was very foolish. Everything's all straightened out.
And you're in no danger?
Oh, not in the least. I'm sorry it bothered you, but it's just that I've been working hard, and I imagine a lot of things just went through. So it seems silly.
How about those two men? Miss Markham, can you hear me? What about those two men?
I was all wrong about them. They've canceled the agreement. I heard from my attorney on Jupiter by spacecraft.
Oh, I see.
And as I told you this morning, Commander, I'm leaving for Jupiter this afternoon. I hope you'll forgive me for being such a bother.
Of course, Miss Markham. Thanks for calling.
Goodbye, Commander.
Hear that happen?
Yes, sir. Well, that means there's no appointment at 1500. We can get much more work done.
Yeah. This morning she seemed to be sure that she was in danger. And now everything's fine.
Well, I guess some women are like that, sir.
And perhaps the parlor market has done a pretty good job in operating her father's space plant. That calls for level-headed drinking.
You know, like she said, the strain and
Yes,
all.
but wait. This morning she told me she was planning on staying on Terra for 3 days. Just now she said, as I told you this morning, I'm leaving for Jupiter this afternoon.
Yeah, that's right.
That inconsistency might have been on purpose, maybe.
Why?
Perhaps she was forced to make that call just now.
By Sprague or Dorch?
Yes. You have to watch what she said so they wouldn't get suspicious, but I would.
Could be, I suppose.
The more I think of it, the less likely it is that Paula Markham would accidentally misquote herself.
Then, in effect, she's telling you, don't believe anything I'm saying right now.
Exactly. Remember that pause?
Uh-huh. And I thought I heard a click.
She was getting instructions, no doubt. Get an official surface car, Happy. We'll rush over to the Hotel Terra and check.
Yes, sir.
While you're inside the hotel, I'll stay in the car and watch.
Looks like you were right, Commander.
What did you find out, Hap?
Miss Markham is checked out. The clerk said there were 2 men with her, and they left 10 minutes ago.
Did you know where they were going?
No, sir, but I talked to the doorman. He heard one of them and tell the driver of the surface cab to take them to the spaceport.
And that's where we're going.
We could space-phone the spaceport and have the guards stop them.
There's no telling what Sprague and Dorch might do to Miss Markham if they see they're in a trap. The most we can risk right now is to try to delay a blast-off.
Pretty nice little cruiser you've got here, Miss Markham. I wouldn't mind having it.
Don't worry, Sprague. You will.
Dorch, Miss Markham doesn't think that's funny.
You're thinking of stealing this ship. Just remember that it can be easily traced.
Oh, it won't be stolen. I'll rig up a nice legal-looking transfer of ownership. Dorch, check the rear view scope, see if we're being followed.
I've been watching it. We're clear.
Good. We'll go to her space plant and have her write us a check. We'll take care of the 2 engineers and fix all your communications equipment so you can't call for help while we're in Jupiter City. If we get the money, we'll see that you're rescued. If we don't, well, we'll find a way to wreck your plant.
That's Miss Markham's ship, sir. We could overtake them easily.
Yes, but if Sprague and his pals see us, it'll just put Miss Markham in danger. Let's just follow them and find out where they're going.
By the vector they're on now, it looks like it'd be Jupiter.
Mm-hmm. Perhaps the Martian space plant in the orbit of moon number 2.
Do you think they'd take her to the plant?
Well, they might.
Oh, what do they turn out at that plant, Commander?
High-purity metals from ores hauled out from Jupiter, chiefly zirconium and indurium. The advantage of the space plant is the low gravity and the ease of maintaining a perfect vacuum. The metals can be controlled perfectly by electronic heat fields and magnetic force. For example, a huge ball of molten indurium can be suspended inside a purification chamber without touching the sides.
Wow. And the whole process is automatic.
That's right, Happy. 2 engineers run the whole thing. I don't want Sprague and Thorpe to know they're being followed. Can't let them get a glimpse of the Space Patrol ship in their rear view scope.
Then we'll have to keep this much distance between us until they land.
Unless we have another ship. I'm going to spaceophone Lowell City, Mars, and have headquarters send a small cargo ship out to meet us in space. We'll transfer to the cargo ship, and we can get closer to Sprague and Dortch without endangering Miss Markham. You might as well sit down and relax, Miss Markham. We'll wait here in the plant control room till Dortch gets back.
What's he going to do to my crew?
Well, it depends. If they behave themselves, they won't get hurt. Oh, here he is now.
I got them both, Spike.
What did you do to them?
Just take it easy, miss. I merely put him to sleep with the ray gun.
Did they give you any trouble?
Nah. I got one of them while he was checking some instruments. The other was asleep in his bunk. They'll be out cold for 24 hours.
Nice work. Now, while Miss Markham is writing out a check, we can put all the spaceophone equipment out of commission. Start with
Cargo ship JC-302 calling Markham Space Plant, Jupiter 2 orbit. Cargo ship JC-302 calling Markham Space Plant.
Are you expecting a cargo ship?
The supply ship bringing food for the crew.
I thought you said it wasn't due for 2 days.
Well, sometimes it comes early.
Cargo ship JC-302 calling Markham Space Plant.
You better do something, Spike.
Carla, what's your chief engineer's name? Quickly.
Jensen, William Jensen.
Okay, keep her quiet, Dortch. I'll handle this. Markham Space Plant. Chief Engineer Jensen here. Go ahead, cargo ship.
We've got something for you. Is the cargo airlock clear?
It will be. Just unload the stuff. We'll take care of it later. We've got our hands full right now.
All right, Jensen, we can handle it. Cargo ship out.
Dortch, you go into the cargo hold and keep an eye on them. If they act sociable, impress them that we're very busy.
Suppose they say I'm not one of the regular crew.
Tell them you're filling in for a week. See that they get away in a hurry. Then you and I will blast off for Jupiter.
Open the cargo hatch, Happy. Yes, sir. You suppose that was really the chief engineer on the spaceophone, sir? Was. Sprague and Dortch were probably holding a gun on him. All right, close the hatch. Open your faceplate, Hap.
Now we'll plan our attack. Yes, sir. We'll move fast and take them by surprise. Probably in the main control room waiting for us to unload the cargo and leave. Somebody's come. I can see him through the door at the other end of the cargo hold. That's good. Remember, we're still picking our fire. Mustache. Heavy set.
Hi. Thought I'd give you fellas a hand.
Thanks.
There you can start bringing the stuff in.
We're space patrolmen, Dortch.
Space patrol.
Right. You can take us to your partner, Sprague, and Miss Markham.
Hey, what is this?
Go on, get moving. Hold your ray gun on him, Hopper.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Commander, I can't move. Something's holding my feet to the deck.
Someone turned on the magnetic force field. Holding our space boots. Get out of your spacesuit. Hurry.
Commander, look up above. The cargo crane is coming down on us with an indurium beam on it.
You've got to get out of these suits. This magnetic field on Earth, that beam can crush us.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Say, gang, how's your morning takeoff? Are you blasting off with your jets really roaring? Are you riding your bike like Buzz Corry rides his rocket? I mean with your speedometer smoking like a volcano on Venus. In other words, Space Patrollers, are you supercharged in the morning? Well, here's the way Commander Corry gets supercharged. He tucks away a power breakfast with Rice Chex or Wheat Chex, the super cereals. Try Rice Chex today. What'll you say? Delicious. Try Wheat Chex today. So swell tasting, you'll eat more and more and more and more. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex, the only cereals in the universe with that modern bite-sized design for easy eating. The only cereals in the universe with a picture of Commander Corry or Cadet Happy on the outside of the package. The only cereals in the universe with that mysterious magic space picture on the inside of the package. The super cereals that help to supercharge you. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex. And now back to our Space Patrol adventure, Peril over Jupiter. Nelson Sprague and Duke Dorch are extorting money from Carla Markham, who operates a robot-controlled metals plant in the orbit of Jupiter's number 2 moon. The two men forced Carla to take them to the plant in her own spaceship, where they overpowered the 2 engineers and are holding Carla. Commander Corry and Cadet Happy trailed Miss Markham's ship from Terra, then approached the metals plant in the small supply ship. Wearing spacesuits, they entered the cargo hold of the plant through the airlock, where they found Duke Dorch. As the commander ordered Dorch to take them to Carla Markham and Sprague, a powerful magnetic field was turned on beneath the deck of the cargo hold, making it impossible for the space patrolman to walk. Then, from above, a huge loading train lowered a heavy Endurium beam down upon them. Dorch, who is not wearing metallic shoes, is not affected by the magnetic field.
Commander, I can't get out of my spacesuit. Something's stuck. That beam will down us in a few seconds. Dorch, cut that magnetic field.
You'll have to talk to Sprague about that.
You asked for it, Corry. You weren't invited aboard, you know.
Is that Sprague?
Yes, it's Sprague. I'm in the cargo control booth watching you through a viewscope.
Stop that train.
Stop it. I only wish I could lower it faster.
We can't lift that feature with the slide on the press magnetized floor. Any sort of statement? I'll pretend to try to dodge the train. You slide back to the airlock. And leave you here? But why can't we both go?
That dodging isn't going to do you any good, Corry. Sooner or later, I can lower this beam on you. Keep out of the way, Dorch.
Don't worry, Sprague. Hey, the other one's getting away.
Run over there and stop him, Dorch. Don't let him get into the ship.
Yeah, okay. Hey, but watch the crane while I'm under. I'm in the airlock, sir.
All right, Happy. When I give the word, open it. Release the air escape valve. All right, Sprague. We can let all the air out of this cargo hold in just a few seconds. The cadet and I have spacesuits on. We can close our face plates and we'll be safe. But your partner will be in a bad way.
Don't let him do it, Sprague. Stop him.
Get away from that airlock.
And turn off that magnetic field and stop the train.
Do what he says, Sprague. Please.
All right.
Now, Sprague, come down here to the cargo hold and bring Miss Markham with you.
Supposing you come up and get me.
All right. But remember, we've got your pal Dorch here.
You remember, I've got Carla Markham.
Come on, Happy. Keep your ray gun on Dorch. Yes, sir. Go on, Dorch.
This is the control room.
Go on in and don't try anything.
Welcome aboard, Commander.
Commander, I tried to make him stop the train.
Yes, I was forced to tie her up.
Untie her. Are you hurt, Miss Markham?
No, I'm all right, but my 2 engineers.
What have you done to them, Sprague?
I was just about to tell you,
You put
Commander.
them in the electronic furnace.
What? Now, Commander, there's no need to be alarmed. The temperature isn't very high in there yet. But if I were to turn this dial, it'd be hot enough in that furnace to melt Endurium in just a few seconds.
Sprague, get away from that instrument.
I'll come a step nearer, Commander. And even if you shoot me with that ray gun, I still have time to spin this dial.
And he'd do it, Commander. He really would.
I don't doubt it.
So that puts me in quite a strategic position, Commander. Unless, of course, you want to sacrifice those 2 engineers.
I suppose you want a chance to get away, is that it?
A little more than that. Miss Markham has some money in the Jupiter City Bank that I could use quite nicely. Dorch and I are going after it. After Miss Markham writes a check.
I'll write it. Just don't hurt those men.
Dorch, collect their weapons.
Give me a gun, Happy. There's nothing we can do now.
No, there's nothing you will be able to do. Dorch and I are going to smash up all the spaceophone equipment in this plant, including those in your spacesuits. Then we'll take your cargo ship and cut it loose in space. Here, Dorch, you guard them while I smash up the spaceophones. The sooner we blast off the Pluto.
Certainly did a thorough job of wrecking the communications equipment.
I'll see. Nothing but junk. But maybe there's a small transmitter somewhere that they overlooked.
Well, let's check with Miss Markham.
Where'd you go?
She's trying to revive those 2 engineers.
We sure had a close call. One twist of Sprague's wrist, and they'd have been part of a batch of molten Endurium.
Here's Carla now.
Any luck, Commander?
No, they really smashed the equipment. How are the engineers?
I'm afraid we just have to wait till the ray gun effect wears off.
We could revive them. Might be able to assemble a makeshift transmitter out of some of this junk. Well, maybe there's a small set they've overlooked.
I'm afraid they got every one, Commander.
We'll have to see what we can do about rebuilding one ourselves. Where are the spaceophone parts, Miss Markham?
There might be some in that cabinet.
All right, Happy, let's get busy.
All clear in the rear viewscope, Sprague.
You didn't expect anyone to be after us, did you?
I won't rest easily until Jupiter's just a pinpoint in that viewscope.
Relax. We've got the money. As far as the bank's concerned, Carla Markham was just paying off a legitimate business debt.
Yeah, I know. But we're flying her ship. You better land on some nearby planet to get another.
I've got that all figured out, too. There's a friend of mine on Mars who'll meet us in space. We can abandon Carla's ship.
Yeah, but what about Carla and Corry?
We'll take care of them, George. That's where we're going now. The space.
How are you coming, Commander?
Well, we're about ready to make a test, Carla. If the spaceophone works, we'll have help here inside of an hour.
Yeah, then we can go after Sprague and Dort.
Connect us wire happen. We'll be ready.
Yes, sir.
Commander, isn't there a spaceship out there? Where that glint is?
Yes. Seems to be coming toward us. Hurry with that connection happen.
It's all ready, sir. Maybe we can contact that ship.
If it's Sprague and Dort, we won't want to. Now, let's see if the set works.
Yeah. The meter's checked, sir.
Here goes. Attention, all Space Patrol units in Jupiter sector. Emergency message. This is Commander Corry aboard Markham Space Plant in Jupiter 2 orbit.
Commander Corry aboard Markham Space Plant in Jupiter 2 orbit. Units in this region will proceed at once to the plant. Watch for stolen private cruiser JP-450, possibly between Jupiter and this location.
They got a spaceophone. We've got to stop them quickly.
Yeah, but how?
We'll wreck the space plant.
This ship isn't armed.
We can wreck it with our rocket blast. We'll come in with our nose rocket blaster.
How do you know what part of the plant they're in?
We'll destroy the air supply unit. That'll fix them wherever they are. All right, George. Cut in those forward rockets.
It's Sprague and Dort's all right. It's my ship.
Crazy fools. They're heading right toward the plant without cutting speed.
They probably heard our spaceophone want to put us out of business.
If they ram us, they'll put themselves out of... Uh-oh. Hey, they've got nose rockets on.
Commander, did the Space Patrol hear your message?
I can't tell for sure. We don't have a receiver. They probably did. Hey, what's Sprague up to? He's not heading for an airlock.
Then why doesn't he cut his rear rockets? He's burning fuel at both ends.
Trying to wreck the plant. He'll do it, too.
The air unit. He's going to wreck the air supply.
Quick, Happy. Close that compartment door. We've got to seal this room off from the rest of the plant.
Yes, sir. Secure, sir. Wow. They've torn off a whole hunk of the plant with their nose rockets.
They'll keep blasting away till they're sure we're finished.
And we don't have a doggone thing to fight back with.
The Space Patrol would only get here.
We're moving around for another attack. This time we probably won't be so lucky.
We ought to get out of this control room. They'll probably blast this part next.
Yeah, but we can't be sure there's any air outside this compartment.
Then we're helpless.
Now, wait a minute. When we blasted the air unit, they tore away part of the section next to the furnace.
Yes, that's where the molten endurium's cooled and rolled in place. The metal's forced from the furnace through those pipes.
Carla, is this the dial that turns the furnace on?
Yes.
Is there endurium in the furnace?
Several tons of it. Why?
Well, let's heat it up. We'll give Sprague and Dort something to... All right, Dort, let's make another pass. This time we'll hit the control section.
Look, well, let's not get too close this time. Suppose something explodes.
Sprague, this is Corry. Cut your rockets. Don't waste time with an argument because we don't have a receiver. If you try to do any more damage, we'll blast you to bits.
Listen to that, George. Who does he think he's kidding?
Sprague, look, they're firing at us. Hey, what are they using?
I missed you on purpose that time, Sprague. We've got tons of molten endurium in the furnace. We can keep pouring it at you.
George, cut in the forward rockets. We'll get him quick.
Sprague, listen, that molten endurium can tear right through our ship.
Do what I tell you.
But they've hit us. They're tearing us apart. Cut rockets. George, you hear me? Cut rockets.
That was close, Sprague.
Oh, look at the instruments. Our power's gone. They've knocked out our power.
Sprague, this is Corry. Your ship looks pretty badly damaged. Shield yourself in the control cabin to prevent loss of air.
Right. We are losing air.
Seal that compartment door quick.
Just keep calm, Sprague. I've got good news for you and Dort. We've just sighted a Space Patrol squadron headed this way. Corry out.
George, did you seal that door?
I sealed it, Sprague. And before the Space Patrol gets here, there's just one thing I want to get off my chest.
Yes, what is it?
Just this. Oh. You and your big ideas.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. It's a quiet day at Space Patrol headquarters. Cadet Happy is alone, gazing around in the commander's office. Suddenly, he sees a piece of paper on the desk that makes his head whirl. For there, in big black letters, Hap reads,
"The Space Patrol microscope kit offer ends today." Jumped in Jupiter. I wonder if the commander has seen this bulletin. Gosh, every boy and girl has to have one of these kits. Why, it's a real Space Patrol microscope, and it magnifies objects 15 times, and it's pocket size and all plastic, and you get 4 transparent slides with it, plus the mystery slide. Gosh, I gotta tell the commander about this offer, Indy, so he'll be sure to tell the gang about it.
And so Hap hurries across the office, swings open the door, and whambo, crashes right into the commander.
Oh, right on my foot. Oh, I'm sorry, sir, but did you know that today's the last day for the microscope offer?
Yes, I had Captain Tufeld announce it at the beginning of today's Space Patrol program.
Huh? That's all.
Out like a light. My Cadet.
Well, Hap had the right idea. It's very important to know that today is the last time we can offer the Space Patrol microscope kit. So hurry and send for it now. Just buy a box of rice checks or wheat checks. Then with your name and address, send 25 cents in coin and a rice checks or wheat checks box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Commander Corry's ship has been forced to land on Planet X in the outermost regions of the solar system. Realizing that Prince Baccarati's powerful magnetic beam makes it impossible for them to control their spaceship, Buzz and Happy have stepped out into a mist-covered valley.
Well, the question now is, where do we go from here?
Head north, Happy, toward Baccarati's castle.
What's that?
I don't know. Whatever it is, I don't like the sound of it.
Commander, look. It's a gigantic lizard.
It's a dinosaur, Happy, and it's coming toward us. Get back to the ship.
Hurry, Happy. Gaining on us. What a monster. Quick, into the ship and secure the airlock. Hey, he's trying to get in. He's clawing at the ship's hull.
You've got to do something, Happy. He's big enough to crush this ship like an eggshell.
Be sure to join us next week for the menace of Planet X, when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again present Space Patrol. Special bulletin for boys and girls in Akron, Ohio, Albany, Schenectady, and Troy, New York. Buzz Corry's own space battle cruiser, the Ralston Rocket, will be in your area next week. Don't miss it. The Ralston Rocket. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Deborah. Other players were Virginia Hewitt, Norman Jolly, and Ken Mayer. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again present Space Patrol. Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol story on your local ABC television station. Consult your local newspaper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.